Part 2, Chapter 1, Section 47 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 1, Relations between Jesus and John the Baptist. Section 47, Opinion of the Evangelists and Jesus concerning the Baptist, with his own judgment on himself. Result of the inquiry into the relationship between these two individuals. The Evangelists apply to John, as the preparer of the Messiah's kingdom, several passages of the Old Testament. The abode of the preacher of repentance in the wilderness, his activity in preparing the way for the Messiah, necessarily recalled the passage of Isaiah chapter 40, verse 3 and following from the Septuagint, phoni bauntos en erimo hetoimas atai tin hodon kurio, etc. This passage, which in its original connection related not to the Messiah and his forerunner, but to Jehovah, for whom a way was to be prepared through the wilderness toward Judea, that he might return with his people from exile, is quoted by the first three evangelists as a prophecy fulfilled by the appearance of the Baptist. Matthew chapter 3, verse 3, Mark chapter 1, verse 3, Luke chapter 3, verse 4 and following. This might be thought a later and Christian application, but there is nothing to controvert the statement of the fourth evangelist that the Baptist had himself characterized his destination by those prophetic words. As the synoptical gospels have unanimously borrowed this passage from the Baptist himself, so Mark has borrowed the application of another prophetic passage to the Baptist from Jesus. Jesus had said, Matthew chapter 11, verse 10, Luke chapter 7, verse 27, "This is he of whom it is written, Behold, I send my messenger before thy face, to prepare thy way before thee." And Mark, in the introduction to his gospel, applies these words of Malachi, chapter 3, verse 1, together with the above passage from Isaiah, without distinguishing their respective sources, to the forerunner John. The text is a messianic one. Jehovah, however, does not therein speak of sending a messenger before the Messiah, but before himself, and it is only in the New Testament citations in all these instances that the second person is substituted for the first. Another notable passage of the same prophet, chapter 3, verse 23 from the Septuagint, chapter 4, verse 4, "Behold, I will send you Elijah the Tishbite before the coming of the day of the Lord," etc., suggested to the evangelists the assimilation of John the Baptist to Elias. That John, laboring for the reformation of the people, in the spirit and power of Elias, should prepare the way for the divine visitation in the times of the Messiah, was, according to Luke chapter 1, verse 17, predicted before his birth. In John chapter 1, verse 21, when the emissaries of the Sanhedrim ask, "Art thou Elias?" the Baptist declines this dignity. According to the usual explanation, he only extended his denial to the rude popular notion that he was the ancient seer corporeally resuscitated, whereas he would have admitted the view of the synoptical gospels that he had the spirit of Elias. Nevertheless, it appears improbable that if the fourth evangelist had been familiar with the idea of the Baptist as a second Elias, he would have put into his mouth so direct a negative. This scene, peculiar to the fourth gospel, in which John rejects the title of Elias, with several others, demands a yet closer examination, and must be compared with a narrative in Luke, chapter 3, verse 15, to which it has a striking similarity. In Luke, the crowd assembled round the Baptist begin to think, Is not this the Christ? In John, the deputies of the Sanhedrim ask him, Who art thou? Which we infer from the Baptist's answer to mean, Art thou, as it is believed, the Messiah? According to Luke, the Baptist answers, I indeed baptize you with water, but one mightier than I cometh, the latchet of whose shoes I am not worthy to unloose. According to John, he gives a similar reply. I baptize with water, but there standeth one among you whom ye know not. He it is who, coming after me, is preferred before me, whose shoes latchet I am not worthy to unloose. The latter evangelist adding his peculiar propositions concerning the pre-existence of Jesus, and deferring to another occasion, verse 33, the mention of the Messiah's spiritual baptism, which Luke gives in immediate connection with the above passage. In Luke, and still more decidedly in John, this whole scene is introduced with a design to establish the Messiahship of Jesus by showing that the Baptist had renounced that dignity, and attributed it to one who should come after him. If at the foundation of two narratives so similar there can scarcely be more than one fact, the question is, which gives that fact the most faithfully? In Luke's account, there is no intrinsic improbability. On the contrary, it is easy to imagine that the people, congregated round the man who announced the Messiah's kingdom, and baptized with a view to it, should, in moments of enthusiasm, believe him to be the Messiah. But that the Sanhedrim should send from Jerusalem to John on the banks of the Jordan, for the sake of asking him whether he were the Messiah, seems less natural. Their object could only be what, on a later occasion, it was with respect to Jesus. Matthew chapter 21, verse 23 and following. Namely, to challenge the authority of John to baptize, as appears from verse 25. Moreover, from the hostile position which John had taken towards the sects of the Pharisees and Sadducees, Matthew chapter 3, verse 7, to whom the members of the Sanhedrim belonged, they must have prejudged that he was not the Messiah, nor a prophet, and consequently that he had no right to undertake a baptisma. But in that case, they could not possibly have so put their questions as they are reported to have done in the fourth gospel. In the passage from Matthew, cited above, they asked Jesus, quite consistently with their impression that he had no prophetic authority, By what authority doest thou these things? But in John, they questioned the Baptist precisely as if they presupposed him to be the Messiah, and when he, apparently to their consternation, has denied this, they tender him successively the dignities of Elias, and of another prophetic forerunner, as if they earnestly wished him to accept one of these titles. Searching opponents will not thus thrust the highest honours on the man to whom they are inimical. This is the representation of a narrator who wishes to exhibit the modesty of the man, and his subordination to Jesus, by his rejection of those brilliant titles. To enable him to reject them, they must have been offered. But this could, in reality, only be done by well-wishers, as in Luke, where the conjecture that the Baptist was the Messiah is attributed to the people. Why then did not the fourth evangelist attribute those questions likewise to the people, from whom, with a slight alteration, they would have seemed quite natural? Jesus, when addressing the unbelieving Jews in Jerusalem, from John chapter 5, verse 33, appeals to their message to the Baptist, and to the faithful testimony then given by the latter. Had John given his declaration concerning his relation to Jesus before the common people merely, such an appeal would have been impossible. For if Jesus were to refer his enemies to the testimony of John, that testimony must have been delivered before his enemies. If the assertions of the Baptist were to have any diplomatic value, they must have resulted from the official inquiry of a magisterial deputation. Such a remodeling of the facts appears to have been aided by the above-mentioned narrative from the synoptical traditions, wherein the high priest and scribes ask Jesus by what authority he does such things, as the casting out of the buyers and sellers. Here also Jesus refers to John, asking for their opinion as to the authority of his baptism, only, it is true, with the negative view of repressing their further inquiries. From Matthew chapter 21, verse 23 and following, and parallel passages. But how easily might this reference be made to take an affirmative sense, and instead of the argument, if ye know not what powers were entrusted to John, ye need not know whence mine are given. The following are substituted, since ye know what John has declared concerning me, ye must also know what power and dignity belong to me. Whereupon, what was originally a question addressed to Jesus transformed itself into a message to the Baptist. The judgment of Jesus on the character of John is delivered on two occasions in the synoptical Gospels. First, after the departure of John's messengers, from Matthew chapter 11, verse 7 and following. Secondly, after the appearance of Elias at the Transfiguration, from Matthew chapter 17, verse 12 and following, in reply to the question of a disciple. In the fourth Gospel, after an appeal to the Baptist's testimony, Jesus pronounces an eulogium on him in the presence of the Jews, verse 35, after referring, as above remarked, to their sending to John. In this passage he calls the Baptist a burning and a shining light, in whose beams the fickle people were for a season willing to rejoice. In one synoptical passage he declares John to be the promised Elias. In the other there are 3 points to be distinguished. First, with respect to the character and agency of John, the severity and firmness of his mind, and the preeminence which, as the messianic forerunner, who with forcible hand had opened the kingdom of heaven, he maintained even over the prophets, are extolled, from verses 7 through 14. Secondly, in relation to Jesus and the citizens of the kingdom of heaven, the Baptist, though exalted above all the members of the Old Testament economy, is declared to be in the rear of everyone on whom, through Jesus, the new light had arisen. Verse 11. We see how Jesus understood this from what follows, from verse 18, when we compare it with Matthew chapter 9, verse 16 and following. In the former passage, Jesus describes John as neither eating nor drinking, and in the latter it is this very asceticism which is said to liken him to the old garments and old bottles, with which the new, introduced by Jesus, will not agree. What else then could it be, in which the Baptist was beneath the children of the kingdom of Jesus, but, in connection with his non-recognition or only qualified acknowledgment of Jesus as Messiah, the spirit of external observance which still clung to fasting and similar works, and his gloomy asceticism? And, in truth, freedom from these is the test of transition from a religion of bondage to one of liberty and spirituality. Thirdly, with respect to the relation in which the agency of John and Jesus stood to their contemporaries, the same inaptitude to receive the ministrations of both is complained of in verse 16 and following, although in verse 12 it is observed that the violent zeal of some Biastai had, under the guidance of John, wrested for them an entrance into the kingdom of the Messiah. In conclusion, we must take a review of the steps by which tradition has gradually annexed itself to the simple historical traits of the relation between John and Jesus. Thus, much seems to be historical. That Jesus, attracted by the fame of the Baptist, put himself under the tuition of that preacher, and that, having remained some time among his followers, and been initiated into his ideas of the approaching messianic kingdom, he, after the imprisonment of John, carried on, under certain modifications, the same work, never ceasing, even when he had far surpassed his predecessor, to render him due homage. The first addition to this in the Christian legend was, that John had taken approving notice of Jesus. During his public ministry, it was known that he had only indefinitely referred to one coming after him, but it behooved him, at least in a conjectural way, to point out Jesus personally as that successor. To this it was thought he might have been moved by the fame of the works of Jesus, which, loud as it was, might even penetrate the walls of his prison. Then was formed Matthew's narrative of the message from prison, the first modest attempt to make the Baptist a witness for Jesus, and hence clothed in an interrogation, because a categorical testimony was too unprecedented. But this late and qualified testimony was not enough. It was a late one, for prior to it there was the baptism which Jesus received from John, and by which he, in a certain degree, placed himself in subordination to the Baptist. Hence those scenes in Luke, by which the Baptist was placed, even before his birth, in a subservient relation to Jesus. Not only was it a late testimony which that message contained, it was but half a one, for the question implied uncertainty, and ho erchomenos conveyed indecision. Hence, in the fourth gospel, there is no longer a question about the messiahship of Jesus, but the most solemn asseverations on that head, and we have the most pointed declarations of the eternal divine nature of Jesus and his character as the suffering Messiah. In a narrative aiming at unity, as does the fourth gospel, these very pointed declarations could not stand by the side of the dubious message, which is therefore only found in this gospel under a totally reorganized form. Neither does this message accord with that which in the synoptical gospels is made to occur at the baptism of Jesus, and even earlier in his intercourse with John. But the first three evangelists, in their loose compositions, admitted, along with the more recent form of the tradition, the less complete one, because they attached less importance to the question of John than to the consequent discourse of Jesus. End of section 47. Part 2, Chapter 1, Section 48 of the Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 1, Relations between Jesus and John the Baptist. Section 48, The Execution of John the Baptist. We here take under our examination, by way of appendix, all that has been transmitted to us concerning the tragic end of the Baptist. According to the unanimous testimony of the synoptical evangelists and Josephus, he was executed after a protracted imprisonment by order of Herod Antipas, tetrarch of Galilee, and in the New Testament accounts he is said to have been beheaded. Matthew chapter 14 verse 3 and following, Mark chapter 6 verse 17 and following, Luke chapter 9 verse 9. But Josephus and the evangelists are at variance as to the cause of his imprisonment and execution. According to the latter, the censure which John had pronounced on the marriage of Herod with his half-brother's wife was the cause of his imprisonment, and the revengeful cunning of Herodias, at a court festival, of his death. Josephus gives the fear of disturbances, which was awakened in Herod by the formidable train of the Baptist's followers, as the cause at once of the imprisonment and the execution. If these two accounts be considered as distinct and irreconcilable, it may be doubted which of the two deserves the preference. It is not here, as in the case of Herod Agrippa's death, Acts 12:23, viz., that the New Testament narrative, by intermixing a supernatural cause where Josephus has only a natural one, enables us to prejudge it as unhistorical. On the contrary, we might here give the palm to the evangelical narrative, for the particularity of its details. But on the other hand, it must be considered that that very particularity, and especially the conversion of a political into a personal motive, corresponds fully to the development of the legendary spirit among the people, whose imagination is more at home in domestic than in political circles. Meanwhile, it is quite possible to reconcile the two narratives. This has been attempted by conjecturing that the fear of insurrection was the proper cabinet motive for the imprisonment of the Baptist, while the irreverent censure passed on the ruler was thrust forward as the ostensible motive. But I greatly doubt whether Herod would designedly expose the scandalous point touched on by John. It is more likely, if a distinction is to be here made between a private and ostensible cause, that the censure of the marriage was the secret reason, and the fear of insurrection disseminated as an excuse for extreme severity. Such a distinction, however, is not needed, for Antipas might well fear that John, by his strong censure of the marriage and the whole course of the tetrarch's life, might stir up the people into rebellion against him. But there is a diversity even between the evangelical narratives themselves, not only in this, that Mark gives the scene at the feast with the most graphic details, while Luke is satisfied with a concise statement, chapter 3, verses 18-20, and chapter 9, verse 9. And Matthew takes a middle course. But Mark's representation of the relation between Herod and the Baptist differs essentially from that of Matthew. While according to the latter, Herod wished to kill John, but was withheld by his dread of the people, who looked on the Baptist as a prophet, from verse 5. According to Mark, it was Herodias who conspired against his life, but could not attain her object, because her husband was in awe of John as a holy man, sometimes heard him gladly, and not seldom followed his counsel, from verse 19. Here again, the individualizing characteristic of Mark's narrative has induced commentators to prefer it to that of Matthew. But in the finishing touches and alterations of Mark, we may detect the hand of tradition, especially as Josephus merely says of the people that they gave ear to the sound of his words, while he says of Herod that, having conceived fears of John, he judged it expedient to put him to death. How near lay the temptation to exalt the Baptist by representing the prince against whom he had spoken, and by whom he was imprisoned, as feeling bound to venerate him, and only, to his remorse, seduced into giving his death warrant by his vindictive wife. It may be added that the account of Matthew is not inconsistent with the character of Antipas, as gathered from other sources. The close of the evangelical narratives leaves the impression that the dissevered head of John was presented at table, and that the prison was consequently close at hand. But we learn from the passage in Josephus, above cited, that the Baptist was confined in Macharos, a fortress on the southern border of Perea, whereas the residence of Herod was in Tiberias, a day's journey distant from Machaerus. Hence, the head of John the Baptist could only be presented to Herod after 2 days' journey, and not while he yet sat at table. The contradiction here apparent is not to be removed by the consideration that it is not expressly said in the Gospels that John's head was brought in during the meal, for this is necessarily inferred from the entire narrative. Not only are the commission of the executioner and his return with the head detailed in immediate connection with the incidents of the meal, but only thus has the whole dramatic scene its appropriate conclusion. Only thus is the contrast complete, which is formed by the death warrant and the feast. In fine, the pinax, on which the dissevered head is presented, marks it as the costliest viand which the unnatural revenge of a woman could desire at table. But we have, as a probable solution, the information of Josephus that Herod Antipas was then at war with the Arabian king Aretas, between whose kingdom and his own lay the fortress of Machaerus, and there Herod might possibly have resided with his court at that period. Thus we see that the life of John in the evangelical narratives is, from easily conceived reasons, overspread with mythical lustre on the side which is turned towards Jesus, while on the other its historical lineaments are more visible. End of section 48. Part 2, Chapter 2, Section 49 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 2, Baptism and Temptation of Jesus. Section 49. Why did Jesus receive baptism from John? In conformity with the evangelical view of the fact, the customary answer given by the orthodox to this question is, that Jesus, by his submission to John's baptism, signified his consecration to the messianic office, an explanation which is supported by a passage in Justin, according to which it was the Jewish notion that the Messiah would be unknown as such to himself and others, until Elias, as his forerunner, should anoint him, and thereby make him distinguishable by all. The Baptist himself, however, as he is represented by the first evangelist, could not have partaken of this design, for had he regarded his baptism as a consecration which the Messiah must necessarily undergo, he would not have hesitated to perform it on the person of Jesus. Chapter 3, verse 14. Our former inquiries have shown that John's baptism related partly eis ton erchomenon, its recipients promising a believing preparation for the expected Messiah. How then could Jesus, if he was conscious of being himself the erchomenos, submit himself to this baptism? The usual answer from the orthodox point of view is, that Jesus, although conscious of his messiahship, yet, so long as it was not publicly attested by God, spoke and acted, not as Messiah, but merely as an Israelite, who held himself bound to obey every divine ordinance relative to his nation. But here there is a distinction to be made. Negatively, it became Jesus to refrain from performing any messianic deeds, or using any of the Messiah's prerogatives, before his title was solemnly attested. Even positively, it became him to submit himself to the ordinances which were incumbent on every Israelite, but to join in a new rite, which symbolized the expectation of another and a future Messiah, could never, without dissimulation, be the act of one who was conscious of being the actual Messiah himself. More recent theologians have therefore wisely admitted that when Jesus came to John for baptism, he had not a decided conviction of his messiahship. They indeed regard this uncertainty as only the struggle of modesty. Paulus, for instance, observes that Jesus, notwithstanding he had heard from his parents of his messianic destination, and had felt this first intimation confirmed by many external incidents, as well as by his own spiritual development, was not yet overeager to appropriate the honor, which had been as it were thrust upon him. But if the previous narratives concerning Jesus be regarded as a history, and therefore of necessity as a supernatural one, then must he, who was heralded by angels, miraculously conceived, welcomed into the world by the homage of magi and prophets, and who in his 12th year knew the temple to be his Father's house, have long held a conviction of his messiahship, above all the scruples of a false modesty. If, on the contrary, it be thought possible, by criticism, to reduce the history of the childhood of Jesus to a merely natural one, there is no longer anything to account for his early belief that he was the Messiah, and the position which he adopted by the reception of John's baptism becomes, instead of an affected diffidence, a real ignorance of his messianic destiny. Too modest, continue these commentators, to declare himself Messiah on his own authority, Jesus fulfilled all that the strictest self-judgment could require, and wished to make the decisive experiment, whether the deity would allow that he, as well as every other, should dedicate himself to the coming Messiah, or whether a sign would be granted that he himself was the erchomenos. But to do something seen to be inappropriate, merely to try whether God will correct the mistake, is just such a challenging of the divine power as Jesus, shortly after his baptism, decidedly condemns. Thus, it must be allowed that, the baptism of John being a baptism eis ton erchomenon, if Jesus could submit himself to it without dissimulation or presumption, he could not, at the time, have held himself to be that erchomenos, and if he really uttered the words, "Suffer it to be so now," etc., which however could only be called forth by the refusal of the Baptist, a refusal that stands or falls with his previous conviction of the Messiahship of Jesus, he could only mean by them that it became him, with every pious Israelite, to devote himself by anticipation to the expected Messiah, in baptism, although the evangelist, instructed by the issue, put on them a different construction. But the relation hitherto discussed is only one aspect of John's baptism. The other, which is yet more strongly attested by history, shows it as a baptism of repentance. The Israelites, we are told, Matthew 3:6, were baptized of John confessing their sins. Shall we then suppose that Jesus made such a confession? They received the command to repent. Did Jesus acknowledge such a command? This difficulty was felt even in the early church. In the Gospel of the Hebrews, adopted by the Nazarenes, Jesus asks his mother and brother, when invited by them to receive John's baptism, wherein he had sinned, that his baptism was needful for him. And an heretical apocryphal work appears to have attributed to Jesus a confession of his own sins at his baptism. The sum of what modern theologians have contributed towards the removal of this difficulty consists in the application to Jesus of the distinction between what a man is as an individual, and what he is as a member of the community. He needed, say they, no repentance on his own behalf, but, aware of its necessity for all other men, the children of Abraham not excepted, he wished to demonstrate his approval of an institute which confirmed this truth, and hence he submitted to it. But let the reader only take a nearer view of the facts. According to Matthew chapter 3, verse 6, John appears to have required a confession of sins previous to baptism. Such a confession Jesus, presupposing his impeccability, could not deliver without falsehood. If he refused, John would hardly baptize him, for he did not yet believe him to be the Messiah. And from every other Israelite he must have considered a confession of sins indispensable. The non-compliance of Jesus might very probably originate the dispute to which Matthew gives a wholly different character. But certainly, if the refusal of John had such a cause, the matter could scarcely have been adjusted by a mere "suffer it to be so now." For no confession being given, the Baptist would not have perceived that all righteousness was fulfilled. Even supposing that a confession was not required of every baptized person, John would not conclude the ceremony of baptism without addressing the neophyte on the subject of repentance. Could Jesus tacitly sanction such an address to himself, when conscious that he needed no regeneration? And would he not, in so doing, perplex the minds which were afterwards to believe in him as the sinless one? We will even abandon the position that John so addressed the neophytes, and only urge that the gestures of those who plunged into the purifying water must have been those of contrition. Yet, if Jesus conformed himself to these even in silence, without referring them to his own condition, he cannot be absolved from the charge of dissimulation. There is then no alternative but to suppose that as Jesus had not, up to the time of his baptism, thought of himself as the Messiah, so with regard to the repentance, we may have justly ranked himself amongst the most excellent in Israel, without excluding himself from what is predicated in Job chapter 4, verse 18, and chapter 15, verse 15. There is little historical ground for controverting this, for the words, "Which of you convinceth me of sin?" John chapter 8, verse 46, could only refer to open delinquencies, and to a later period in the life of Jesus. The scene in his 12th year, even if historical, could not by itself prove a sinless development of his powers. End of section 49. Part 2, Chapter 2, Section 50 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 2, Baptism and Temptation of Jesus. Section 50, the scene at the baptism of Jesus considered as supernatural and as natural. At the moment that John had completed his baptism of Jesus, the synoptical Gospels tell us that the heavens were opened, the Holy Spirit descended on Jesus in the form of a dove, and a voice from heaven designated him the Son of God, in whom the Father was well pleased. The fourth evangelist, in chapter 1, verse 32 and following, makes the Baptist narrate that he saw the Holy Spirit descend like a dove, and remain on Jesus. But, as in the immediate context, John says of his baptism that it was destined for the manifestation of the Messiah, and as the description of the descending dove corresponds almost verbally with the synoptical accounts, it is not to be doubted that the same event is intended. The old and lost Gospels of Justin and the Ebionites give, as concomitants, a heavenly light, and a flame bursting out of the Jordan. In the dove and heavenly voice also, they have alterations, hereafter to be noticed. For whose benefit the appearance was granted remains doubtful on a comparison of the various narratives. In John, where the Baptist recites it to his followers, these seem not to have been eyewitnesses, and from his stating that he who sent him to baptize promised the descent and repose of the Spirit as a mark of the Messiah, we gather that the appearance was designed specially for the Baptist. According to Mark, it is Jesus who, in ascending from the water, sees the heavens open and the Spirit descend. Even in Matthew, it is the most natural to refer eide, he saw, and an iokthison auto, were opened to him, to ho Iesus, Jesus, the subject immediately before. But as it is said, in continuation, that he saw the Holy Spirit, erchomenon ep auton, not eph auton, Mark's ep auton, which does not agree with his construction, is explained by his dependence on Matthew. The beholder seems not to be the same as he on whom the Spirit descended, and we are obliged to refer eide and an iokthison auto to the more remote antecedent, namely the Baptist, who, as the heavenly voice speaks of Jesus in the third person, is most naturally to be regarded as also a witness. Luke appears to give a much larger number of spectators to the scene, for according to him, Jesus was baptized when all the people were baptized, and consequently he must have supposed that the scene described occurred in their presence. The narrations directly convey no other meaning than that the whole scene was externally visible and audible, and thus they have been always understood by the majority of commentators. But in endeavoring to conceive the incident as a real one, a cultivated and reflecting mind must stumble at no insignificant difficulties. First, that for the appearance of a divine being on earth, the visible heavens must divide themselves to allow of his descent from his accustomed seat, is an idea that can have no objective reality, but must be the entirely subjective creation of a time when the dwelling place of deity was imagined to be above the vault of heaven. Further, how is it reconcilable with the true idea of the Holy Spirit as the divine, all-pervading power, that he should move from one place to another, like a finite being, and embody himself in the form of a dove? Finally, that God should utter articulate tones in a national idiom has been justly held extravagant. Even in the early church, the more enlightened fathers adopted the opinion that the heavenly voices spoken of in the biblical history were not external sounds, the effect of vibrations in the air, but inward impressions produced by God in the minds of those to whom he willed to impart himself. Thus, at the appearance at the baptism of Jesus, Origen and Theodore of Mopsuestia maintain that it was a vision and not a reality. To the simple, indeed, says Origen, in their simplicity, it is a light thing to set the universe in motion, and to sever a solid mass like the heavens. But those who search more deeply into such matters will, he thinks, refer to those higher revelations, by means of which chosen persons, even waking, and still more frequently in their dreams, are led to suppose that they perceive something with their bodily senses, while their minds only are affected, so that consequently the whole appearance in question should be understood not as an external incident, but as an inward vision sent by God, an interpretation which has also met with much approbation among modern theologians. In the first two Gospels and in the fourth, this interpretation is favored by the expressions were opened to him, he saw, and I beheld, which seem to imply that the appearance was subjective, in the sense intended by Theodore, when he observed that the descent of the Holy Spirit was not seen by all present, but that by a certain spiritual contemplation it was visible to John alone. To John, however, we must add Jesus, who, according to Mark, participated in the vision. But in opposition to this stands the statement of Luke. The expressions which he uses, it came to pass, was opened, and descended, and a voice came, bear a character so totally objective and exterior, especially if we add the words, in a bodily form, that, abiding by the notion of the perfect truthfulness of all evangelical records, the less explicit narratives must be interpreted by the unequivocal one of Luke, and the incident they recount must be understood as something more than an inward revelation to John and Jesus. Hence, it is prudent in Olshausen to allow, in concession to Luke, that there was present on the occasion a crowd of persons, who saw and heard something, yet to maintain that this was nothing distinct or comprehensible. By this means, on the one hand, the occurrence is again transferred from the domain of subjective visions to that of objective phenomena, while on the other, the descending dove is supposed visible, not to the bodily eye, but only to the open spiritual one, and the words audible to the soul, not to the bodily ear. Our understanding fails us in this pneumatology of Olshausen, wherein there are sensible realities transcending the senses, and we hasten out of this misty atmosphere into the clearer one, of those who simply tell us that the appearance was an external incident, but one purely natural. This party appeals to the custom of antiquity, to regard natural occurrences as divine intimations, and in momentous crises, where a bold resolution was to be taken, to adopt them as guides. To Jesus, spiritually matured into the Messiah, and only awaiting an external divine sanction, and to the Baptist, who had already ceded the superiority to the friend of his youth, in their solemn frame of mind at the baptism of the former by the latter, every natural phenomenon that happened at the time must have been pregnant with meaning, and have appeared as a sign of the divine will. But what the natural appearance actually was, is a point on which the commentators are divided in opinion. Some, with the synoptical writers, include a sound as well as an appearance. Others give, with John, an appearance only. They interpret the opening of the heavens as a sudden parting of the clouds, or a flash of lightning. The dove they consider as a real bird of that species, which by chance hovered over the head of Jesus. Or they assume that the lightning or some meteor was compared to a dove, from the manner of its descent. They who include a sound as part of the machinery in the scene, suppose a clap of thunder, which was imagined by those present to be a bot kol, and interpreted into the words given by the first evangelist. Others, on the contrary, understand what is said of audible words merely as an explanation of the visible sign, which was regarded as an attestation that Jesus was the Son of God. This last opinion sacrifices the synoptical writers, who undeniably speak of an audible voice to John, and thus contains a critical doubt as to the historical character of the narratives, which, consistently followed out, leads to quite other grounds than that of the naturalistic interpretation. If the sound was mere thunder, and the words only an interpretation put into it by the bystanders, then, as in the synoptical accounts, the words are evidently supposed to have been audibly articulated, we must allow that there is a traditional ingredient in these records. So far as the appearance is concerned, it is not to be denied that the sudden parting of clouds, or a flash of lightning, might be described as an opening of heaven. but in no wise could the form of a dove be ascribed to lightning or a meteor. The form is expressly the point of comparison in Luke only, but it is doubtless so intended by the other narrators, although Friedrich contends that the words like a dove in Matthew refer only to the rapid motion. The flight of the dove has nothing so peculiar and distinctive that, supposing this to be the point of comparison, there would not be in any of the parallel passages a variation, a substitution of some other bird, or an entirely new figure. As, instead of this, the mention of the dove is invariable through all the four Gospels, the simile must turn upon something exclusively proper to the dove, and this can apparently be nothing but its form. Hence, those commit the least violence on the text who adopt the supposition of a real dove. Paulus, however, in so doing, incurred the hard task of showing by a multitude of facts from natural history and other sources, that the dove might be tame enough to fly towards a man. How it could linger so long over one that it might be said, it abode on him, he has not succeeded in explaining, and he thus comes into collision with the narrative of John, by which he had sustained his supposition of the absence of a voice. End of section 50. Part 2, Chapter 2, Section 51 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 2, Baptism and Temptation of Jesus. Section 51, An attempt at a criticism and mythical interpretation of the narratives. If, then, a more intelligible representation of the scene at the baptism of Jesus is not to be given, without doing violence to the evangelical text, or without supposing it to be partially erroneous, we are necessarily driven to a critical treatment of the accounts, and indeed, according to De Wette and Schleiermacher, this is the prevalent course in relation to the above point in the evangelical history. From the narrative of John as the pure source, it is sought to derive the synoptical accounts as turbid streams. In the former, it is said, there is no opening heaven, no heavenly voice, only the descent of the Spirit is, as had been promised, a divine witness to John that Jesus is the Messiah. But in what manner the Baptist perceived that the Spirit rested on Jesus, he does not tell us, and possibly the only sign may have been the discourse of Jesus. One cannot but wonder at Schleiermacher's assertion that the manner in which the Baptist perceived the descending Spirit is not given in the fourth Gospel, when here also the expression like a dove tells it plainly enough, and this particular marks the descent as a visible one, and not a mere inference from the discourse of Jesus. Usteri, indeed, thinks that the Baptist mentioned the dove merely as a figure, to denote the gentle, mild spirit which he had observed in Jesus. But had this been all, he would rather have compared Jesus himself to a dove, as on another occasion he did to a lamb, than have suggested the idea of a sensible appearance by the picturesque description, I saw the Spirit descending from heaven like a dove. It is therefore not true in relation to the dove that first in the more remote tradition given by the synoptical writers, what was originally figurative was received in a literal sense, for in this sense it is understood by John. And if he have the correct account, the Baptist himself must have spoken of a visible dove-like appearance, as Bleek, Neander, and others acknowledge. While the alleged distinction in relation to the dove between the first three evangelists and the fourth is not to be found, With respect to the voice, the difference is so wide that it is inconceivable how the one account could be drawn from the other. For it is said that the testimony which John gave concerning Jesus, after the appearance, "This is the Son of God," from John 1:34, taken in connection with the preceding words, "He that sent me to baptize, the same said unto me," etc., became, in the process of tradition, an immediate heavenly declaration, such as we see in Matthew: "This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased." Supposing such a transformation admissible, some instigation to it must be shown. Now in Isaiah 42:1, Jehovah says of his servant, "Ebed tamach, baker nefesh raksah," words which, excepting those between the parentheses, are almost literally translated by the declaration of the heavenly voice in Matthew. We learn from Matthew 12:17 and following, that this passage was applied to Jesus as the Messiah, and in it God himself is the speaker, as in the synoptical account of the baptism. Here then is what would much more readily prompt the fiction of a heavenly voice, than the expressions of John. Since, therefore, we do not need a misapprehension of the Baptist's language to explain the story of the divine voice, and since we cannot use it for the derivation of the allusion to the dove, we must seek for the source of our narrative, not in one of the evangelical documents, but beyond the New Testament, in the domain of cotemporary ideas, founded on the Old Testament, the total neglect of which has greatly diminished the value of Schleiermacher's critique on the New Testament. To regard declarations concerning the Messiah, put by poets into the mouth of Jehovah, as real audible voices from heaven, was wholly in the spirit of the latter Judaism, which not seldom supposed such vocal communications to fall to the lot of distinguished rabbins, and of the messianic prejudices, which the early Christians both shared themselves, and were compelled, in confronting the Jews, to satisfy. In the passage quoted from Isaiah, there was a divine declaration, in which the present Messiah was pointed to, as it were, with the finger, and which was therefore specially adapted for a heavenly annunciation concerning him. How could the spirit of Christian legend be slow to imagine a scene in which these words were audibly spoken from heaven of the Messiah? But we detect a farther motive for such a representation of the case by observing that in Mark and Luke the heavenly voice addresses Jesus in the second person, and by comparing the words which, according to the Fathers, were given in the Old and Lost Gospels as those of the voice. Justin, following his Memoirs of the Apostles, thus reports them: "Thou art my Son, this day have I begotten thee." In the Gospel of the Hebrews, according to Epiphanius, this declaration was combined with that which our Gospels contain. Clement of Alexandria and Augustine seem to have read the words even in some copies of the latter, and it is at least certain that some of our present manuscripts of Luke have this addition. Here were words uttered by the heavenly voice, drawn not from Isaiah, but from Psalm 2:7, a passage considered messianic by Jewish interpreters, in Hebrews 1:5 applied to Christ, and from their being couched in the form of a direct address, containing a yet stronger inducement to conceive it as a voice sent to the Messiah from heaven. If then the words of the psalm were originally attributed to the heavenly voice, or if they were only taken in connection with the passage of Isaiah, as is probable from the use of the second person ου I in Mark and Luke, since this form is presented in the psalm and not in Isaiah, we have a sufficient indication that this text, long interpreted of the Messiah and easily regarded as an address from heaven to the Messiah on earth, was the source of our narrative of the divine voice, heard at the baptism of Jesus. To unite it with the baptism followed as a matter of course, when this was held to be a consecration of Jesus to his office. We proceed to the descent of the Spirit in the form of a dove. In this examination, we must separate the descent of the Spirit from the form of the dove, and consider the two particulars apart. That the divine Spirit was to rest in a peculiar measure on the Messiah was an expectation necessarily resulting from the notion that the messianic times were to be those of the outpouring of the Spirit upon all flesh. Joel chapter 3, verse 1 and following. And in Isaiah chapter 11, verse 1 and following, it was expressly said of the stem of Jesse that the Spirit of the Lord would rest on it in all its fullness, as the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, of might, and of the fear of the Lord. The communication of the Spirit, considered as an individual act, coincident with the baptism, had a type in the history of David, on whom, when anointed by Samuel, the Spirit of God came from that day forward. 1 Samuel chapter 16, verse 13. Further, in the Old Testament phrases concerning the imparting of the divine Spirit to men, especially in that expression of Isaiah, nuach, which best corresponds to the menain epi of John, there already lay the germ of a symbolical representation. For that Hebrew verb is applied also to the halting of armies, or, like the parallel Arabic word, even of animals. The imagination, once stimulated by such an expression, would be the more strongly impelled to complete the picture by the necessity for distinguishing the descent of the Spirit on the Messiah, in the Jewish view, from the mode in which it was imparted to the prophets. For example, Isaiah chapter 61, verse 1. In the Christian view, from its ordinary communication to the baptized. For example, Acts chapter 19, verse 1 and following. The position being once laid down that the Spirit was to descend on the Messiah, the question immediately occurred, how would it descend? This was necessarily decided according to the popular Jewish idea, which always represented the divine Spirit under some form or other. In the Old Testament, and even in the New, Acts chapter 2, verse 3, fire is the principal symbol of the Holy Spirit, but it by no means follows that other sensible objects were not similarly used. In an important passage of the Old Testament, Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, the Spirit of God is described as hovering, a word which suggests, as its sensible representation, the movement of a bird rather than of fire. Thus the expression rakaf, Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 11, is used of the hovering of a bird over its young. But the imagination could not be satisfied with the general figure of a bird. It must have a specific image, and everything led to the choice of the dove. In the East, and especially in Syria, the dove is a sacred bird, and it is so for a reason which almost necessitated its association with the Spirit moving on the face of the primitive waters. Genesis chapter 1, verse 2. The brooding dove was a symbol of the quickening warmth of nature. It thus perfectly represented the function which, in the Mosaic cosmogony, is ascribed to the Spirit of God, the calling forth of the world of life from the chaos of the first creation. Moreover, when the earth was a second time covered with water, it is a dove sent by Noah which hovers over its waters, and which, by plucking an olive leaf, and at length finally disappearing, announces the renewed possibility of living on the earth. Who then can wonder that in Jewish writings the Spirit hovering over the primeval waters is expressly compared to a dove, and that, apart from the narrative under examination, the dove is taken as a symbol of the Holy Spirit. How near to this lay the association of the hovering dove with the Messiah, on whom the dove-like Spirit was to descend, is evident, without our having recourse to the Jewish writings, which designate the Spirit hovering over the waters (Genesis 1:2), as the Spirit of the Messiah, and also connect with him its emblem, the Noachian dove. When, in this manner, the heavenly voice and the divine Spirit down hovering like a dove, gathered from the contemporary Jewish ideas, had become integral parts of the Christian legend concerning the circumstances of the baptism of Jesus, it followed, of course, that the heavens should open themselves, for the Spirit, once embodied, must have a road before it could descend through the vault of heaven. The result of the preceding inquiries, viz., that the alleged miraculous circumstances of the baptism of Jesus have merely a mythical value, might have been much more readily obtained, in the way of inference from the preceding chapter, for if, according to that, John had not acknowledged Jesus to be the Messiah, there could have been no appearances at the baptism of Jesus, demonstrative to John of his Messiahship. We have, however, established the mythical character of the baptismal phenomena, without presupposing the result of the previous chapter, and thus the two independently obtained conclusions may serve to strengthen each other. Supposing all the immediate circumstances of the baptism of Jesus unhistorical, the question occurs, whether the baptism itself be also a mere mythus. Friedrich seems not disinclined to the affirmative, for he leaves it undecided whether the first Christians knew historically, or only supposed, in conformity with their messianic expectations, that Jesus was consecrated to his messianic office by John as his forerunner. This view may be supported by the observation that in the Jewish expectation, which originated in the history of David, combined with the prophecy of Malachi, there was adequate inducement to assume such a consecration of Jesus by the Baptist, even without historical warrant, and the mention of John's baptism in relation to Jesus (Acts 1:22), in a narrative itself traditional, proves nothing to the contrary. Yet, on the other hand, it is to be considered that the baptism of Jesus by John furnishes the most natural basis for an explanation of the messianic project of Jesus. When we have two contemporaries, one of whom announces the proximity of the Messiah's kingdom, and the other subsequently assumes the character of Messiah, the conjecture arises, even without positive information, that they stood in a relation to each other, that the latter owed his idea to the former. If Jesus had a messianic idea excited in him by John, yet, as is natural, only so far that he also looked forward to the advent of the messianic individual, whom he did not, in the first instance, identify with himself, he would most likely submit himself to the baptism of John. This would probably take place without any striking occurrences, and Jesus, in no way announced by it as the Baptist's superior, might, as above remarked, continue for some time to demean himself as his disciple. If we take a comparative retrospect of our evangelical documents, the preeminence which has of late been sought for the fourth gospel appears totally unmerited. The single historical fact, the baptism of Jesus by John, is not mentioned by the fourth evangelist, who is solicitous about the mythical adjuncts alone, and these he in reality gives no more simply than synoptical writers, his omission of the opening heaven excepted, for the divine speech is not wanting in his narrative if we read it impartially. In the words, chapter 1, verse 33, He that sent me to baptize with water, the same said unto me, Upon whom thou shalt see the Spirit descending and remaining on him, the same is he which baptizeth with the Holy Ghost. We have not only substantially the same purport as that conveyed by the heavenly voice in the synoptical Gospels, but also a divine declaration. The only difference being that here John is addressed exclusively, and prior to the baptism of Jesus. This difference originated partly in the importance which the fourth evangelist attached to the relation between the Baptist and Jesus, and which required that the criteria of the messianic individual, as well as the proximity of his kingdom, should have been revealed to John at his call to baptize. And it might be partly suggested by the narrative in 1 Samuel chapter 16, according to which Samuel, being sent by Jehovah to anoint a king selected from the sons of Jesse, is thus admonished by Jehovah on the entrance of David, Arise and anoint him, for this is he. From verse 12. The descent of the Spirit, which in David's case follows his consecration, is, by the fourth evangelist, made an antecedent sign of the Messiahship of Jesus. End of section 51. Part 2, Chapter 2, Section 52 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 2, Baptism and Temptation of Jesus. Section 52. Relation of the supernatural at the baptism of Jesus to the supernatural in his conception. At the commencement of this chapter, we inquired into the subjective views of Jesus in his reception of John's baptism, or the idea which he entertained of its relation to his own character. We close this discussion with an inquiry into the objective purpose of the miracles at the baptism of Jesus, or the mode in which they were to subserve the manifestation of his Messiahship. The common answer to such an inquiry is, that Jesus was thereby inducted to his public office, and declared to be the Messiah, i.e., that nothing was conferred on him, and that simply the character which he already possessed was manifested to others. But, it may be asked, is such an abstraction intended by our narrators? A consecration to an office, effected by divine cooperation, was never considered by antiquity as a delegation of divine powers for its fulfillment. Hence, in the Old Testament, the kings, as soon as they were anointed, are filled with the Spirit of God. 1 Samuel chapter 10 verses 6 and 10, chapter 16 verse 13. And in the New Testament also, the apostles, before entering on their vocation, are furnished with supernatural gifts. Acts chapter 2. It may therefore be beforehand conjectured that, according to the original sense of the Gospels, the consecration of Jesus at his baptism was attended with a supply of higher powers, and this is confirmed by an examination of our narratives. For the synoptical writers all state that after the baptism, the Spirit led Jesus into the wilderness, obviously marking this journey as the first effect of the higher principle infused at his baptism. And in John, the words menaim ep auton, applied to the descending Spirit, seem to intimate that from the time of the baptism there was a relation not previously subsisting between the pneuma agion and Jesus. This interpretation of the marvels at the baptism of Jesus seems in contradiction with the narratives of his conception. If Jesus, as Matthew and Luke state, was conceived by the Holy Ghost, Or if, as John propounds, the divine Logos, the Word, was made flesh in him from the beginning of his earthly existence, why did he yet need, at his baptism, a special intromission of the πνεῦμα Ἅγιον? Several modern expositors have seen and sought to solve this difficulty. Olshausen's explanation consists in the distinction between the potential and the actual, but it is self-contradictory. For if the character of the Christos, which was manifested actu with the ripened manhood of Jesus at his baptism, was already present potentia in the child and youth, there must have also been an inward principle of development, by means of which his powers would gradually unfold themselves from within, instead of being first awakened by a sudden illapse of the Spirit from without. This, however, does not preclude the possibility that the divine principle existing in Jesus, as supernaturally conceived from the moment of his birth, might need, owing to the human form of its development, some impulse from without, and Liicke has more justly proceeded on this contrast between external impulse and inward development. The Logos, present in Jesus from his birth, needed, he thinks, however strong might be the inward bent, some external stimulus and vivification, in order to arrive at full activity and manifestation in the world. And that which awakens and guides the divine life-germ in the world is, on apostolic showing, the πνεῦμα Ἁγιον. Allowing this, yet the inward disposition and the requisite force of the outward stimulus stand in an inverse relation to each other, so that the stronger the outward stimulus required, the weaker is the inward disposition. But in a case where the inward disposition is consummate, as it must be supposed in Jesus, engendered by the Spirit or animated by the Logos, the exterior impulse ought to be a minimum, that is, every circumstance, even the most common, might serve as a determination of the inward tendency. But at the baptism of Jesus we see the maximum of exterior impulse, in the visible descent of the divine Spirit. And although we allow for the special nature of the messianic task, for the fulfilment of which he must be qualified, yet the maximum of inward disposition, which fitted him to be the vios Theou, cannot at the same time be supposed as existing in him from his birth. A consequence which Liicke only escapes by reducing the baptismal scene to a mere inauguration, thus, as has been already shown, contradicting the evangelical records. We must here give a similar decision to that at which we arrived concerning the genealogies, viz., that in the circle of the early Christian church, in which the narrative of the descent of the πνεῦμα of Jesus at his baptism was formed, the idea that Jesus was generated by the same πνεῦμα cannot have prevailed, and while at the present day the communication of the divine nature to Jesus is thought of as cotemporary with his conception, those Christians must have regarded his baptism as the epoch of such communication. In fact, those primitive Christians whom, in a former discussion, we found to have known nothing, or to have believed nothing, of the supernatural conception of Jesus, were also those who connected the first communication of divine powers to Jesus with his baptism in the Jordan. For no other doctrine did the orthodox fathers of the church more fiercely persecute the ancient Ebionites with their Gnostic fellow-believer Cerinthus than for this, that the Holy Spirit first united himself with Jesus at his baptism. In the Gospel of the Ebionites it was written that the πνεῦμα not only descended on Jesus in the form of a dove, but entered into him. And according to Justin, it was the general expectation of the Jews that higher powers would first be granted to the Messiah, when he should be anointed by his forerunner Elias. The development of these ideas seems to have been the following. When the messianic dignity of Jesus began to be acknowledged among the Jews, it was thought appropriate to connect his coming into possession of the requisite gifts with the epoch from which he was in some degree known, and which, from the ceremony that marked it, was also best adapted to represent that anointing with the Holy Spirit, expected by the Jews for their Messiah. And from this point of view was formed the legend of the occurrences at the baptism. But as reverence for Jesus was heightened, and men appeared in the Christian church who were acquainted with more exalted messianic ideas, this tardy manifestation of messiahship was no longer sufficient. His relation with the Holy Spirit was referred to his conception, and from this point of view was formed the tradition of the supernatural conception of Jesus. Here too, perhaps, the words of the heavenly voice, which might originally be those of Psalm 2, verse 7, were altered after Isaiah chapter 42, verse 1. For the words, "This day have I begotten thee," were consistent with the notion that Jesus was constituted the Son of God at his baptism. But they were no longer suited to that occasion when the opinion had arisen that the origin of his life was an immediate divine act. By this latter representation, however, the earlier one was by no means supplanted, but, on the contrary, tradition and her recorders being large-hearted, both narratives, that of the miracles at the baptism and that of the supernatural conception, or the indwelling of the Logos in Jesus from the commencement of his life, although strictly they exclude each other, went forth peaceably side by side, and were so depicted by our evangelists, not excepting even the fourth. Just as in the case of the genealogies, the narrative of the imparting of the Spirit at the baptism could not arise after the formation of the idea that Jesus was engendered by the Spirit, but it might be retained as a supplement, because tradition is ever unwilling to renounce any of its acquired treasures. End of section 52. Part 2, Chapter 2, Section 53 of the Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 2, Baptism and Temptation of Jesus. Section 53, Place and Time of the Temptation of Jesus. Divergencies of the Evangelists on this subject. The transition from the baptism to the temptation of Jesus, as it is made by the synoptical writers, is attended with difficulty in relation both to place and time. With respect to the former, it strikes us at once that according to all the synoptical gospels, Jesus, after his baptism, was led into the wilderness to be tempted, implying that he was not previously in the wilderness, although, according to Matthew chapter 3, verse 1, John, by whom he was baptized, exercised his ministry there. This apparent contradiction has been exposed by the most recent critic of Matthew's gospel, for the sake of proving the statement that John baptized in the wilderness to be erroneous. But they who cannot resolve to reject this statement on grounds previously laid down, may here avail themselves of the supposition that John delivered his preliminary discourses in the wilderness of Judea, but resorted to the Jordan for the purpose of baptizing. Or, if the banks of the Jordan be reckoned part of that wilderness, of the presumption that the evangelists can only have intended that the Spirit led Jesus farther into the recesses of the wilderness, but have neglected to state this with precision, because their description of the scene at the baptism had obliterated from their imagination their former designation of the locality of John's agency. But there is, besides, a chronological difficulty, namely, that while, according to the synoptical writers, Jesus, in the plenitude of the Spirit, just communicated to him at the Jordan, betakes himself, in consequence of that communication, for 40 days to the wilderness, where the temptation occurs, and then returns into Galilee. John, on the contrary, is silent concerning the temptation, and appears to suppose an interval of a few days only between the baptism of Jesus and his journey into Galilee, thus allowing no space for a 6 weeks' residence in the wilderness. The fourth evangelist commences his narrative with the testimony which the Baptist delivers to the emissaries of the Sanhedrim, chapter 1, verse 19. The next day he makes the Baptist recite the incident which in the synoptical Gospels is followed by the baptism, verse 29. And again, the next day he causes 2 of his disciples to follow Jesus, verse 35. Farther, the next day, verse 44, as Jesus is on the point of journeying into Galilee, Philip and Nathanael join him, and lastly, on the 3rd day, chapter 2, verse 1, Jesus is at the wedding in Cana of Galilee. The most natural inference is that the baptism took place immediately before John's narrative of its attendant occurrences, and as, according to the synoptical Gospels, the temptation followed close on the baptism, both these events must be inserted between verse 28 and 29, as Euthymius supposed. But between that which is narrated down to verse 28 and the sequel from verse 29 inclusive, there is only the interval of a morrow, while the temptation requires a period of 40 days. Hence, expositors have thought it necessary to give επαύριον the wider sense of ύστερον, afterwards. This, however, is inadmissible, because the expression the 3rd day follows in connection with επαύριον, and restricts its meaning to the morrow. We might, therefore, be inclined, with Quinol, to separate the baptism and the temptation, to place the baptism after verse 28, and to regard the next day's interview between Jesus and John, verse 29, as a parting visit from the former to the latter, inserting after this the journey into the wilderness and the temptation. But without insisting that the first 3 evangelists seem not to allow even of a day's interval between the baptism and the departure of Jesus into the wilderness, yet even later we have the same difficulty in finding space for the 40 days. For it is no more possible to place the residence in the wilderness between the supposed parting visit and the direction of the 2 disciples to Jesus, that is, between verses 34 and 35, as Quinol attempts, than between verses 28 and 29, since the former as well as the latter passages are connected by on the morrow. Hence we must descend to verses 43 and 44. But here also there is only the interval of a morrow, and even chapter 2, verse 1, we are shut out by an 3rd day, so that, proceeding in this way, the temptation would at last be carried to the residence of Jesus in Galilee, in direct opposition to the statement of the synoptical writers, while, in further contradiction to them, the temptation is placed at a farther and farther distance from the baptism. Thus, neither at verse 29 nor below it can the 40 days' residence of Jesus in the wilderness with the temptation be intercalated, and it must, therefore, be referred, according to the plan of Luca and others, to the period before verse 19, which seems to allow of as large an interpolation as can be desired, inasmuch as the 4th evangelist there commences his history. Now it is true that what follows from verse 19 to verse 28 is not of a kind absolutely to exclude the baptism and temptation of Jesus as earlier occurrences, but from verses 29 through 34, the evangelist is far from making the Baptist speak as if there had been an interval of 6 weeks between the baptism and his narrative of its circumstances. That the fourth evangelist should have omitted, by chance merely, the history of the temptation, important as it was in the view of the other evangelists, seems improbable. It is rather to be concluded, either that it was dogmatically offensive to him, so that he omitted it designedly, or that it was not current in the circle of tradition from which he drew his materials. The period of 40 days is assigned by all three of the synoptical writers for the residence of Jesus in the wilderness. But to this agreement is annexed the not inconsiderable discrepancy that, according to Matthew, the temptation by the devil commences after the lapse of the 40 days, while, according to the others, it appears to have been going forward during this time. For the words of Mark, chapter 1, verse 13, he was in the wilderness 40 days tempted of Satan, and the similar ones of Luke chapter 4, verse 2, can have no other meaning. Added to this, there is a difference between the two latter evangelists, Mark only placing the temptation generally within the duration of 40 days, without naming the particular acts of the tempter, which, according to Matthew, were subsequent to the 40 days, while Luke mentions both the prolonged temptation of the 40 days and the 3 special temptations which followed. It has been thought possible to make the 3 accounts tally by supposing that the devil tempted Jesus during the 40 days, as Mark states, that after the lapse of that time he approached him with the 3 temptations given by Matthew, and that Luke's narrative includes the whole. Further, the temptations have been distinguished into 2 kinds, that which is only generally mentioned, as continued through the 40 days, being considered invisible like the ordinary attempts of Satan against men, and the 3 particularized temptations being regarded as personal and visible assaults, resorted to on the failure of the first. But this distinction is evidently built on the error. Moreover, it is inconceivable why Luke should not specify one of the temptations of the 40 days, and should only mention the 3 subsequent ones detailed by Matthew. We might conjecture that the 3 temptations narrated by Luke did not occur after the 6 weeks, but were given by way of specimen from among the many that took place during that time, and that Matthew misunderstood them to be a sequel to the 40 days' temptation. But the challenge to make stones bread must in any case be placed at the end of that period, for it appealed to the hunger of Jesus, arising from a 40 days' fast, a cause omitted by Mark alone. Now in Luke also, this is the first temptation, and if this occurred at the close of the 40 days, the others could not have been earlier. For it is not to be admitted that the separate temptations being united in Luke merely by Kai, and not by tote and palin, as in Matthew, we are not bound to preserve the order of them, and that without violating the intention of the third evangelist, we may place the second and third temptation before the first. Thus, Luke is convicted of a want of historical tact. For after representing Jesus as tempted by the devil 40 days, he has no details to give concerning this long period, but narrates later temptations. Hence, we are not inclined, with the most recent critic of Matthew's Gospel, to regard Luke's as the original, and Matthew's as the traditional and adulterated narrative. Rather, as in Mark, the temptation is noticed without farther details than that it lasted 40 days, and in Matthew the particular cases of temptation are narrated, the hunger which induced the first rendering it necessary to place them after the 40 days. Luke has evidently the secondary statement, for he unites the two previous ones in a manner scarcely tolerable, giving the 40 days process of temptation, and then superfluously bringing forward particular instances as additional facts. It is not on this account to be concluded that Luke wrote after Mark, and in dependence on him. But supposing, on the contrary, that Mark here borrowed from Luke, he extracted only the first and general part of the latter evangelist's narrative, having ready, in lieu of the farther detail of single temptations, an addition peculiar to himself, namely, that Jesus, during his residence in the wilderness, was with the wild beasts. What was Mark's object in introducing the wild beasts, it is difficult to say. The majority of expositors are of opinion that he intended to complete the terrible picture of the wilderness. But to this it is not without reason objected, that the clause would then have been in closer connection with the words, he was in the wilderness, instead of being placed after tempted. Usteri has hazarded the conjecture that this particularity may be designed to mark Christ as the antitype of Adam, who in paradise also stood in a peculiar relation to the animals, and Olshausen has eagerly laid hold on this mythical notion, but it is an interpretation which finds little support in the context. Schleiermacher, in pronouncing this feature of Mark's narrative extravagant, doubtless means that this evangelist here, as in other instances of exaggeration, borders on the style of the apocryphal Gospels, for whose capricious fictions we are not seldom unable to suggest a cause or an object, and thus we must rest contented, for the present, to penetrate no farther into the sense of his statement. With respect to the difference between Matthew and Luke, in the arrangement of the several temptations, we must equally abide by Schleiermacher's criticism and verdict, namely, that Matthew's order seems to be the original, because it is founded on the relative importance of the temptations, which is the main consideration. The invitation to worship Satan, which is the strongest temptation, being made the final one, whereas the arrangement of Luke looks like a later and not very happy transposition, proceeding from the consideration, alien to the original spirit of the narrative, that Jesus could more readily go with the devil from the wilderness to the adjacent mountain, and from thence to Jerusalem, than out of the wilderness to the city, and from thence back again to the mountain. While the first two evangelists close their narrative of the temptation with the ministering of angels to Jesus, Luke has a conclusion peculiar to himself, namely, that the devil left Jesus for a season, from verse 13, apparently intimating that the sufferings of Jesus were a farther assault of the devil, an idea not resumed by Luke, but alluded to in John chapter 14, verse 30. End of section 53. Part 2, Chapter 2, Section 54 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 2, Baptism and Temptation of Jesus. Section 54, The History of the Temptation conceived in the sense of the Evangelists. Few evangelical passages have undergone a more industrious criticism, or more completely run through the circle of all possible interpretations, than the history in question. For the personal appearance of the devil, which it seems to contain, was a thorn which would not allow commentators to repose on the most obvious interpretation, but incessantly urged them to new efforts. The series of explanations hence resulting led to critical comparisons, among which those of Schmidt, Friedrich, and Usteri seem to have carried the inquiry to its utmost limits. The first interpretation that suggests itself on an unprejudiced consideration of the text is this: that Jesus was led by the divine Spirit received at his baptism into the wilderness, there to undergo a temptation by the devil, who accordingly appeared to him visibly and personally, and in various ways and at various places, to which he was the conductor, prosecuted his purpose of temptation. But, meeting with a victorious resistance, he withdrew from Jesus, and angels appeared to minister to him. Such is the simple exegesis of the narrative, but viewed as a history, it is encumbered with difficulties. To take the portions of the narrative in their proper order: if the divine Spirit led Jesus into the wilderness with the design of exposing him to temptation, as Matthew expressly says, an ichthi eisten herimon hupo tu pneumatos, pyrastheni, chapter 4, verse 1, of what use was this temptation? That it had a vicarious and redeeming value will hardly be maintained, or that it was necessary for God to put Jesus to a trial. Neither can it be consistently shown that by this temptation Jesus was to be made like us, and according to Hebrews chapter 4, verse 15, tempted in all things like as we are, for the fullest measure of trial fell to his share in afterlife, and a temptation, effected by the devil in person, would rather make him unlike us, who are spared such appearances. The 40 days' fast, too, is singular. One does not understand how Jesus could hunger after 6 weeks of abstinence from all food without having hungered long before, since in ordinary cases the human frame cannot sustain a week's deprivation of nourishment. It is true, expositors console themselves by calling the 40 days a round number, and by supposing that the expression of Matthew, nis teusas, and even that of Luke, ουκ έφεγεν ουδέν, are not to be taken strictly, and do not denote abstinence from all food, but only from that which is customary, so that the use of roots and herbs is not excluded. On no supposition, however, can so much be subtracted from the 40 days as to leave only the duration of a conceivable fast, and that nothing short of an entire abstinence from all nourishment was intended by the evangelists, Friedrich has clearly shown, by pointing out the parallel between the fast of Jesus and that of Moses and Elias, the former of whom is said to have eaten no bread and drunk no water for 40 days. Exodus chapter 34, verse 28, Deuteronomy chapter 9, verses 9 and 18. And the latter to have gone for the same period in the strength of a meal taken before his journey. 1 Kings chapter 19, verse 8. But such a fast wants the credentials of utility as well as of possibility. From the context, it appears that the fast of Jesus was prompted by the same spirit which occasioned his journey to the wilderness, and which now moved him to a holy self-discipline, whereby men of God, under the old dispensation, purified themselves, and became worthy of divine visions. But it could not be hidden from that spirit, that Satan, in attacking Jesus, would avail himself of this very fast, and make the hunger thence arising an accomplice in his temptation. And was not the fast, in this case, a kind of challenge to Satan, an act of presumption, ill-becoming even the best warranted self-confidence? But the personal appearance of the devil is the great stumbling block in the present narrative. If, it is said, there be a personal devil, he cannot take a visible form, and if that were possible, he would hardly demean himself as he is represented to have done in the Gospels. It is with the existence of the devil as with that of angels. Even the believers in a revelation are perplexed by it, because the idea did not spring up among the recipients of revelation, but was transplanted by them during exile from a profane soil. Moreover, to those who have not quite shut out the lights of the present age, the existence of a devil is become in the highest degree doubtful. On this subject, as well as on that of angels, Schleiermacher may serve as an interpreter of modern opinion. He shows that the idea of a being such as the devil is an assemblage of contradictions, that as the idea of angels originated in a limited observance of nature, so that of the devil originated in a limited observation of self, and as our knowledge of human nature progresses, must recede farther into the background, and the appeal to the devil be henceforth regarded as the resource of ignorance and sloth. Even admitting the existence of a devil, a visible and personal appearance on his part, such as is here supposed, has its peculiar difficulties. Olshausen himself observes that there is no parallel to it either in the Old or New Testament. Farther, if the devil, that he might have some hope of deceiving Jesus, abandoned his own form and took that of a man or of a good angel, it may be reasonably asked whether the passage, 2 Corinthians 11:14, Satan is transformed into an angel of light, be intended literally, and if so, whether this fantastic conception can be substantially true. As to the temptations, it was early asked by Julian how the devil could hope to deceive Jesus, knowing, as he must, his higher nature. And Theodore's answer that the divinity of Jesus was then unknown to the devil is contradicted by the observation that had he not then beheld a higher nature in Jesus, he would scarcely have taken the trouble to appear specially to him in person. In relation to the particular temptations, an assent cannot be withheld from the canon, that, to be credible, the narrative must ascribe nothing to the devil inconsistent with his established cunning. Now, the first temptation, appealing to hunger, we grant, is not ill-conceived. If this were ineffectual, the devil, as an artful tactician, should have had a yet more alluring temptation at hand. But instead of this, we find him, in Matthew, proposing to Jesus the neck-breaking feat of casting himself down from the pinnacle of the temple, a far less inviting experiment than the metamorphosis of the stones. This proposition finding no acceptance, there follows, as a crowning effort, a suggestion which, whatever might be the bribe, every true Israelite would instantly reject with abhorrence, to fall down and worship the devil. So indiscreet a choice and arrangement of temptations has thrown most modern commentators into perplexity. As the three temptations took place in three different and distant places, the question occurs, how did Jesus pass with the devil from one to the other? Even the orthodox hold that this change of place was effected quite naturally, for they suppose that Jesus set out on a journey and that the devil followed him. But the expressions, the devil takes him, sets him in Matthew, taking, brought, set in Luke, obviously imply that the transportation was effected by the devil, and moreover, the particular given in Luke, that the devil showed Jesus all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time, points to something magical, so that without doubt the evangelists intended to convey the idea of magical transportations, as in Acts chapter 8, verse 29, a power of carrying away is attributed to the Spirit of the Lord. But it was early found irreconcilable with the dignity of Jesus that the devil should thus exercise a magical power over him, and carry him about in the air, an idea which seemed extravagant even to those who tolerated the personal appearance of the devil. The incredibility is augmented when we consider the sensation which the appearance of Jesus on the roof of the temple must have excited, even supposing it to be the roof of Solomon's porch only, in which case the gilded spears on the Holy of Holies and the prohibition to laymen to tread its roof would not be an obstacle. The well-known question suggested by the last temptation, as to the situation of the mountain from whose summit may be seen all the kingdoms of the world, has been met by the information that Cosmos here means no more than Palestine, and Basileus its several kingdoms and tetrarchies. But this is a scarcely less ludicrous explanation than the one that the devil showed Jesus all the kingdoms of the world on a map. No answer remains but that such a mountain existed only in the ancient idea of the earth as a plane, and in the popular imagination, which can easily stretch a mountain up to heaven, and sharpen an eye to penetrate infinity. Lastly, the incident with which our narrative closes, namely, that angels came and ministered to Jesus, is not without difficulty, apart from the above-mentioned doubts as to the existence of such beings. For the expression diakonun can signify no other kind of ministering than that of presenting food, and this is proved not only by the context, according to which Jesus had need of such tendance, but by a comparison of the circumstances with 1 Kings chapter 19, verse 5, where an angel brings food to Elijah. But of the only two possible suppositions, both are equally incongruous. That ethereal beings like angels should convey earthly material food, or that the human body of Jesus should be nourished with heavenly substances, if any such exist. End of section 54. Part 2, Chapter 2, Section 55 of the Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 2, Baptism and Temptation of Jesus. Section 55, the temptation considered as a natural occurrence, either internal or external, and also as a parable. The impossibility of conceiving the sudden removals of Jesus to the temple and the mountain led some even of the ancient commentators to the opinion that at least the locality of the second and third temptations was not present to Jesus corporeally and externally, but merely in a vision, while some modern ones, to whom the personal appearance of the devil was especially offensive, have supposed that the whole transaction with him passed from beginning to end within the recesses of the soul of Jesus. Herewith they have regarded the 40 days' fast either as a mere internal representation, which however is a most inadmissible perversion of the plainly historic text, nis tiusas him eras tesar akonta osteron ep ein ase, Matthew chapter 4, verse 2, or as a real fact, in which case the formidable difficulties mentioned in the preceding section remain valid. The internal representation of the temptations is by some made to accompany a state of ecstatic vision, for which they retain a supernatural cause, deriving it either from God or from the kingdom of darkness. Others ascribe to the vision more of the nature of a dream, and accordingly seek a natural cause for it, in the reflections with which Jesus was occupied during his waking moments. According to this theory, Jesus, in the solemn mood which the baptismal scene was calculated to produce, reviews his messianic plan, and together with the true means for its execution, he recalls their possible abuses, an excessive use of miracles, and a love of domination, by which man, in the Jewish mode of thinking, became, instead of an instrument of God, a promoter of the plans of the devil. While surrendering himself to such meditations, his finely organized body is overcome by their exciting influence. He sinks for some time into deep exhaustion, and then into a dreamlike state, in which his mind unconsciously embodies his previous thoughts in speaking and acting forms. To support this transference of the whole scene to the inward nature of Jesus, commentators think that they can produce some features of the evangelical narrative itself. The expression of Matthew, chapter 4, verse 1, «αν ήγδε eis tin heremon hupo tu pneumatos», and still more that of Luke, chapter 4, verse 1, «ήγετο εν to pneumati», correspond fully to the forms «eg en omin en pneumati», Revelation chapter 1, verse 10, «ep ineg ke me eis hereinon em pneumati», chapter 17, verse 3, and to similar ones in Ezekiel. And as in these passages, inward intuition is alone referred to, neither in the evangelical ones, it is said, can any external occurrence be intended. But it has been with reason objected that the above forms may be adapted either to a real external abduction by the divine Spirit, as in Acts chapter 8, verse 39, 2 Kings chapter 2, verse 16, or to one merely internal and visionary, as in the quotation from the Apocalypse, so that between these two possible significations the context must decide that in works replete with visions, as are the Apocalypse and Ezekiel, the context indeed pronounces in favor of a merely spiritual occurrence, but in an historical work, such as our Gospels, of an external one. Dreams, and especially visions, are always expressly announced as such in the historical books of the New Testament. Supposing, therefore, that the temptation was a vision, it should have been introduced by the words eiden en horam ati, en ekstasi, as in Acts chapter 9, verse 12, chapter 10, verse 10, or ephani autokat onar, as in Matthew chapter 1, verse 20, chapter 2, verse 13. Besides, if a dream had been narrated, the transition to a continuation of the real history must have been marked by being awakened, as in Matthew chapter 1, verse 24, chapter 2, verses 14 and 21, whereby, as Paulus truly says, much labor would have been spared to expositors. It is further alleged against the above explanations that Jesus does not seem to have been at any other time subject to ecstasies, and that he nowhere else attaches importance to a dream or even recapitulates one. To what end God should have excited such a vision in Jesus, it is difficult to conceive, or how the devil should have had power and permission to produce it, especially in Christ. The orthodox, too, should not forget that, admitting the temptation to be a dream, resulting from the thoughts of Jesus, the false messianic ideas which were a part of those thoughts are supposed to have had a strong influence on his mind. If, then, the history of the temptation is not to be understood as confined to the soul of Jesus, and if we have before shown that it cannot be regarded as supernatural, nothing seems to remain but to view it as a real yet thoroughly natural event, and to reduce the tempter to a mere man. After John had drawn attention to Jesus as the Messiah, thinks the author of the Natural History of the Prophet of Nazareth, the ruling party in Jerusalem commissioned an artful Pharisee to put Jesus to the test, and to ascertain whether he really possessed miraculous powers, or whether he might not be drawn into the interest of the priesthood, and be induced to give his countenance to an enterprise against the Romans. This conception of the diabolos is in dignified consistency with that of the aggeloi who appeared after his departure to refresh Jesus as an approaching caravan with provisions, or as soft reviving breezes. But this view, as Usteri says, has so long completed its phases in the theological world that to refute it would be to waste words. If the foregoing discussions have proved that the temptation, as narrated by the synoptical evangelists, cannot be conceived as an external or internal, a supernatural or natural occurrence, the conclusion is inevitable, that it cannot have taken place in the manner represented. The least invidious expedient is to suppose that the sources of our histories of the temptation was some real event in the life of Jesus, so narrated by him to his disciples as to convey no accurate impression of the fact. Tempting thoughts, which intruded themselves into his soul during his residence in the wilderness, or at various seasons and under various circumstances, but which were immediately quelled by the unimpaired force of his will, were, according to the Oriental mode of thought and expression, represented by him as a temptation of the devil, and this figurative narrative was understood literally. The most prominent objection to this view, that it compromises the impeccability of Jesus, being founded on a dogma, has no existence for the critic. We can, however, gather from the tenor of the evangelical history that the practical sense of Jesus was thoroughly clear and just. But this becomes questionable if he could ever feel an inclination corresponding to the second temptation in Matthew, or even if he merely chose such a form for communicating a more reasonable temptation to his disciples. Further, in such a narrative, Jesus would have presented a confused mixture of fiction and truth out of his life, not to be expected from an ingenious teacher, as he otherwise appears to be, especially if it be supposed that the tempting thoughts did not really occur to him after his 40 days' sojourn in the wilderness, and that this particular is only a portion of the fictitious investiture, while if it be assumed, on the contrary, that the date is historical, there remains the 40 days' fast, one of the most insurmountable difficulties of the narrative. If Jesus wished simply to describe a mental exercise in the manner of the Jews, who, tracing the effect to the cause, ascribed evil thoughts to diabolical agency, nothing more was requisite than to say that Satan suggested such and such thoughts to his mind, and it is quite superfluous to depict a personal devil and a journey with him, unless, together with the purpose of narration, or in its stead, there existed a poetical and didactic intention. Such an intention, indeed, is attributed to Jesus by those who hold that the history of the temptation was narrated by him as a parable, but understood literally by his disciples. This opinion was not encumbered with the difficulty of making some real inward experience of Jesus the basis of the history. It does not suppose that Jesus himself underwent such temptations, but only that he sought to secure his disciples from them, by impressing on them, as a compendium of messianic and apostolic wisdom, the 3 following maxims. First, to perform no miracle for their own advantage, even in the greatest exigency. Secondly, never to venture on a chimerical undertaking in the hope of extraordinary divine aid. Thirdly, never to enter into fellowship with the wicked, however strong the enticement. It was long ago observed, in opposition to this interpretation, that the narrative is not easily recognized as a parable, and that its moral is hard to discern. With respect to the latter objection, it is true that the second temptation would be an ill-chosen image, but the former remark is the more important one. To prove that this narrative has not the characteristics of a parable, The following definition has been recently given. A parable, being essentially historical in its form, is only distinguishable from real history when its agents are of an obviously fictitious character. This is the case where the subjects are mere generalizations, as in the parables of the sower, the king, and others of the like kind; or when they are indeed individualized, but so as to be at once recognized as unhistorical persons, as mere supports for the drapery of fiction, of which even Lazarus, in the parable of the rich man, is an example, though distinguished by a name. In neither species of parable is it admissible to introduce as a subject a person corporeally present, and necessarily determinate and historical. Thus Jesus could not make Peter or any other of his disciples the subject of a parable, still less himself, for the reciter of a parable is preeminently present to his auditors, and hence he cannot have delivered the history of the temptation, of which he is the subject, to his disciples as a parable. To assume that the history had originally another subject, for whom oral tradition substituted Jesus, is inadmissible, because the narrative, even as a parable, has no definite significance unless the Messiah be its subject. If such a parable concerning himself or any other person could not have been delivered by Jesus, yet it is possible that it was made by some other individual concerning Jesus, and this is the view taken by Thiele, who has recently explained the history of the temptation as a parabolic admonition, directed by some partisan of Jesus against the main features of the worldly messianic hope, with the purpose of establishing the spiritual and moral view of the new economy. Here is the transition to the mythical point of view, which the above theologian shuns, partly because the narrative is not sufficiently picturesque, though it is so in a high degree, partly because it is too pure, though he thus imputes false ideas to the primitive Christians, and partly because the formation of the mythus was too near the time of Jesus, an objection which must be equally valid against the early misconstruction of the parable. If it can be shown, on the contrary, that the narrative in question is formed less out of instructive thoughts and their poetical clothing, as is the case with a parable, than out of Old Testament passages and types, we shall not hesitate to designate it a mythus. End of section 55. Part 2, Chapter 2, Section 56 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 2, Baptism and Temptation of Jesus. Section 56, The History of the Temptation as a Mythus. Satan, the evil being and enemy of mankind, borrowed from the Persian religion, was by the Jews, whose exclusiveness limited all that was good and truly human to the Israelitish people, viewed as the special adversary of their nation, and hence as the lord of the heathen states, with whom they were in hostility. The interests of the Jewish people being centered in the Messiah, it followed that Satan was emphatically his adversary, and thus throughout the New Testament we find the idea of Jesus as the Messiah associated with that of Satan as the enemy of his person and cause. Christ, having appeared to destroy the works of the devil, 1 John 3:8, the latter seizes every opportunity of sowing tares among the good seed, Matthew 13:39, and not only aims, though unsuccessfully, at obtaining the mastery over Jesus himself, John 14:30, but continually assails the faithful, Ephesians 6:11, 1 Peter 5, verse 8. As these attacks of the devil on the pious are nothing else than attempts to get them into his power, that is, to entice them to sin, and as this can only be done by the indirect suggestion or immediate insinuation of evil seductive thoughts, Satan had the appellation of the tempter. In the prologue to the book of Job, he seeks to seduce the pious man from God by the instrumentality of a succession of plagues and misfortunes, while the ensnaring counsel which the serpent gave to the woman was early considered an immediate diabolical suggestion. Wisdom 2 verse 24, John 8 verse 44, Revelation 12 verse 9. In the more ancient Hebrew theology, the idea was current that temptation was an act of God himself, who thus put his favorites, as Abraham, Genesis 22 verse 1, and the people of Israel, Exodus 16 verse 4 and elsewhere, to the test, or in just anger, even instigated men to pernicious deeds. But as soon as the idea of Satan was formed, the office of temptation was transferred to him and withdrawn from God, with whose absolute goodness it began to be viewed as incompatible. James 1 verse 13. Hence it is Satan who, by his importunity, obtains the divine permission to put Job to the severest trial through suffering. Hence David's culpable project of numbering the people, which in the second book of Samuel was traced to the anger of God, as in the later Chronicles, 1 Chronicles 22 verse 1, put directly into the account of the devil, and even the well-meant temptation with which, according to Genesis, God visited Abraham in requiring from him the sacrifice of his son, was, in the opinion of the later Jews, undertaken by God at the instigation of Satan. Nor was this enough. Scenes were imagined in which the devil personally encountered Abraham on his way to the place of sacrifice, and in which he tempted the people of Israel during the absence of Moses. If the most eminent men of piety in Hebrew antiquity were thus tempted, in the earlier view, by God, in the later one, by Satan, what was more natural than to suppose that the Messiah, the head of all the righteous, the representative and champion of God's people, would be the primary object of the assaults of Satan? And we find this actually recorded as a rabbinical opinion, in the material mode of representation of the later Judaism, under the form of a bodily appearance and a personal dialogue. If a place were demanded where Satan might probably undertake such a temptation of the Messiah, the wilderness would present itself from more than one quarter. Not only had it been from Azazel, Leviticus 16 verses 8 through 10, and Asmodeus, Tobit 8 verse 3, to the demons ejected by Jesus, Matthew 12 verse 43, the fearful dwelling place of the infernal powers, it was also the scene of temptation for the people of Israel, that filius Dei collectivus. Added to this, it was the habit of Jesus to retire to solitary places for still meditation and prayer. Matthew 14 verse 13, Mark 1 verse 35, Luke 6 verse 12, John 6 verse 15. To which, after his consecration to the messianic office, he would feel more than usually disposed. It is hence possible that, as some theologians have supposed, a residence of Jesus in the wilderness after his baptism, though not one of precisely 40 days' duration, served as the historical foundation of our narrative. But, even without this connecting thread, both the already noticed choice of place and that of time are to be explained by the consideration that it seemed consonant with the destiny of the Messiah that, like a second Hercules, he should undergo such a trial in his entrance into mature age and the messianic office. But what had the Messiah to do in the wilderness? That the Messiah, the second Savior, should, like his typical predecessor Moses on Mount Sinai, submit himself to the holy discipline of fasting, was an idea the more inviting because it furnished a suitable introduction to the first temptation which presupposed extreme hunger. The type of Moses and that of Elias, 1 Kings chapter 19, verse 8, determined also the duration of this fast in the wilderness, for they too had fasted 40 days. Moreover, the number 40 was held sacred in Hebrew antiquity. Above all, the 40 days of the temptation of Jesus seem, as Olshausen justly observes, a miniature image of the 40 years' trial in the wilderness, endured by the Israelitish people as a penal emblem of the 40 days spent by the spies in the land of Canaan. Numbers chapter 14, verse 34. For that in the temptations of Jesus there was a special reference to the temptation of Israel in the wilderness, is shown by the circumstance that all the passages cited by Jesus in opposition to Satan are drawn from the recapitulatory description of the journeyings of the Israelites in Deuteronomy chapter 6 and chapter 8. The Apostle Paul, too, 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 6, enumerates a series of particulars from the behavior of the Israelites in the wilderness, with the consequent judgments of God, and warns Christians against similar conduct, pronouncing, verses 6 and 11, the punishments inflicted on the ancients to be types for the admonition of the living, his contemporaries, on which the ends of the world were come. Wherefore, he adds, let him that thinketh he standeth take heed lest he fall. It is not probable that this was merely the private opinion of the apostle. It seems rather to have been a current notion that the hard trials of the people led by Moses, as well as of Moses individually, were types of those which awaited the followers of the Messiah in the catastrophe which he was to usher in, and still more emphatically the Messiah himself, who here appears as the antitype of the people, gloriously overcoming all the temptations under which they had fallen. The Israelites were principally tempted by hunger during their wanderings in the wilderness. Hence, the first temptation of the Messiah was determined beforehand. The rabbins, too, among the various temptations of Abraham which they recount, generally reckon hunger. That Satan, when prompting Jesus to seek relief from his hunger by an exertion of his own will, instead of awaiting it in faith from God, should make use of the terms given in our evangelists, cannot be matter of surprise if we consider not only that the wilderness was stony, but that to produce a thing from stones was a proverbial expression, denoting the supply of an object altogether wanting. Matthew chapter 3, verse 9, Luke chapter 19, verse 40. And that stone and bread formed a common contrast. Matthew chapter 7, verse 9. The reply of Jesus to this suggestion is in the same train of ideas on which the entire first act of temptation is constructed, for he quotes the lessons which, according to Deuteronomy chapter 8, verse 3, the people of Israel tardily learned from the temptation of hunger, a temptation, however, under which they were not resigned, but were provoked to murmur, namely, that man shall not live by bread alone, etc. But one temptation would not suffice. Of Abraham the rabbins enumerated 10, but this number was too large for a dramatic narrative like that in the Gospels, and among lower numbers the sacred 3 must have the preference. Thrice, during his spiritual contest in Gethsemane, Jesus severed himself from his disciples. Matthew chapter 26. Thrice, Peter denied his Lord, and thrice Jesus subsequently questioned his love. John chapter 21. In that rabbinical passage which represents Abraham as tempted by the devil in person, the patriarch parries 3 thrusts from him, in which particular, as well as in the manner in which Old Testament texts are bandied by the parties, the scene is allied to the evangelical one. The second temptation in Matthew was not determined by its relation to the preceding. Hence its presentation seems abrupt, and the choice fortuitous or capricious. This may be true with respect to its form, but its substantial meaning is in close connection with the foregoing temptation, since it also has reference to the conduct of the Jewish people in the wilderness. To them the warning was given in Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 16, to tempt God no more as they had tempted him at Massah, a warning which was reiterated, 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 9, to the members of the new covenant, though more in allusion to Numbers chapter 21, verse 4. To this crying sin, therefore, under which the ancient people of God had fallen, must the Messiah be incited, that by resisting the incitement he might compensate, as it were, for the transgression of the people. Now the conduct which was condemned in them as a tempting of the Lord was occasioned by a dearth of water, and consisted in their murmurs at this deprivation. This, to later tradition, did not seem fully to correspond to the terms. Something more suitable was sought for, and from this point of view there could hardly be a more eligible choice than the one we actually find in our history of the temptation. For nothing can be more properly called a tempting of God than so audacious an appeal to his extraordinary succour as that suggested by Satan in his second temptation. The reason why a leap from the pinnacle of the temple was named as an example of such presumption is put into the mouth of Satan himself. It occurred to the originator of this feature in the narrative that the passage Psalm 91, verse 11, was capable of perversion into a motive for a rash act. It is there promised to one dwelling under the protection of Jehovah, a designation under which the Messiah was preeminently understood, that angels should bear him up in their hands, lest at any time he should dash his foot against a stone. Bearing up in their hands to prevent a fall seemed to imply a precipitation from some eminence, and this might induce the idea that the divinely protected Messiah might hurl himself from a height with impunity. But from what height? There could be no hesitation on this point. To the pious man, and therefore to the head of all the pious, is appropriated, according to Psalm 15, verse 1, Psalm 24, verse 3, the distinction of going up to Jehovah's holy hill, and standing within his holy place. Hence the pinnacle of the temple, in the presumptuous mode of inference supposed, might be regarded as the height whence the Messiah could precipitate himself unhurt. The third temptation which Jesus underwent, to worship the devil, is not apparent among the temptations of God's ancient people. But one of the most fatal seductions by which the Israelites were led astray in the wilderness was that of idolatry, and the Apostle Paul adduces it as admonitory to Christians. Not only is this sin derived immediately from the devil in a passage above quoted, but in the latter Jewish idea, idolatry was identical with the worship of the devil. Baruch chapter 4, verse 7, 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 20. How, then, could the worship of the devil be suggested to the Messiah in the form of a temptation? The notion of the Messiah as he who, being the king of the Jewish people, was destined to be Lord of all other nations, and that of Satan as the ruler of the heathen world to be conquered by the Messiah, were here combined. that dominion over the world which, in the Christianized imagination of the period, the Messiah was to obtain by a long and painful struggle, was offered him in an easy bargain if he could only pay Satan the tribute of worship. This temptation Jesus meets with the maxim inculcated on the Israelites, Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 13, that God alone is to be worshipped, and thus gives the enemy a final dismissal. Matthew and Mark crown their history of the temptation with the appearance of angels to Jesus, and their refreshing him with nourishment after his long fast and the fatigues of temptation. This incident was prefigured by a similar ministration to Elijah after his 40 days' fast, and was brought nearer to the imagination by the circumstance that the manna which appeased the hunger of the people in the wilderness was named angels' food. Psalm 78, verse 25 from the Septuagint, and Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 16, verse 20. End of section 56. Part 2, Chapter 3, Section 57 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 3, Locality and Chronology of the Public Life of Jesus. Section 57, Difference between the Synoptical Writers and John as to the customary scene of the ministry of Jesus. According to the Synoptical Writers, Jesus, born indeed at Bethlehem in Judea, but brought up at Nazareth in Galilee, only absented himself from Galilee during the short interval between his baptism and the imprisonment of the Baptist, immediately after which he returned thither and began his ministry, teaching, healing, calling disciples, so as to traverse all Galilee, using as the center of his agency his previous dwelling place, Nazareth, alternately with Capernaum, on the northwest border of the lake of Tiberias. Matthew chapter 4, verses 12 through 25, and parallel passages. Mark and Luke have many particulars concerning this ministry in Galilee, which are not found in Matthew, and those which they have in common with him are arranged in a different order. But as they all agree in the geographical circuit which they assign to Jesus, the account of the first evangelist may serve as the basis of our criticism. According to him, the incidents narrated took place in Galilee, and partly in Capernaum, down to chapter 8, verse 18, where Jesus crosses the Galilean Sea, but is scarcely landed on the east side when he returns to Capernaum. Here follows a series of scenes connected by short transitions, such as passing from thence, chapter 9, verses 9 and 27. Then, verse 14, while he spake these things, verse 18. Expressions which can imply no important change of place, that is, of one province for another, which it is the habit of the writer to mark much more carefully. The passage, chapter 9, verse 35, περιείγεν ho Iesus tas polais passas, diras con entais synagogais auton, is evidently only a repetition of chapter 4, verse 23, and is therefore to be understood merely as excursions in Galilee. The message of the Baptist, chapter 11, is also received by Jesus in Galilee. At least such appears to be the opinion of the narrator, from his placing in immediate connection the complaints of Jesus against the Galilean cities. When delivering the parable in chapter 13, Jesus is by the sea, doubtless that of Galilee, and as there is mention of his house, from verse 1, probably in the vicinity of Capernaum. Next, after having visited his native city Nazareth, chapter 13, verse 53, he passes over the sea, chapter 14, verse 13. According to Luke chapter 9, verse 10, into the country of Bethsaida, whence, however, after the miracle of the loaves, he speedily returns to the western border. Chapter 14, verse 34. Jesus then proceeds to the northern extremity of Palestine, on the frontiers of Phoenicia. Chapter 15, verse 21. Soon, however, returned to the Sea of Galilee. Verse 29. He takes ship to the eastern side, in the coast of Magdala. Verse 39. But again departs northward into the country of Caesarea Philippi. Chapter 16, verse 13. In the vicinity of Lebanon, among the lower ridges of which is to be sought the Mount of Transfiguration. Chapter 17, verse 1. After journeying in Galilee for some time longer with his disciples, chapter 17, verse 22, and once more visiting Capernaum, verse 24, he leaves Galilee, chapter 19, verse 1, to travel, as it is most probably explained, through Perea into Judea, a journey which, according to Luke chapter 9, verse 52, he seems to have made through Samaria. Chapter 20, verse 17, he is on his way to Jerusalem. Verse 29, he comes through Jericho, and chapter 21, verse 1, is in the neighborhood of Jerusalem, which, verse 10, he enters. Thus, according to the synoptical writers, Jesus, from his return after being baptized by John, to his final journey to Jerusalem, never goes beyond the limits of North Palestine, but traverses the countries west and east of the Galilean Sea in the upper Jordan, in the dominions of Herod Antipas and Philip, without touching on Samaria to the south, still less Judea or the country under the immediate administration of the Romans. And within those limits, to be still more precise, it is the land west of the Jordan and the Sea of Tiberias, and therefore Galilee, the province of Antipas, in which Jesus is especially active. Only 3 short excursions on the eastern border of the sea, and 2 scarcely longer on the northern frontiers of the country, being recorded. Quite otherwise is the theatre of the ministry of Jesus marked out in the 4th Gospel. It is true that here also he goes after his baptism by John into Galilee, to the wedding at Cana, chapter 2, verse 1, and from thence to Capernaum, verse 12. But in a few days the approaching Passover calls him to Jerusalem, verse 13. From Jerusalem he proceeds into the country of Judea, chapter 3, verse 22, and after some time exercising his ministry there, chapter 4, verse 1, he returns through Samaria into Galilee, verse 43. Nothing is reported of his agency in this province but a single cure, and immediately on this a new feast summons him to Jerusalem, chapter 5, verse 1, where he is represented as performing a cure, being persecuted, and delivering long discourses until he betakes himself, chapter 6, verse 1, to the eastern shore of the Sea of Tiberias, and from thence to Capernaum, verses 17 and 59. He then itinerates for some time in Galilee, chapter 7, verse 1, but again leaves it, on occasion of the Feast of Tabernacles, for Jerusalem, verses 2 and 10. To this visit the evangelist refers many discourses and vicissitudes of Jesus, chapter 7, verse 10, and chapter 10, verse 21, and moreover connects with it the commencement of his public ministry at the Feast of Dedication, without noticing any intermediate journey out of Jerusalem and Judea, chapter 10, verse 22. After this, Jesus again retires into the country of Perea, where he had first been with the Baptist, chapter 10, verse 40, and there remains until the death of Lazarus recalls him to Bethany, near Jerusalem, chapter 11, verse 1, whence he withdraws to Ephraim in the vicinity of the wilderness of Judea, until the approach of the Passover, which he visited as his last. Chapter 12, verse 1 and following. Thus, according to John, Jesus was present at 4 feasts in Jerusalem before the final one, was besides once in Bethany, and had been active for a considerable time in Judea and on his journey through Samaria. Why, it must be asked, have the synoptical writers been silent on this frequent presence of Jesus in Judea and Jerusalem? Why have they represented the matter as if Jesus, before his last fatal journey to Jerusalem, had not overstepped the limits of Galilee and Perea? This discrepancy between the synoptical writers and John was long overlooked in the church, and of late it has been thought feasible to deny its existence. It has been said that Matthew, at the commencement, lays the scene in Galilee and Capernaum, and pursues his narrative without noticing any journey into Judea until the last, but that we are not hence to conclude that Matthew was unacquainted with the earlier ministry of Jesus in Judea, for, as with this evangelist, the local interest is subordinate to the effort at an appropriate arrangement of his events. Many particulars in the former part of his history, which he narrates without indicating any place, may have been known, though not stated by him, to have occurred in the earlier journeys and residences in Judea. But this alleged subordination of the local interest in Matthew is nothing more than a fiction of the harmonist, as Schneckenberger has recently proved. Matthew very carefully marks, chapter 4, the beginning, and, chapter 19, the end of the almost exclusive residence of Jesus in Galilee. All the intervening narration must therefore be regarded as belonging to that residence, unless the contrary be expressed. And since the evangelist is on the alert to notice the short excursions of Jesus across the lake and into the north of Galilee, he would hardly pass over in silence the more important and sometimes prolonged visits to Judea, had they been known or credited by him. Thus much only is to be allowed, that Matthew frequently neglects the more precise statement of localities, as the designation of the spot or neighborhood in which Jesus labored from time to time, but in his more general biographical statements, such as the designation of the territories and provinces of Palestine, within the boundaries of which Jesus exercised his ministry, he is as accurate as any other evangelist. Expositors must therefore accommodate themselves to the admission of a difference between the synoptical writers and John, and those who think it incumbent on them to harmonize the Gospels must take care lest this difference be found a contradiction, which can only be prevented by deducing the discrepancy, not from a disparity between the ideas of the evangelists as to the sphere of the ministry of Jesus, but from the difference of mental bias under which they severally wrote. Some suppose that Matthew, being a Galilean, saw the most interest in Galilean occurrences, and hence confined his narrative to them, though aware of the agency of Jesus at Jerusalem. But what biographer, who had himself accompanied his hero into various provinces and beheld his labors there, would confine his narration to what he had performed in his, that is the biographer's, native province? Such provincial exclusiveness would surely be quite unexampled. Hence others have preferred the supposition that Matthew, writing at Jerusalem, purposely selected from the mass of discourses and actions of Jesus with which he was acquainted, those of which Galilee was the theatre, because they were the least known at Jerusalem, and required narrating more than what had happened within the hearing, and was fresh in the memories of its inhabitants. In opposition to this, it has been already remarked that there is no proof of Matthew's gospel being especially intended for the Christians of Judea and Jerusalem, that, even assuming this, a reference to the events which had happened in the reader's own country could not be superfluous, and that, lastly, the like limitation of the ministry of Jesus to Galilee by Mark and Luke cannot be thus accounted for, since these evangelists obviously did not write for Judea. Neither were they Galileans, so that this objection is equally valid against the first explanation, and were not in so servile a relation to Matthew as to have no access to independent information that might give them a more extended horizon. It is curious enough that these two attempts to solve the contradiction between the synoptical writers and John are themselves in the same predicament of mutual contradiction. For if Matthew has been silent on the incidents in Judea, according to one, on account of his proximity, according to the other, on account of his remoteness, it follows that, two contrary hypotheses being made with equal ease to explain the same fact, both are alike inadequate. No supposition founded on the local relations of the writers sufficing to explain the difference in question, higher ground must be taken, in a consideration of the spirit and tendency of the evangelical writings. From this point of view, the following proposition has been given. The cause which determined the difference in the contents of the fourth gospel and that of the synoptical ones, accounts also for their divergency as to the limits they assign to the ministry of Jesus. In other words, the discourses delivered by Jesus in Jerusalem and recorded by John required for their comprehension a more mature development of Christianity than that presented in the first apostolic period. Hence, they were not retained in the primitive evangelical tradition, of which the synoptical writers were the organs, and were first restored to the church by John, who wrote when Christianity was in a more advanced stage. But neither is this attempt at an explanation satisfactory, though it is less superficial than the preceding. For how could the popular and the esoteric in the teaching of Jesus be separated with such nicety, that the former should be confined to Galilee and the latter to Jerusalem, the harsh discourse in the synagogue at Capernaum alone excepted? It may be said, in Jerusalem he had a more enlightened public around him, and could be more readily understood than in Galilee. But the Galileans could scarcely have misunderstood Jesus more lamentably than did the Jews from first to last, according to John's representation, and as in Galilee he had the most undisturbed communion with his disciples, we should rather have conjectured that here would be the scene of his more profound instruction. Besides, as the synoptical writers have given a plentiful gleaning of lucid and popular discourses from the final residence of Jesus in Jerusalem, there is no ground whatever for believing that his earlier visits were devoid of such, and that his converse on these occasions took throughout a higher tone. But even allowing that all the earlier discourses of Jesus in Judea and Jerusalem were beyond the range of the first apostolic tradition, deeds were performed there, such as the cure of the man who had an infirmity 38 years, the conferring of sight on the man born blind, and the raising of Lazarus, which, from their imposing rank among the evidences of Christianity, must also have necessitated the mention of those earlier visits of Jesus to Judea, during which they occurred. Thus, it is impossible to explain why the synoptical writers, if they knew of the earlier visits of Jesus to Jerusalem, should not have mentioned them, and it must be concluded that if John be right, the first three evangelists knew nothing of an essential part of the earlier ministry of Jesus, If, on the other hand, the latter be right, the author of the fourth gospel, or of the tradition by which he was guided, fabricated a large portion of what he has narrated concerning the ministry of Jesus, or at least assigned to it a false locality. On a closer examination, however, the relation between John and the synoptical writers is not simply such that the latter might not know what the former records, but such that they must have proceeded from positively opposite data. For example, the synoptical writers, Matthew especially, as often as Jesus leaves Galilee, from the time that he takes up his abode there after the Baptist's imprisonment, seldom neglect to give a particular reason, such as that he wished to escape from the crowd by a passage across the sea, Matthew 8:18, or that he withdrew into the wilderness of Perea to avoid the snares of Herod, chapter 14:13, or that he retired into the region of Tyre and Sidon on account of the offense taken by the scribes at his preaching, chapter 15:21. John, on the contrary, generally alleges a special reason why Jesus leaves Judea and retires into Galilee, not to contend that his very first journey thither appears to be occasioned solely by the invitation to Cana. His departure again into Galilee after the first Passover, attended by him in his public character, is expressly accounted for by the ominous attention which the increasing number of his disciples had excited among the Pharisees, chapter 4:1 and following. His retirement after the second feast, also, into the country east of the Sea of Tiberias, chapter 6:1, must be viewed in relation to the eζύντουν αὐτὸν οἱ Iudaioi apoktenai, from verse 18, since immediately after the evangelist assigns as a reason for the continuance of Jesus in Galilee the malignant designs of his enemies, which rendered his abode in Judea perilous to his life, chapter 7:1. This interval between the Feast of Tabernacles and the Feast of the Dedication seems to have been spent by Jesus in the capital, no unpropitious circumstances compelling him to absent himself, chapter 10:22. On the other hand, his journey into Perea, chapter 10:40, and that into Ephraim, chapter 11:54, are presented as effects of his persecution by the Jews. Thus, precisely the same relation as that which exists between Matthew and Luke, with respect to the original dwelling place of the parents of Jesus, is found between the first three evangelists and the fourth, with respect to the principal theatre of his ministry. As, in the former instance, Matthew presupposes Bethlehem to be the original place of abode, and Nazareth, the one subsequently adopted through fortuitous circumstances, while Luke gives the contrary representation, so in the latter, the entire statement of the synoptical writers turns on the idea that, until his last journey, Galilee was the chosen field of the labors of Jesus, and that he only left it occasionally, from particular motives and for a short time, while that of John, on the contrary, turns on the supposition that Jesus would have taught solely in Judea and Jerusalem, had not prudence sometimes counseled him to retire into the more remote provinces. Of these two representations, only one can be true. Before they were perceived to be contradictory, the narrative of John was incorporated with that of the synoptical writers. Since they have been allowed to be irreconcilable, the verdict has always been in favor of the fourth evangelist, and so prevalent is this custom that even the author of the Probabilia does not use the difference to the disadvantage of the latter. De Wette numbers it among the objections to the authenticity of Matthew's gospel, that it erroneously limits the ministry of Jesus to Galilee, and Schneckenburger has no more important ground of doubt to produce against the apostolic origin of the first canonical gospel than the unacquaintance of its author with the extra-Galilean labors of Jesus. If this decision be well founded, it must rest on a careful consideration of the question, which of the two incompatible narratives has the greater corroboration from external sources, and the more internal verisimilitude? We have shown in the introduction that the external evidence or testimony for the authenticity of the fourth gospel and of the synoptical ones, that of Matthew emphatically, is of about equal value. That is, it determines nothing in either case, but leaves the decision to the internal evidence. In relation to this, the following question must be considered. Is it more probable that, although Jesus was actually often in Judea and Jerusalem previous to his last journey, yet at the same time and place whence the synoptical gospels arose, all traces of the fact had disappeared? Or that, on the contrary, although Jesus never entered Judea for the exercise of his public ministry before his last journey thither, yet at the time and place of the composition of the fourth gospel, a tradition of several such visits had been formed. The above critics seek to show that the first might be the case, in the following manner. The first gospel, they say, and more or less the two middle ones, contain the tradition concerning the life of Jesus as it was formed in Galilee, where the memory of what Jesus did and said in that province would be preserved with a natural partiality, while of that part of his life which was spent out of Galilee, only the most critical incidents, such as his birth, consecration, and especially his last journey, which issued in his death, would be retained. The remainder, including his early journeys to the various feasts, being either unknown or forgotten, so that any fragments of information concerning one or other of the previous residences of Jesus at Jerusalem would be referred to the last, no other being known. But John himself, in whom our theologians rest all their confidence, expressly mentions, chapter 4, verse 45, that at the first Passover visited by Jesus after his baptism, and probably at others also, the Galileans were present, and apparently in great numbers, since as a consequence of their having witnessed his works in Jerusalem, Jesus found a favorable reception in Galilee. If we add to this that most of the disciples who accompanied Jesus in his early journeys to the feasts were Galileans, John chapter 4, verse 22, chapter 9, verse 2, it is inconceivable that tidings of the ministry of Jesus at Jerusalem should not from the first reach Galilee. Once there, could time extinguish them? We grant that it is in the nature of tradition to fuse and remodel its materials, and as the last journey of Jesus to Jerusalem was preeminently memorable, it might absorb the recollections of the previous ones. But tradition has also another impulse, and it is its strongest, namely, to glorify. It may indeed be said that to circumscribe the early ministry of Jesus by the frontiers of Galilee would serve the purpose of glorifying that province, in which the synoptical tradition had its origin. But the aim of the synoptical legend was not to glorify Galilee, on which it pronounces severe judgments. Jesus is the object round which it would cast a halo, and his greatness is proportionate to the sphere of his influence. Hence, to show that from the beginning of his ministry he made himself known beyond the Galilean Angulus Terra, and that he often presented himself on the brilliant theatre of the capital, especially on occasions when it was crowded with spectators and hearers from all regions, was entirely according to the bent of the legend. If, therefore, there had historically been but one journey of Jesus to Jerusalem, tradition might be tempted to create more by degrees, since it would argue,
how could so great a light as Jesus have remained so long under a bushel, and not rather have early and often placed himself on the lofty stand which Jerusalem presented? Opponents, too, might object, like the unbelieving brethren of Jesus, John 7:3-4, that he who is conscious of the power to perform something truly great does not conceal himself, but seeks publicity, in order that his capabilities may be recognized. And to these opponents it was thought the best answer to show that Jesus actually did seek such publicity, and early obtained recognition in an extended sphere. Out of this representation would easily grow the idea which lies at the foundation of the fourth gospel, not that Galilee, but Judea, was the proper residence of Jesus. Thus, viewed from the point of the possible formation of a legend, the balance inclines in favor of the synoptical writers. But is the result the same when we ascend to the relations and designs of Jesus, and from this point of view inquire if it be more probable that Jesus visited Jerusalem once only, or several times during his public life? The alleged difficulty that the various journeys to the feasts offer the principal means of accounting for the intellectual development of Jesus is easily removed. For those journeys alone would not suffice to explain the mental preeminence of Jesus, and as the main stress must still be placed on his internal gifts, we cannot pronounce whether to a mind like his, even Galilee might not present enough aliment for their maturing. Besides, an adherence to the synoptical writers would only oblige us to renounce those journeys to the feasts which Jesus took after his public appearance, so that he might still have been present at many feasts previous to his messianic career, without assuming a conspicuous character. It has been held inconceivable that Jesus, so long after his assumption of the messianic character, should confine himself to Galilee, instead of taking his stand in Judea and Jerusalem, which, from a higher culture and more extensive foreign intercourse of their population, were a much more suitable field for his labors. But it has been long remarked, on the other hand, that Jesus could find easier access to the simple and energetic minds of Galilee, less fettered by priestcraft and Pharisaism, and therefore acted judiciously in obtaining a firm footing there by a protracted ministry, before venturing into Jerusalem, where, in the centre of priestly and Pharisaic domination, he must expect stronger opposition. There is a graver difficulty in the synoptical statement considered in relation to the Mosaic law and Jewish custom. The law rigorously required that every Israelite should appear before Jehovah yearly at the three principal feasts, Exodus chapter 23, verse 14 and following, and the reverence of Jesus for the Mosaic institutes, Matthew chapter 5, verse 17 and following, renders it improbable that, during the whole course of his ministry, he should have undertaken but one journey of observance. The Gospel of Matthew, however be our judgment what it may as to the date and place of its composition, did certainly arise in a community of Jewish Christians, who well knew what the law prescribed to the devout Israelite, and must therefore be aware of the contradiction to the law in which the practice of Jesus was involved, when, during a public ministry of several years' duration, only one attendance to Jerusalem was noticed, or, in case the synoptical writers supposed but a single year's ministry, of which we shall speak below, when he was represented as neglecting two of the great annual feasts. If then a circle in close proximity to Jewish usage found nothing offensive in the opinion that Jesus attended but one feast, may not this authority remove all hesitation on the subject from our minds? Besides, on a more careful weighing of the historical and geographical relations, the question suggests itself, whether between the distant half-Gentile Galilee and Jerusalem, the ecclesiastical bond was so close that the observance of all the feasts could be expected from a Galilean. Even according to the fourth gospel, Jesus omitted attending one Passover that occurred in the period of his public career, John chapter 6, verse 4. There is, however, one point unfavorable to the synoptical writers, that Jesus, in his last visit to Jerusalem, should, within the short space of the feast day, have brought himself into such decided hostility to the ruling party in the capital, that they contrived his arrest and death, is inexplicable if we reject the statement of John that this hostility originated and was gradually aggravated during his frequent previous visits. If it be rejoined that even in Galilean synagogues there were stationary scribes and Pharisees, Matthew chapter 9 verse 3, chapter 12 verse 14, that such as were resident in the capital often visited the provinces, Matthew chapter 15 verse 1, and that thus there existed a hierarchical nexus by means of which a deadly enmity against Jesus might be propagated in Jerusalem before he had ever publicly appeared there. We then have precisely that ecclesiastical bond between Galilee and Jerusalem, which renders improbable on the part of Jesus the non-observance of a series of feasts. Moreover, the synoptical writers have recorded an expression of Jesus which tells strongly against their own view. The words, "Jerusalem, Jerusalem, how often would I have gathered thy children together, and ye would not," have no meaning whatever in Luke, who puts them into the mouth of Jesus before he had even seen Jerusalem during his public ministry, chapter 13 verse 34, and even from the better arrangement of Matthew, chapter 23 verse 37, it is not to be understood how Jesus, after a single residence of a few days in Jerusalem, could found his reproaches on multiplied efforts to win over its inhabitants to his cause.
This whole apostrophe of Jesus has so original a character, that it is difficult to believe it incorrectly assigned to him.
Hence, to explain its existence, we must suppose a series of earlier residences in Jerusalem, such as those recorded by the fourth evangelist. There is only one recourse: to pronounce the statement of the synoptical writers unhistorical in the particular of limiting the decisive visit of Jesus to Jerusalem to the few days of the feast, and to suppose that he made a more protracted stay in the capital. It will be seen from the foregoing discussion, whether, when so much is to be argued pro and contra, the unhesitating decision of the critics in favor of the fourth evangelist's statement is a just one. For our own part, we are far from being equally hasty in declaring for the synoptical writers, and are content to have submitted the actual state of the controversy as to the comparative merits of John and the synoptical writers to further consideration. End of section 57.
Part 2, Chapter 3, Section 58 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 3, Locality and Chronology of the Public Life of Jesus. Section 58, The Residence of Jesus at Capernaum. During the time spent by Jesus in Judea, the capital and its environs recommended themselves as the most eligible theatre for his agency, and we might have conjectured that in like manner, when in Galilee, he would have chosen his native city, Nazareth, as the centre of his labors. Instead of this, we find him, when not traveling, domesticated at Capernaum, as already mentioned. The synoptical writers designate this place the Idea Polis of Jesus.
Matthew chapter 9 verse 1 compare with Mark chapter 2 verse 1. Here, according to them, was the oikos which Jesus was accustomed to inhabit. Mark chapter 2 verse 1, chapter 3 verse 20, Matthew chapter 13 verses 1 and 36. Probably that of Peter. Mark chapter 1 verse 29, Matthew chapter 8 verse 14, chapter 17 verse 25, Luke chapter 4 verse 38. In the fourth gospel, which only mentions very transient visits of Jesus to Galilee, Capernaum is not given as his dwelling place, and Cana is the place with which he is supposed to have the most connection. After his baptism, he proceeds first to Cana, chapter 2 verse 1, on a very special occasion, it is true. After this, he makes a short stay at Capernaum, verse 12, and on his return from his first attendance at the Passover, it is again Cana to which he resorts, and in which the fourth evangelist makes him effect a cure, chapter 4 verse 46 and following. According to the synoptical writers, performed at Capernaum, and after this we find him once again in the synagogue at Capernaum, chapter 6 verse 59. The most eminent disciples also are said by the writer of the fourth gospel, not as by the synoptical writers, to come from Capernaum, but partly from Cana, chapter 21 verse 2, and partly from Bethsaida, chapter 1 verse 45. The latter place, even in the synoptical gospels, is mentioned with Chorazin, as one in which Jesus had been preeminently active, Matthew chapter 11 verse 21, Luke chapter 10 verse 13. Why Jesus chose Capernaum as his central residence in Galilee, Mark does not attempt to show, but conducts him thither without comment after his return into Galilee, and the calling of the two pairs of fishermen, chapter 1 verse 21. Matthew, chapter 4 verse 13 and following, alleges as a motive that an Old Testament prophecy, Isaiah chapter 8 verse 23, chapter 9 verse 1, was thereby fulfilled, a dogmatical motive, and therefore of no historical value. Luke thinks he has found the reason in a fact which is more worthy of notice. According to him, Jesus, after his return from baptism, does not immediately take up his residence in Capernaum, but makes an essay to teach in Nazareth, and after its failure first turns to Capernaum. This evangelist tells us in the most graphic style how Jesus presented himself at the synagogue on the Sabbath day, and expounded a prophetic passage, so as to excite general admiration, but at the same time to provoke malicious reflections on the narrow circumstances of his family. Jesus, in reply, is made to refer the discontent of the Nazarenes, that he performed no miracles before them, as at Capernaum, to the contempt which every prophet meets with in his own country, and to threaten them in Old Testament allusions, that the divine benefits would be withdrawn from them and conferred on strangers. Exasperated by this, they lead him to the brow of a hill, intending to cast him down. He, however, passes unhurt through the midst of them.
Chapter 4, verses 16 through 30. Both the other synoptical writers are acquainted with a visit of Jesus to Nazareth, but they transfer it to a much later period, when Jesus had been long laboring in Galilee and resident in Capernaum.
Matthew chapter 13 verse 54 and following, Mark chapter 6 verse 1 and following. To reconcile their narrative with that of Luke, it has been customary to suppose that Jesus, notwithstanding his first rough reception, as described by Luke, wished to make one more experiment whether his long absence and subsequent fame might not have altered the opinion of the Nazarenes, an opinion worthy of a petty town. But the result was equally unfavorable. The two scenes, however, are too similar to be prevented from mingling with each other. In both instances, the teaching of Jesus in the synagogue makes the same impression on the Nazarenes, that of amazement at the wisdom of the carpenter's son, Luke only giving more details. In both instances there is a lack of miracles on the part of Jesus, the first two evangelists presenting more prominently its cause, namely, the unbelief of the Nazarenes, and the third dwelling more on its unfavorable effect. Lastly, in both instances, Jesus delivers the maxim, the result of his experience, that a prophet is the least esteemed in his own country. And to this Luke appends a more ample discourse, which irritates the Nazarenes to attempt an act of violence, unnoticed by the other evangelists. But the fact which most decisively shows that the two narratives cannot exist in each other's presence, is that they both claim to relate the first incident of the kind. For in both, the Nazarenes express their astonishment at the suddenly revealed intellectual gifts of Jesus, which they could not at once reconcile with his known condition. The first supposition that presents itself is, that the scene described by Luke preceded that of Matthew and Mark. But if so, the Nazarenes could not wonder a second time and inquire, Whence hath this man this wisdom? Since they must have had proof on that point on the first occasion. If, on the contrary, we try to give the later date to Luke's incident, it appears unnatural, for the same reason that they should wonder at the gracious words which proceeded out of his mouth. Neither could Jesus well say, This day is this scripture fulfilled in your ears, without severely reflecting on their former insensibility, which had retarded that fulfillment. These considerations have led the majority of modern commentators to the opinion that Luke and the other synoptical evangelists have here given the same history, merely differing in the date and in the coloring of the facts, and the only question among them is, which of the two narrations deserves the preference? With respect to the date, that of Luke seems, at the first glance, to have the advantage. It gives the desiderated motive for the change of residence, and the wonder of the Nazarenes appears most natural on the supposition that then he first assumed the function of a public teacher. Hence, Matthew's divergency from Luke has been recently made a serious reproach to him as a chronological error. But there is one more particular in all the three narratives which is an obstacle to our referring the incident to so early a period. If Jesus presented himself thus at Nazareth before he had made Capernaum the principal theatre of his agency, the Nazarenes could not utter the words which Jesus imputes to them in Luke. Whatsoever we have heard done in Capernaum, do also here in thy country. Nor could they, according to Matthew and Mark, be astonished at the mighty works of Jesus. For as he performed few if any miracles at Nazareth, that expression, notwithstanding its perplexing connection with the wisdom manifested in that city, must refer to works performed elsewhere. If then the Nazarenes wondered at the deeds of Jesus at Capernaum, or were jealous of the distinction conferred on that city, Jesus must have previously resided there, and could not have proceeded thither for the first time in consequence of the scene at Nazareth. From this, it is plain that the latter chronological position of the narrative is the original one, and that Luke, in placing it earlier, out of mere conjecture, was honest or careless enough to retain the mention of the wonders at Capernaum, though only consistent with the latter position. If, with regard to the date of the incident, the advantage is thus on the side of Matthew and Mark, we are left in darkness as to the motive which led Jesus to alter his abode from Nazareth to Capernaum, unless the circumstance that some of his most confidential disciples had their home there, and the more extensive traffic of the place may be regarded as inducements to the measure. The fullness and particularity of Luke's description of the scene, contrasted with the summary style in which it is given by the other two evangelists, has generally won for the former the praise of superior accuracy. Let us look more closely, and we shall find that the greater particularity of Luke shows itself chiefly in this, that he is not satisfied with a merely general mention of the discourses delivered by Jesus in the synagogue, but cites the Old Testament passage on which he enlarged, and the commencement of its application. The passage is from Isaiah chapter 61 verses 1 and 2, where the prophet announces the return from exile, with the exception of the words, "To set at liberty them that are bruised," which are from Isaiah chapter 58 verse 6. To this passage Jesus gives a messianic interpretation, for he declares it to be fulfilled by his appearance. Why he selected this text from among all others has been variously conjectured. It is known that among the Jews at a later period, certain extracts from the Torah and the prophets were statedly read on particular Sabbaths and feast days, and it has hence been suggested that the above passage was the selection appointed for the occasion in question. It is true that the chapter from which the words apostellai, etc., are taken, used to be read on the great Day of Atonement, and Bengal has made the supposition that the scene we are considering occurred on that day, a main pillar of his evangelical chronology. But if Jesus had adhered to the regular course of reading, he would not merely have extracted from the lesson appointed for this feast a few stray words, to insert them in a totally disconnected passage. And after all, it is impossible to demonstrate that, so early as the time of Jesus, there were prescribed readings, even from the prophets. If then Jesus was not thus circumstantially directed to the passage cited, did he open upon it designedly or fortuitously? Many imagine him turning over the leaves until he found the text which was in his mind. But Olshausen is right in saying that the words anaptuxas to biblion opeton topon do not imply that he found the passage after searching for it, but that he alighted on it under the guidance of the divine Spirit. This, however, is but a poor contrivance to hide the improbability that Jesus should fortuitously open on a passage so well adapted to serve as a motto for his first messianic enterprise, behind an appeal to the Spirit as Deus ex machina. Jesus might very likely have quoted this text with reference to himself, and thus it would remain in the minds of the evangelists as a prophecy fulfilled in Jesus. Matthew would probably have introduced it in his own person with his usual form, ina plerothei, and would have said that Jesus had now begun his messianic annunciation, kerugma, that the prophecy Isaiah chapter 61 verse 1 and following might be fulfilled. But Luke, who is less partial to this form, or the tradition whence he drew his materials, puts the words into the mouth of Jesus on his first messianic appearance, very judiciously, it is true, but, owing to the chances which it is necessary to suppose, less probably. So I am more inclined to be satisfied with the indefinite statement of Matthew and Mark. The other point in which the description of Luke merits the praise of particularity is his dramatic picture of the tumultuary closing scene. But this scene perplexes even those who on the whole give the preference to his narrative. It is not to be concealed that the extremely violent expulsion of Jesus by the Nazarenes seems to have had no adequate provocation, and we cannot, with Schleiermacher, expunge the notion that the life of Jesus was threatened without imputing to the writer a false addition of the words aisto katakrimnisai auton, verse 29, and thus materially affecting the credibility of his entire narration. But the still more remarkable clause, delthon dia mesu auton eporou eto, verse 30, is the main difficulty. It is not to be explained, at least not in accordance with the evangelist's view, as an effect merely of the commanding glance of Jesus, as Haza supposes, and Olshausen is again right when he says that the evangelist intended to signify that Jesus passed unharmed through the midst of his furious enemies, because his divine power fettered their senses and limbs, because his hour was not yet come, John chapter 8, verse 20, and because no man could take his life from him until he himself laid it down, John chapter 10, verse 18. Here again we have a display of the glorifying tendency of tradition, which loved to represent Jesus as one defended from his enemies, like Lot, Genesis chapter 19, verse 11, or Elisha, 2 Kings chapter 6, verse 18, by a heavenly hand, or better still, by the power of his own superior nature, unless there be supposed, in this case, as in the two examples from the Old Testament, a temporary infliction of blindness, an eludere per caligenem, the idea of which Tertullian reprobates. Thus, in this instance also, the less imposing account of the first two evangelists is to be preferred, namely that Jesus, impeded from further activity by the unbelief of the Nazarenes, voluntarily forsook his ungrateful paternal city. End of section 58.
Part 2, Chapter 3, Section 59 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 3, Locality and Chronology of the Public Life of Jesus. Section 59, Divergencies of the Evangelists as to the chronology of the life of Jesus. Duration of his public ministry. In considering the chronology of the public life of Jesus, we must distinguish the question of its total duration from that of the arrangement of its particular events. Not one of our evangelists expressly tells us how long the public ministry of Jesus lasted. But while the synoptical writers give us no clue to a decision on the subject, we find in John certain data which seem to warrant one. In the synoptical gospels there is no intimation how long after the baptism of Jesus his imprisonment and death occurred. Nowhere are months and years distinguished, and though it is once or twice said meth himeras ex, or duo, Matthew chapter 17 verse 1, chapter 26 verse 2, these isolated fixed points furnish us with no guidance in a sea of general uncertainty. On the contrary, the many journeys to the feasts by which the narrative of the fourth evangelist is distinguished from that of his predecessors, furnishes us, so to speak, with chronological abutments. As for each appearance of Jesus at one of these annual feasts, the Passover especially, we must, deducting the first, reckon a full year of his ministry. We have, in the fourth gospel, after the baptism of Jesus, and apparently at a short interval, compare chapter 1 verses 29, 35, and 44, chapter 2 verses 1 and 12, a Passover attended by him, chapter 2 verse 13. But the next feast visited by Jesus, chapter 5 verse 1, which is indefinitely designated a feast of the Jews, has been the perpetual crux of New Testament chronologists. It is only important in determining the duration of the public life of Jesus, on the supposition that it was a Passover, for in this case it would mark the close of his first year's ministry. We grant that the feast of the Jews might very probably denote the Passover, which was preeminent among their institutions, but it happens that the best manuscripts have in the present passage no article, and without it the above expression can only signify indefinitely one of the Jewish feasts, which the author thought it immaterial to specify. Thus, intrinsically, it might mean either the feast of Pentecost, Purim, the Passover, or any other, but in its actual connection it is evidently not intended by the narrator to imply the Passover, both because he would hardly have glanced thus slightly at the most important of all the feasts, and because, chapter 6, verse 4, there comes another Passover, so that on the supposition we are contesting, he would have passed in silence over a whole year between chapter 5, verse 47, and chapter 6, verse 1. For to give the words inde egus to Pascha, chapter 6, verse 4, a retrospective meaning, is too artificial an expedient of Paulus, since, as he himself confesses, this phrase, elsewhere in John, is invariably used with reference to the immediately approaching feast. Chapter 2, verse 13, chapter 7, verse 2, chapter 9, verse 55, and must, from its nature, have a prospective meaning, unless the context indicate the contrary. Thus, not until John chapter 6, verse 4, do we meet with the second Passover, and to this it is not mentioned that Jesus resorted. Then follow the Feast of Tabernacles and that of the Dedication, and afterwards, chapter 11, verse 55, chapter 12, verse 1, the last Passover visited by Jesus. According to our view of John chapter 5, verse 1, and chapter 6, verse 4, therefore, we obtain 2 years for the public ministry of Jesus, besides the interval between his baptism and the first Passover. The same result is found by those who, with Paulus, hold the feast mentioned, chapter 5, verse 1, to be a Passover, but chapter 6, verse 4, only a retrospective allusion, whereas the ancient fathers of the Church, reckoning a separate Passover to each of the passages in question, made out 3 years. Meanwhile, by this calculation, we only get the minimum duration of the public ministry of Jesus possible, according to the fourth gospel, for the writer nowhere intimates that he has been punctilious in naming every feast that fell within that ministry, including those not observed by Jesus. Neither, unless we regard it as established that the writer was the Apostle John, have we any guarantee that he knew the entire number. It may be urged in opposition to the calculations built on the representations of John, that the synoptical writers give no reasons for limiting the term of the public ministry of Jesus to a single year, but this objection rests on a supposition borrowed from John himself, namely that Jesus, Galilean though he was, made it a rule to attend every Passover, a supposition, again, which is overturned by the same writer's own representation. According to him, Jesus left unobserved the Passover mentioned, chapter 6, verse 4. For from chapter 6, verse 1, where Jesus is on the east side of the Sea of Tiberias, through chapter 6, verse 17 and verse 59, where he goes to Capernaum, and chapter 7, verse 1, where he frequents Galilee in order to avoid the Jews, to chapter 7, verse 2 and 10, where he proceeds to Jerusalem on occasion of the Feast of Tabernacles. The evangelist's narrative is so closely consecutive that a journey to the Passover can nowhere be inserted. Out of the synoptical gospels, by themselves, we gather nothing as to the length of the public ministry of Jesus. For this representation admits of our assigning him either several years of activity, or only one. their restriction of his intercourse with Jerusalem to his final journey being the sole point in which they control our conclusion. It is true that several fathers of the church, as well as some heretics, speak of the ministry of Jesus as having lasted but a single year, but that the source of this opinion was not the absence of early journeys to the feasts in the synoptical gospels, but an entirely fortuitous association, we learn from those fathers themselves, for they derive it from the prophetic passage, Isaiah chapter 61, verse 1 and following, applied by Jesus, Luke chapter 4, to himself. In this passage there is mention of the acceptable year of the Lord, which the prophet, or, according to the evangelical interpretation, the Messiah is sent to announce. Understanding this phrase in its strict chronological sense, they adopted from it the notion of a single messianic year, which was more easily reconcilable with the synoptical gospels than with that of John, after whose statement the calculation of the church soon came to be regulated. In striking contrast with this lowest computation of time is the tradition, also very ancient, that Jesus was baptized in his 30th year, but at the time of his crucifixion was not far from his 50th. But this opinion is equally founded on a misunderstanding. The elders who had conversations with John, the disciple of the Lord in Asia, on whose testimony Irenaeus relies when he says, "Such is the tradition of John," had given no information further than that Christ taught, oitetem seniorem habens. That this oitas senior was the age of from 40 to 50 years is merely the inference of Irenaeus, founded on what the Jews allege as an objection to the discourse of Jesus, John chapter 8, verse 57, "Thou art not yet 50 years old, and hast thou seen Abraham?" Language which, according to Irenaeus, could only be addressed to one qui jam quadriginta annus excessit, quinquagesimum autem annum nondum attigit. But the Jews might very well say to a man a little more than 30, that he was much too young to have seen Abraham, since he had not reached his 50th year, which in the Jewish idea completed the term of manhood. Thus we can obtain no precise information from our Gospels as to how long the public labors of Jesus lasted. All we can gather is, that if we follow the fourth Gospel, we must not reckon less than 2 years, and something over. But the repeated journeys to the feasts on which this calculation is founded are themselves not established beyond doubt. Opposed to this minimum, we gain a maximum, if we understand from Luke chapter 3 verse 1 and following, and verse 23, that the baptism of Jesus took place in the 15th year of Tiberius, and add to this that his crucifixion occurred under the procuratorship of Pontius Pilate. For as Pilate was recalled from his post in the year of Tiberius's death, and as Tiberius reigned rather more than 7 years after the 15th year of his reign, it follows that 7 years are the maximum of the possible duration of the ministry of Jesus after his baptism. But while one of these data, namely, that Jesus was crucified under Pilate, is well attested, the other is rendered suspicious by its association with a chronological error, so that in fact we cannot achieve here even a proximate, still less an accurate solution of our question. End of section 59. Part 2, Chapter 3, Section 60 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 3,
locality and chronology of the public life of Jesus. Section 60. The attempts at a chronological arrangement of the particular events in the public life of Jesus.
In attempting a chronological arrangement of the particular events occurring in the interval between the baptism of Jesus and his crucifixion, the peculiar relation of the synoptical writers to John renders it necessary to give them both a separate and a comparative examination.
As to the latter, if its result be a reconciliation of the two accounts, the journeys to the feasts in John must form the panels, between which the materials of the synoptical writers must be so inserted, that between each pair of journeys with the incidents at Jerusalem to which they gave rise, would fall a portion of the Galilean history. For this incorporation to be effected with any certainty, two things would be essential. First, a notice of the departure of Jesus from Galilee by the first three evangelists, as often as the fourth speaks of a residence in Jerusalem, and secondly, on the part of John, an intimation, if not a narration, between his accounts of the several feasts, of the Galilean occurrences represented by the synoptical writers as an uninterrupted train. But we have seen that the synoptical writers fail in the required notice, while it is notorious that John, from the baptism of Jesus to the closing scenes of his life, is only 2 or 3 instances in coincidence with the other evangelists. John says, chapter 3, verse 24, that when Jesus began his ministry, John was not yet cast into prison. Matthew makes the return of Jesus into Galilee subsequent to the imprisonment of the Baptist, chapter 4, verse 12. Hence it has been inferred that that return was from the first Passover, and not from the baptism. But it is undeniable that Matthew places the commencement of the public ministry of Jesus in Galilee, and presupposes no earlier ministry at the feast in Jerusalem, so that the two statements, instead of dovetailing, as have been imagined, are altogether incompatible. The next, but very dubious point of contact, occurs in the healing of the nobleman's son, according to John chapter 4, verse 46 and following, or the centurion's servant, according to Matthew chapter 8, verse 5 and following, and Luke chapter 7, verse 1 and following, which John places, verse 47, immediately after the return of Jesus from his prolonged residence in Judea and Samaria, during and after the first Passover. It was to be expected, then, that the corresponding narration of the synoptical writers would be preceded by some intimation of the first journey made by Jesus to a feast. Not only is such an intimation wanting, there is not a single aperture to be found for the insertion of this journey, since, according to the synoptical writers, the cure in question was an immediate sequel to the Sermon on the Mount, which Matthew and Luke represent as the culminating point of an apparently uninterrupted course of teaching and miracles in Galilee. Thus, neither at this point is the chronology of the first 3 evangelists to be eked out by that of the fourth, since they nowhere present a joint onto which the statements of the latter can be articulated. Another more decided coincidence between the two parties exists in the associated narratives of the miracle of the loaves and that of walking on the sea. John chapter 6, verses 1 through 21, Matthew chapter 14, verses 14 through 36, and parallel passages, which John places in the interval immediately preceding the second Passover, unvisited by Jesus. But he differs so completely from the synoptical writers on this account of these miracles, both in their introduction and termination, that either he or they must inevitably be wrong. For while, according to Matthew, Jesus retires from Nazareth, probably, at all events from some part of Galilee, to the opposite side of the sea,
where he effects the multiplication of the loaves. According to John, he sets out from Jerusalem. Further, in the first two Gospels, Jesus proceeds after the miracle of the loaves into a district where he was less known, both Matthew chapter 5 verse 35 and Mark chapter 5 verse 54 expressly stating that the people knew him, whereas in John he goes directly to Capernaum, with which of all places he was the most familiar. We know not here whether to tax the synoptical writers or John with a mistake, and as we cannot pronounce whether he or they have placed this incident too early or too late, we are equally ignorant how much of the synoptical narratives we are to place before and how much after the second Passover, which John makes nearly cotemporary with the feeding of the 5,000. Here, however, the points of contact between this evangelist and his predecessors are at an end, until we come to the last journey of Jesus. And if they are too uncertain to promise even a simple division of the synoptical materials by the two Passovers, how can we hope, by the journeys of Jesus, to the feast of the Jews, to the feast of the tabernacles, or to the feast of dedication, if that be a separate journey, to classify chronologically the uninterrupted series of Galilean occurrences in the first three Gospels? Nevertheless, this has been attempted by a succession of theologians down to the present time, with an expenditure of acumen and erudition worthy of a more fertile subject. But unprejudiced judges have decided that, as the narrative of the first three evangelists has scarcely any elements that can give certitude to such a classification, not one of the harmonies of the Gospels yet written has any claim to be considered anything more than a tissue of historical conjectures. It remains to estimate the chronological value of the synoptical writers, apart from John. They are so frequently at variance with each other in the order of events, and it is so seldom that one has all the probabilities on his side, that each of them may be convicted of numerous chronological errors, which must undermine our confidence in his accuracy. It has been maintained that in the composition of their books they meditated no precise chronological order, and this is partially confirmed by their mode of narration. Throughout the interval between the baptism of Jesus and the history of the Passion, their narratives resemble a collection of anecdotes, strung together mostly on a thread of mere analogy and association of ideas. But there is a distinction to be made in reference to the above opinion. It is true that from the purport of their narratives, and the indecisiveness and uniformity of their connecting phrases, we can detect their want of insight into the more accurate chronological relations of what they record. But that the authors flattered themselves they were giving a chronological narration is evident from those very connecting phrases, which, however indecisive, have almost always a chronological character, such as katabanti apho tu orus, paragon ek aithen, tauta autu laluntos, en auti him ara, tute, kai idu, etc. The incidents and discourses detailed by John are, for the most part, peculiar to himself. He is therefore not liable to the same control in his chronology from independent authors, as are the synoptical writers from each other. Neither is his narration wanting in connectedness and sequence. Hence, our decision on the merits of his chronological order is dependent on the answer to the following question: Is the development and progress of the cause and plan of Jesus, as given by the fourth evangelist, credible in itself and on comparison with available data drawn from other Gospels? The solution to this question is involved in the succeeding inquiry. End of section 60.
Part 2, Chapter 4, Section 61 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 4, Jesus as the Messiah. Section 61, Jesus, the Son of Man. In treating of the relation in which Jesus conceived himself to stand to the messianic idea, we can distinguish his dicta concerning his own person from those concerning the work he had undertaken. The appellation which Jesus commonly gives himself in the Gospels is the Son of Man. The exactly corresponding Hebrew expression, Ben Adam, is in the Old Testament a frequent designation of man in general, and thus we might be induced to understand it in the mouth of Jesus. This interpretation would suit some passages, for example, Matthew chapter 12, verse 8, where Jesus says, "The Son of Man is Lord also of the Sabbath day," words which will fitly enough take a general meaning, such as Grotius affixes to them, namely, that man is Lord of the Sabbath, especially if we compare Mark chapter 2, verse 27, who introduces them by the proposition, "The Sabbath was made for man, and not man for the Sabbath." But in the majority of cases, the phrase in question is evidently used as a special designation. Thus, Matthew chapter 8, verse 20, a scribe volunteers to become a disciple of Jesus, and is admonished to count the cost in the words, "The Son of Man hath not where to lay his head." Here some particular man must be intended, nay, the particular man into whose companionship the scribe wished to enter, that is, Jesus himself. As a reason for this self-application of this term by Jesus, it has been suggested that he used the third person after the Oriental manner to avoid the I. But for a speaker to use the third person in reference to himself is only admissible if he would be understood when the designation he employs is precise and inapplicable to any other person present, as when a father or a king uses his appropriate title of himself, or when, if the designation be not precise, its relation is made clear by a demonstrative pronoun, which limitation is eminently indispensable if an individual speak of himself under the universal designation man. We grant that occasionally a gesture might supply the place of the demonstrative pronoun, but that Jesus, in every instance of his using this habitual expression, had recourse to some visible explanatory sign, or that the evangelist would not, in that case, have supplied its necessary absence from a written document by some demonstrative addition, is inconceivable. If both Jesus and the evangelists held such an elucidation superfluous, they must have seen in the expression itself the key to its precise application. Some are of opinion that Jesus intended by it to point himself out as the ideal man, man in the noblest sense of the word.
But this is a modern theory, not an historical inference, for there is no trace of such an interpretation of this expression in the time of Jesus, and it would be more easy to show, as others have attempted, that the appellation Son of Man, so frequently used by Jesus, had reference to his lowly and despised condition.
Apart, however, from the objection that this acceptation also would require the addition of the demonstrative pronoun, though it might be adapted to many passages, as Matthew chapter 8, verse 20, John chapter 1, verse 51, there are others, such as Matthew chapter 17, verse 22, where Jesus, foretelling his violent death, designates himself ho oios tu anthropou, which demand the contrast of high dignity with an ignominious fate. So in Matthew chapter 10, verse 23, the assurance given to the commissioned disciples that before they had gone over the cities of Israel the Son of Man would come, could have no weight unless this expression denoted a person of importance. And that such was its significance is proved by a comparison of Matthew chapter 16, verse 28, where there is also a mention of a coming of the Son of Man, but with the addition of enθε basileia autou. As this addition can only refer to the Messianic kingdom, the oios tu anthropou must be the Messiah. How so apparently vague an appellation came to be appropriated to the Messiah, we gather from Matthew chapter 26, verse 64, and parallel passages, where the Son of Man is depicted as coming in the clouds of heaven. This is evidently an allusion to Daniel chapter 7, verse 13 and following, where, after having treated of the fall of the four beasts, the writer says, I saw in the night visions, and behold, one like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven, and came to the Ancient of Days. And there was given him dominion and glory and a kingdom, that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion. The four beasts, verse 17 and following, were symbolical of the four great empires, the last of which was the Macedonian with its offshoot, Syria. After their fall, the kingdom was to be given in perpetuity to the people of God, the saints of the Most High. Hence, he who was to come with the clouds of heaven could only be either a personification of the holy people, or a leader of heavenly origin, under whom they were to achieve their destined triumph, in a word, the Messiah. And this was the customary interpretation among the Jews. Two things are predicated of this personage, that he was like the Son of Man, and that he came with the clouds of heaven. But the former particular is his distinctive characteristic, and imports either that he had not a superhuman form, that of an angel, for instance, though descending from heaven, or else that the kingdom about to be established presented in its humanity a contrast to the inhumanity of its predecessors, of which ferocious beasts were the fitting emblems. At a later period, it is true, the Jews regarded the coming with the clouds of heaven as the more essential attribute of the Messiah, and hence gave him the name Anani, after the Jewish taste of making a merely accessory circumstance the permanent epithet of a person or thing. If then the expression ho oius tu anthropou necessarily recalled the above passage in Daniel, generally believed to relate to the Messiah, it is impossible that Jesus could so often use it, and in connection with declarations evidently referring to the Messiah, without intending it as the designation of that personage. That by the expression in question Jesus meant himself, without relation to the messianic dignity, is less probable than the contrary supposition, that he might often mean the Messiah when he spoke of the Son of Man, without relation to his own person. When, Matthew chapter 10, verse 23, on the first mission of the 12 apostles to announce the kingdom of heaven, he comforts them under the prospect of their future persecutions by the assurance that they would not have gone over all the cities of Israel before the coming of the Son of Man. We should rather, taking this declaration alone, think of a third person, whose speedy messianic appearance Jesus was promising, than of the speaker himself, seeing that he was already come, and it would not be antecedently clear how he could represent his own coming as one still in anticipation. So also when Jesus, Matthew chapter 13, verses 37 and following, interprets the sower of the parable to be the Son of Man, who at the end of the world will have a harvest and a tribunal, he might be supposed to refer to the Messiah as a third person, distinct from himself. This is equally the case, chapter 16, verse 27 and following, where, to prove the proposition that the loss of the soul is not to be compensated by the gain of the whole world, he urges the speedy coming of the Son of Man to administer retribution. Lastly, in the connected discourses, Matthew chapters 24 and 25, and parallel passages, many particulars would be more easily conceived if the oius tou anthropou, whose parousia Jesus describes, were understood to mean another than himself. But this explanation is far from being applicable to the majority of instances in which Jesus uses this expression, when he represents the Son of Man not as one still to be expected, but as one already come and actually present.
For example, in Matthew chapter 18, verse 11, where he says, "The Son of Man is come to save that which was lost," when he justifies his own acts by the authority with which the Son of Man was invested, as in Matthew chapter 9, verse 6.
When Mark chapter 8, verse 31 and following, compare with Matthew chapter 16, verse 22, he speaks of the approaching sufferings and death of the Son of Man, so as to elicit from Peter the exclamation, "This shall not be unto thee." In these and similar cases, he can only, by the oius tou anthropou, have intended himself. And even those passages which, taken singly, we might have found capable of application to a messianic person distinct from Jesus, lose this capability when considered in their entire connection. It is possible, however, either that the writer may have misplaced certain expressions, or that the ultimately prevalent conviction that Jesus was the Son of Man caused what was originally said merely of the latter to be viewed in immediate relation to the former. Thus, besides the fact that Jesus on many occasions calls himself the Son of Man, there remains the possibility that on many others he may have designed another person, and if so, the latter would in the order of time naturally precede the former. Whether this possibility can be heightened to a reality must depend on the answer to the following question: is there, in the period of the life of Jesus, from which all his recorded declarations are taken, any fragment which indicates that he had not yet conceived himself to be the Messiah?
End of section 61. Part 2, Chapter 4, Section 62 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 4, Jesus as the Messiah. Section 62. How soon did Jesus conceive himself to be the Messiah, and find recognition as such from others? Jesus held and expressed the conviction that he was the Messiah. This is an indisputable fact. Not only did he, according to the evangelists, receive with satisfaction the confession of the disciples that he was the Christos, Matthew chapter 16, verse 16 and following, and the salutation of the people, Hosanna to the Son of David, chapter 21, verse 15 and following. Not only did he, before a public tribunal, Matthew chapter 26, verse 64, compare John chapter 18, verse 37, as well as to private individuals, John chapter 4, verse 26, chapter 9, verse 37, chapter 10, verse 25, repeatedly declare himself to be the Messiah. But the fact that his disciples after his death believed and proclaimed that he was the Messiah is not to be comprehended, unless, when living, he had implanted the conviction in their minds. To the more searching question, how soon Jesus began to declare himself the Messiah, and to be regarded as such by others, the evangelists almost unanimously reply that he assumed that character from the time of his baptism. All of them attach to his baptism circumstances which must have convinced himself, if yet uncertain, and all others who witnessed or credited them, that he was no less than the Messiah. John makes his earliest disciples recognize his right to that dignity on their first interview, chapter 1, verse 42 and following. And Matthew attributes to him at the very beginning of his ministry, in the Sermon on the Mount, a representation of himself as the judge of the world, chapter 7, verse 21 and following, and therefore the Messiah. Nevertheless, on a closer examination, there appears a remarkable divergency on this subject between the synoptical statement and that of John. While, namely, in John, Jesus remains throughout true to his assertion, and the disciples and his followers among the populace to their conviction that he is the Messiah, in the synoptical Gospels there is a vacillation discernible. The previously expressed persuasion on the part of the disciples and people that Jesus was the Messiah sometimes vanishes and gives place to a much lower view of him, and even Jesus himself becomes more reserved in his declarations. This is particularly striking when the synoptical statement is compared with that of John, but even when they are separately considered, the result is the same. According to John chapter 6, verse 15, after the miracle of the loaves, the people were inclined to constitute Jesus their messianic king. On the contrary, according to the other three evangelists, either about the same time, Luke chapter 9, verse 18 and following, or still later, Matthew chapter 16, verse 13 and following, Mark chapter 8, verse 27 and following, the disciples could only report, on the opinions of the people respecting their master, that some said he was the resuscitated Baptist, some Elias, and others Jeremiah or one of the old prophets. In reference to that passage of John, however, as also to the synoptical one, Matthew chapter 14, verse 33, according to which, some time before Jesus elicited the above report of the popular opinion, the people who were with him in the ship, when he had allayed the storm, fell at his feet and worshipped him as the Son of God. It may be observed that when Jesus had spoken or acted with peculiar impressiveness, individuals, in the exaltation of the moment, might be penetrated with a conviction that he was the Messiah, while the general and calm voice of the people yet pronounced him to be merely a prophet. But there is a more troubling divergency relative to the disciples. In John, Andrew, after his first interview with Jesus, says to his brother, "We have found the Messiah," chapter 1, verse 42. And Philip describes him to Nathanael as the person foretold by Moses and the prophets, verse 46. Nathanael salutes him as the Son of God and King of Israel, verse 50, and the subsequent confession of Peter appears merely a renewed avowal of what had been long a familiar truth. In the synoptical evangelists, it is only after prolonged intercourse with Jesus and shortly before his sufferings that the ardent Peter arrives at the conclusion that Jesus is the Christos, hoios tou theou, tou zontos, Matthew chapter 16, verse 16, and parallel passages. It is impossible that this confession should make so strong an impression on Jesus that, in consequence of it, he should pronounce Peter blessed, and his confession the fruit of immediate divine revelation, as Matthew narrates. Or that, as all the three evangelists inform us, chapter 16, verse 20, chapter 8, verse 30, and chapter 9, verse 21, he should, as if alarmed, forbid the disciples to promulgate their conviction, unless it represented not an opinion long cherished in the circle of his disciples, but a new light, which had just flashed on the mind of Peter, and through him was communicated to his associates. There is a third, equally serious discrepancy relative to the declarations of Jesus concerning his messiahship. According to John, he sanctions the homage which Nathanael renders to him as the Son of God and King of Israel in the very commencement of his public career, and immediately proceeds to speak of himself under the messianic title, Son of Man, chapter 1, verse 51 and following. To the Samaritans also, after his first visit to the Passover, chapter 4, verses 26 and 39 and following, and to the Jews on the second, verse 46, he makes himself known as the Messiah predicted by Moses. According to the synoptical writers, on the contrary, he prohibits, in the instance above cited, and in many others, the dissemination of the doctrine of his messiahship beyond the circle of his adherents. Farther, when he asks his disciples, "Whom do men say that I am?" Matthew chapter 16, verse 15, he seems to wish that they should derive their conviction of his messiahship from his discourses and actions. And when he ascribes the avowed faith of Peter to a revelation from his heavenly Father, he excludes the possibility of his having himself previously made this disclosure to his disciples, either in the manner described by John, or in the more indirect one attributed to him by Matthew in the Sermon on the Mount, unless we suppose that the disciples had not hitherto believed his assurance, and that hence Jesus referred the new-born faith of Peter to divine influence. Thus, on the point under discussion, the synoptical statement is contradictory, not only to that of John, but to itself. It appears, therefore, that it ought to be unconditionally surrendered before that of John, which is consistent with itself, and one of our critics has justly reproached it with deranging the messianic economy in the life of Jesus. But here again we must not lose sight of our approved canon, that in glorifying narratives, such as our Gospels, where various statements are confronted, that is the least probable which best subserves the object of glorification. Now this is the case with John's statement, according to which, from the commencement to the close of the public life of Jesus, his messiahship shines forth in unchanging splendor, while, according to the synoptical writers, it is liable to a variation in its light. But though this criterion of probability is in favor of the first three evangelists, it is impossible that the order in which they make ignorance and concealment follow on plain declarations and recognitions of the messiahship of Jesus can be correct, and we must suppose that they have mingled and confounded two separate periods of the life of Jesus, in the latter of which alone he presented himself as the Messiah. We find, in fact, that the watchword of Jesus on his first appearance differed not, even verbally, from that of John, who professed merely to be a forerunner. It is the same, "Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand," Matthew chapter 4, verse 17, with which John had roused the Jews, chapter 3, verse 2, and indicates in neither the one nor the other an assumption of the character of Messiah, with whose coming the kingdom of heaven was actually to commence, but merely that of a teacher who points to it as yet future. Hence, the latest critic of the first gospel justly explains all those discourses and actions therein narrated, by which Jesus explicitly claims to be the Messiah, or in consequence of which this dignity is attributed to him and accepted, if they occur before the manifestation of himself recorded in John chapter 5, or before the account of the apostolic confession, Matthew chapter 16, as offenses of the writer against chronology or literal truth. We have only to premise that as chronological confusion prevails throughout, the position of this confession shortly before the history of the Passion in no wise obliges us to suppose that it was so late before Jesus was recognized as the Messiah among his disciples, since Peter's avowal may have occurred in a much earlier period of their intercourse. This, however, is incomprehensible, that the same reproach should not attach even more strongly to the fourth gospel than to the first, or to the synoptical writers in general. For it is surely more pardonable than the first three evangelists should give us the pre-messianic memoirs in the wrong place, than that the fourth should not give them at all. More endurable in the former, to mingle the two periods, than in the latter, quite to obliterate the earlier one. If then Jesus did not lay claim to the Messiahship from the beginning of his public career, was this omission the result of uncertainty in his own mind? Or had he from the first a conviction that he was the Messiah, but concealed it for certain reasons? In order to decide this question, a point already mentioned must be more carefully weighed. In the first three evangelists, but not so exclusively that the fourth has nothing similar, when Jesus effects a miracle of healing, he almost invariably forbids the person cured to promulgate the event, in these or similar words, hora miden aipes. For example, the leper, Matthew chapter 8 verse 4 and parallel passages, the blind men, Matthew chapter 9 verse 30, a multitude of the healed, Matthew chapter 12 verse 16, the parents of the resuscitated damsel, Mark chapter 5 verse 43. Above all, he enjoins silence on the demoniacs, Mark chapter 1 verse 34, chapter 3 verse 12, and John chapter 5 verse 13. It is said, after the cure of the man at the pool of Bethesda, Jesus had conveyed himself away, a multitude being in that place. Thus also he forbade the three who were with him on the Mount of the Transfiguration to publish the scene they had witnessed, Matthew chapter 17 verse 9, and after the confession of Peter, he charges the disciples to tell no man the conviction it expressed, Luke chapter 9 verse 21. This prohibition of Jesus could hardly, as most commentators suppose, be determined by various circumstantial motives, at one time having relation to the disposition of the person healed, at another to the humor of the people, at another to the situation of Jesus. Rather, as there is an essential similarity in the conditions under which he lays this injunction on the people, if we discern a probable motive for it on any occasion, we are warranted in applying the same motive to the remaining cases. This motive is scarcely any other than the desire that the belief that he was the Messiah should not be too widely spread. When, Mark chapter 1 verse 34, Jesus would not allow the ejected demons to speak because they knew him, when he charged the multitudes that they should not make him known, Matthew chapter 12 verse 16, he evidently intended that the former should not proclaim him in the character in which their more penetrative, demoniacal glance had viewed him, nor the latter in that revealed by the miraculous cure he had wrought on them. In short, they were not to betray their knowledge that he was the Messiah. As a reason for this wish on the part of Jesus, it has been alleged, on the strength of John chapter 6 verse 15, that he sought to avoid awakening the political idea of the Messiah's kingdom in the popular mind, with the disturbance which would be its inevitable result. This would be a valid reason, but the synoptical writers represent the wish partly as the effect of humility. Matthew, in connection with a prohibition of the kind alluded to, applying to Jesus a passage in Isaiah, chapter 42 verse 1 and following, where the servant of God is said to be distinguished by his stillness and unobtrusiveness, partly in a greater degree as the effect of an apprehension that the Messiah, at least such an one as Jesus, would be at once proscribed by the Jewish hierarchy. From all this it might appear that Jesus was restrained merely by external motives from the open declaration of his messiahship, and that his own conviction of it existed from the first in equal strength. But this conclusion cannot be maintained in the face of the consideration above mentioned, that Jesus began his career with the same announcement as the Baptist, an announcement which can scarcely have more than one import, an exhortation to prepare for a coming Messiah. The most natural supposition is that Jesus, first the disciple of the Baptist, and afterwards his successor, in preaching repentance and the approach of the kingdom of heaven, took originally the same position as his former master in relation to the messianic kingdom, notwithstanding the greater reach and liberality of his mind, and only gradually attained the elevation of thinking himself the Messiah. This supposition explains in the simplest manner the prohibition we have been considering, especially that annexed to the confession of Peter. For, as often as the thought that he might be the Messiah suggested itself to others, and was presented to him from without, Jesus must have shrunk, as if appalled, to hear confidently uttered that which he scarcely ventured to surmise, or which had but recently become clear to himself. As, however, the evangelist often put such prohibitions into the mouth of Jesus unseasonably, witness the occasion mentioned, Matthew chapter 8, verse 4, when, after a cure effected before a crowd of spectators, it was of little avail to enjoin secrecy on the cured. It is probable that evangelical tradition, enamored of the mysteriousness that lay in this incognito of Jesus, unhistorically multiplied the instances of its adoption. End of section 62. Part 2, Chapter 4, Section 63 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 4, Jesus as the Messiah. Section 63, Jesus, the Son of God. In Luke chapter 1, verse 35, we find the narrowest and most literal interpretation of the expression ho uios tu theou, namely, as derived from his conception by means of the Holy Ghost. On the contrary, the widest moral and metaphorical sense is given to the expression in Matthew chapter 5, verse 45, where those who imitate the love of God towards his enemies are called the sons of the Father in heaven. There is an intermediate sense which we may term the metaphysical, because while it includes more than mere conformity of will, it is distinct from the notion of actual paternity, and implies a spiritual community of being. In this sense, it is profusely employed and referred to in the fourth gospel, as when Jesus says that he speaks and does nothing of himself, but only what as a son he has learned from the Father. Chapter 5, verse 19, chapter 12, verse 49, and elsewhere. Who, moreover, is in him, chapter 17, verse 21, and notwithstanding his exaltation over him, chapter 14, verse 28, is yet one with him, chapter 10, verse 30. There is yet a fourth sense in which the expression is presented. When, Matthew chapter 4, verse 3, the devil challenges Jesus to change the stones into bread, making the supposition, "If thou be the Son of God," when Nathanael says to Jesus, "Thou art the Son of God, the King of Israel," John chapter 1, verse 49. When Peter confesses, "Thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God," Matthew chapter 16, verse 16, compare with John chapter 6, verse 69. When Martha thus expresses her faith in Jesus, "I believe that thou art the Christ, the Son of God," John chapter 11, verse 27. When the high priest adjures Jesus
to tell him if he be the Christ, the Son of God. Matthew chapter 26, verse 63. It is obvious that the devil means nothing more than, if thou be the Messiah, and that in the other passages the oios tu theou, united as it is with Christos and Basileus, is but an appellation of the Messiah. In Hosea chapter 11 verse 1, Exodus chapter 4 verse 22, the people of Israel, and in 2 Samuel chapter 7 verse 14, Psalm 2 verse 7, compare Psalm 89 verse 28, the king of that people are called the Son and the firstborn of God. The kings, as also the people of Israel, had this appellation, in virtue of the love which Jehovah bore them, and the tutelary care which he exercised over them. 2 Samuel chapter 7 verse 14. And from the second psalm we gather the farther reason, that as earthly kings choose their sons to reign with or under them, so the Israelitish kings were invested by Jehovah, the supreme ruler, with the government of his favorite province. Thus, the designation was originally applicable to every Israelitish king who adhered to the principle of the theocracy. But when the messianic idea was developed, it was preeminently assigned to the Messiah as the best beloved son and the most powerful vicegerent of God on earth. If, then, such was the original historical signification of the epithet Son of God, as applied to the Messiah, we have to ask, is it possible that Jesus used it of himself in this signification only, or did he use it also in either of the three senses previously adduced? The narrowest, the merely physical import of the term is not put into the mouth of Jesus, but into that of the annunciating angel, Luke chapter 1 verse 35. And for this the evangelist alone is responsible. In the intermediate metaphysical sense, implying unity of essence and community of existence with God, it might possibly have been understood by Jesus, supposing him to have remodeled in his own conceptions the theocratic interpretation current among his compatriots. It is true that the abundant expressions having this tendency in the Gospel of John appear to contradict those of Jesus on an occasion recorded by the synoptical writers. Mark chapter 10 verse 17 and following, Luke chapter 18 verse 18 and following. When to a disciple who accosts him as good master, he replies, Why callest thou me good? There is none good but one, that is God. Here Jesus so tenaciously maintains the distinction between himself and God, that he renounces the predicate of perfect goodness, and insists on its appropriation to God alone. Olshausen supposes that this rejection related solely to the particular circumstances of the disciple addressed, who, regarding Jesus as a merely human teacher, ought not, from his point of view, to have given him a divine epithet, and that it was not intended by Jesus as a denial that he was, according to a just estimate of his character, actually the agathos, in whom the one good being was reflected as in a mirror. But this is to take for granted what is first to be proved, namely, that the declaration of Jesus concerning himself in the fourth gospel are on a level as to credibility with those recorded by the synoptical writers. Two of these writers cite some words of Jesus which have an important bearing on our present subject.
All things are delivered to me of my Father, and no man knoweth the Son but the Father, neither knoweth any man the Father but the Son, and he to whomsoever the Son will reveal him. Matthew chapter 11 verse 27.
Taking this passage in connection with the one before quoted, we must infer that Jesus had indeed an intimate communion of thought and will with God, but under such limitations that the attribute of perfect goodness, as well as of absolute knowledge, for example, of the day and hour of the last day, Mark chapter 13, verse 32 and parallel passages, belonged exclusively to God, and hence the boundary line between divine and human was strictly preserved. Even in the fourth gospel, Jesus declares, "My Father is greater than I," chapter 14, verse 28. But this slight echo of the synoptical statement does not remove the difficulty of conciliating the numerous discourses of a totally different tenor in the former, with the rejection of the epithet agathos in the latter. It is surprising, too, that Jesus in the fourth gospel appears altogether ignorant of the theocratic sense of the expression ouios tou theou, and can only vindicate his use of it in the metaphysical sense, by retreating to its vague and metaphorical application. When, namely, John chapter 10, verse 34 and following, to justify his assumption of this title, he adduces the scriptural application of the term theoi to other men, such as princes and magistrates, we are at a loss to understand why Jesus should resort to this remote and precarious argument, when close at hand lay the far more cogent one, that in the Old Testament a theocratic king of Israel, or according to the customary interpretation of the most striking passages, the Messiah is called the Son of Jehovah, and that therefore he, having declared himself to be the Messiah, verse 25, might consistently claim this appellation. With respect to the light in which Jesus was viewed as the Son of God by others, we may remark that in the addresses of well-affected persons, the title is often so associated as to be obviously a mere synonym of Christos, and this even in the fourth gospel, while, on the other hand, the contentious iudaioi of this gospel seem in their objections as ignorant as Jesus in his defense of the theocratic, and only notice the metaphysical meaning of the expression. It is true that, even in the synoptical gospels, when Jesus answers affirmatively the question whether he be the Christ, the Son of the living God, Matthew chapter 26, verse 65 and parallel passages, the high priest taxes him with blasphemy, but he refers merely to what he considers the unwarranted arrogation of the theocratic dignity of the Messiah, whereas in the fourth gospel, when Jesus represents himself as the Son of God, chapter 5, verse 17 and following, chapter 10, verse 30 and following, the Jews seek to kill him for the express reason that he thereby makes himself ison to theo, nay, even heauton theon. According to the synoptical writers, the high priest so unhesitatingly considers the idea of the Son of God to pertain to that of the Messiah, that he associates the two titles as if they were interchangeable, in the question he addresses to Jesus. On the contrary, the Jews in the Gospel of John regard the one idea as so far transcending the other, that they listen patiently to the declaration of Jesus that he is the Messiah, chapter 10, verse 25, but as soon as he begins to claim to be the Son of God, they take up stones to stone him. In the synoptical Gospels, the reproach cast on Jesus is, that being a common man, he gives himself out for the Messiah. In the fourth Gospel, that being a mere man, he gives himself out for a divine being. Hence, Olshausen and others have justly insisted that in those passages of the latter Gospel, to which our remarks have reference, the ouios tou theou is not synonymous with Messiah, but is a name far transcending the ordinary idea of the Messiah. They are not, however, warranted in concluding that therefore in the first three evangelists also the same expression imports more than the Messiah.
For the only legitimate interpretation of the high priest's question in Matthew makes ho uios tu theou a synonym of ho Christos, and though in the parallel passage of Luke, the judges first ask Jesus if he be the Christ, chapter 22, verse 67, and when he declines a direct answer, predicting that they will behold the Son of Man seated at the right hand of God, hastily interrupt him with the question, Art thou the Son of God? Verse 70. Yet, after receiving what they consider an affirmative answer, they accuse him before Pilate as one who pretends to be Christ, a king, chapter 23, verse 2, thus clearly showing that Son of Man, Son of God, and Messiah must have been regarded as interchangeable terms. It must therefore be conceded that there is a discrepancy on this point between the synoptical writers and John, and perhaps also an inconsistency of the latter with himself. For in several addresses to Jesus he retains the customary form, which associated Son of God with Christ, or King of Israel, without being conscious of the distinction between the signification which uios tu theou must have in such a connection, and that in which he used it elsewhere. A want of perception which habitual forms of expression are calculated to induce. We have before cited examples of this oversight in the fourth evangelist. John chapter 1 verse 49, chapter 6 verse 69, and chapter 11 verse 27. The author of the Probabilia reasonably considers it suspicious that, in the fourth gospel, Jesus and his opponents should appear entirely ignorant of the theocratic sense which is elsewhere attached to the expression ho uios tu theou, and which must have been more familiar to the Jews than any other, unless we suppose some of them to have partaken of Alexandrian culture. To such, we grant, as well as to the fourth evangelist, judging from his prologue, the metaphysical relation of the logos monogenes to God would be the most cherished association. End of section 63. Part 2, Chapter 4, Section 64 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 4, Jesus as the Messiah. Section 64, The Divine Mission and Authority of Jesus, His Pre-existence. The four evangelists are in unison as to the declaration of Jesus concerning his divine mission and authority. Like every prophet, he is sent by God, Matthew chapter 10 verse 40, John chapter 5 verse 23 and following, verse 56 and following, acts and speaks by the authority and under the immediate guidance of God, John chapter 5 verse 19 and following, and exclusively possesses an adequate knowledge of God, which it is his office to impart to men. Matthew chapter 11 verse 27, John chapter 3 verse 13. To him, as the Messiah, all power is given. Matthew chapter 11 verse 27. First, over the kingdom which he is appointed to found and to rule with all its members. John chapter 10 verse 29, chapter 17 verse 6. Next, over mankind in general. John chapter 17 verse 2. And even external nature. Matthew chapter 28 verse 18. Consequently, should the interests of the messianic kingdom demand it, power to effect a thorough revolution in the whole world. At the future commencement of his reign, Jesus, as Messiah, is authorized to awake the dead. John chapter 5 verse 28, and to sit as a judge, separating those worthy to partake of the heavenly kingdom
from the unworthy. Matthew chapter 25, verse 31 and following, John chapter 5, verses 22 and 29. Offices which Jewish opinion attributed to the Messiah, and which Jesus, once convinced of his Messiahship, would necessarily transfer to himself. The evangelists are not equally unanimous on another point. According to the synoptical writers, Jesus claims, it is true, the highest human dignity and the most exalted relation with God for the present and future, but he never refers to an existence anterior to his earthly career. In the fourth gospel, on the contrary, we find several discourses of Jesus which contain the repeated assertion of his pre-existence. We grant that when Jesus describes himself as coming down from heaven, John chapter 3 verse 13, chapter 16 verse 28, the expression, taken alone, may be understood as a merely figurative intimation of his superhuman origin. It is more difficult, but perhaps admissible, to interpret, with the Socinian Krell, the declaration of Jesus, before Abraham was, I am, John chapter 8, verse 58, as referring to a purely ideal existence in the predetermination of God, but scarcely possible to consider the prayer to the Father, John chapter 17, verse 5, to confirm the glory which Jesus had with him before the world was, as an entreaty for the communication of a glory predestined for Jesus from eternity. But the language of Jesus, John chapter 6, verse 62, where he speaks of the Son of Man reascending where he was before, is, in its intrinsic meaning, as well as in that which is reflected on it from other passages, unequivocally significative of actual, not merely ideal, pre-existence. It has been already conjectured that these expressions, or at least the adaptation of them to a real pre-existence, are derived not from Jesus, but from the author of the fourth gospel, with whose opinions, as propounded in his introduction, they specifically agree. For if the Word was in the beginning with God, Jesus, in whom it was made flesh, might attribute to himself an existence before Abraham, and a participation of glory with the Father before the foundation of the world. Nevertheless, we are not warranted in adopting this view, unless it can be shown that neither was the idea of the pre-existence of the Messiah extant among the Jews of Palestine before the time of Jesus, nor is it probable that Jesus attained such a notion independently of the ideas peculiar to his age and nation. The latter supposition, that Jesus spoke from his own memory of his pre-human and pre-mundane existence, is liable to comparison with dangerous parallels in the history of Pythagoras. Ennius and Apollonius of Tyana, whose alleged reminiscences of individual states which they had experienced prior to their birth, are now generally regarded either as subsequent fables or as enthusiastic self-delusions of those celebrated men. For the other alternative, that the idea in question was common to the Jewish nation, a presumption may be found in the description, already quoted from Daniel, of the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven, since the author possibly, and at all events many readers, imagined that personage to be a superhuman being dwelling beforehand with God like the angels. But that every one who referred this passage to the Messiah, or that Jesus in particular associated with it the notion of a pre-existence, is not to be proved. For if we exclude the representation of John, Jesus depicts his coming in the clouds of heaven not as if he had come as a visitant to earth from his home in heaven, but, according to Matthew chapter 26, verse 65, compare with chapter 24, verse 25, as if he, the earth-born, after the completion of his earthly course, would be received into heaven, and from thence would return to establish his kingdom, thus making the coming from heaven not necessarily include the idea of pre-existence. We find in the Proverbs, in Sirach, and in the Book of Wisdom, the idea of a personified and even hypostasized wisdom of God, and in the Psalms and Prophets, strongly marked personifications of the divine word. And it is especially worthy of note that the later Jews, in their horror of anthropomorphism in the idea of the divine being, attributed his speech, appearance, and immediate agency to the Word, or the dwelling place of Jehovah, as may be seen in the venerable Targum of Onkelos. These expressions, at first mere paraphrases of the name of God, soon received the mystical signification of a veritable hypostasis, of a being at once distinct from and one with God, as most of the revelations and interpositions of God, whose organ this personified word was considered to be, were designed in favor of the Israelitish people. It was natural for them to assign to the manifestation, which was still awaited from him, and which was still to be the crowning benefit of Israel, the manifestation, namely, of the Messiah, a peculiar relation with the Word or Shekinah. From this germ sprang the opinion that with the Messiah the Shekinah would appear, and that what was ascribed to the Shekinah pertained equally to the Messiah, an opinion not confined to the rabbins, but sanctioned by the Apostle Paul. According to it, the Messiah was, even in the wilderness, the invisible guide and benefactor of God's people. 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verses 4 and 9. He was with our first parents in paradise. He was the agent in creation. Colossians chapter 1, verse 16. He even existed before the creation, and prior to his incarnation in Jesus, was in a glorious fellowship with God. Philippians chapter 2, verse 6. As it is thus evident that, immediately after the time of Jesus, the idea of a pre-existence of the Messiah was incorporated in the higher Jewish theology, it is no far-fetched conjecture that the same idea was afloat when the mind of Jesus was maturing, and that in his conception of himself as the Messiah, this attribute was included. But whether Jesus were as deeply initiated in the speculations of the Jewish schools as Paul is yet a question, and as the author of the fourth gospel, versed in the Alexandrian doctrine of the Logos, stands alone in ascribing to Jesus the assertion of a pre-existence, we are unable to decide whether we are to put the dogma to the account of Jesus or of his biographer. End of section 64. Part 2, Chapter 4, Section 65 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 4, Jesus as the Messiah. Section 65, The Messianic Plan of Jesus, Indications of a Political Element. The Baptist pointed to a future individual, and Jesus to himself, as the founder of the kingdom of heaven. The idea of that messianic kingdom belonged to the Israelitish nation. Did Jesus hold it in the form in which it existed among his contemporaries, or under modifications of his own? The idea of the Messiah grew up amongst the Jews in soil half religious, half political. It was nurtured by national adversity, and in the time of Jesus, according to the testimony of the Gospels, it was embodied in the expectation that the Messiah would ascend the throne of his ancestor David, free the Jewish people from the Roman yoke, and found a kingdom which would last forever. Luke chapter 1 verse 32 and following, verse 68 and following, Acts chapter 1 verse 6. Hence, our first question must be this: did Jesus include this political element in his messianic plan? That Jesus aspired to be a temporal ruler has at all times been an allegation of the adversaries of Christianity, but has been maintained by none with so much exegetical acumen as by the author of the Wolfenbüttel fragments, who, be it observed, by no means denies to Jesus the praise of aiming at the moral reformation of his nation. According to this writer, the first indication of a political plan on the part of Jesus is, that he unambiguously announced the approaching messianic kingdom, and laid down the conditions on which it was to be entered, without explaining what this kingdom was and wherein it consisted, as if he supposed the current idea of its nature to be correct. Now the fact is, that the prevalent conception of the messianic reign had a strong political bias. Hence, when Jesus spoke of the Messiah's kingdom without a definition, the Jews could only think of an earthly dominion. And as Jesus could not have presupposed any other interpretation of his words, he must have wished to be so understood. But in opposition to this, it may be remarked that in the parables by which Jesus shadowed forth the kingdom of heaven, in the Sermon on the Mount, in which he illustrates the duties of its citizens, and lastly, in his whole demeanor and course of action, we have sufficient evidence that his idea of the messianic kingdom was peculiar to himself. There is not so ready a counterpoise for the difficulty that Jesus sent the apostles, with whose conceptions he could not be unacquainted, to announce the Messiah's kingdom throughout the land. Matthew chapter 10. These, who disputed which of them should be greatest in the kingdom of their master, Matthew chapter 18 verse 1, Luke chapter 22 verse 24, of whom two petitioned for the seats at the right and left of the Messianic king, Mark chapter 10 verse 35 and following, who, even after the death and resurrection of Jesus, expected a restoration of the kingdom to Israel, Acts chapter 1 verse 6. These had clearly, from the beginning to the end of their intercourse with Jesus, no other than the popular notion of the Messiah. When, therefore, Jesus dispatched them as heralds of his kingdom, it seems necessarily a part of his design that they should disseminate in all places their political messianic idea. Among the discourses of Jesus, there is one especially worthy of note in Matthew chapter 19 verse 28. Compare with Luke chapter 22 verse 30. In reply to the question of Peter, "We have left all and followed thee. What shall we have therefore?" Jesus promises to his disciples that in the Palingenesia, when the Son of Man shall sit on his throne, they also shall sit on 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. That the literal import of this promise formed part of the tissue of the messianic hopes cherished by the Jews of that period, it is not to be controverted. It is argued, however, that Jesus spoke figuratively on this occasion, and only employed familiar Jewish images to convey to the apostles an assurance that the sacrifices they had made here would be richly compensated in their future life by a participation in his glory. But the disciples must have understood the promise literally, when, even after the resurrection of Jesus, they harbored anticipations of worldly greatness. And as Jesus had had many proofs of this propensity, he would hardly have adopted such language had he not intended to nourish their temporal hopes. The supposition that he did so merely to animate the courage of his disciples without himself sharing their views, imputes duplicity to Jesus, a duplicity in this case quite gratuitous, since, as Olshausen justly observes, Peter's question would have been satisfactorily answered by any other laudatory acknowledgment of the devotion of the disciples. Hence it appears a fair inference that Jesus himself shared the Jewish expectations which he here sanctions, but expositors have made the most desperate efforts to escape from this unwelcome conclusion. Some have resorted to an arbitrary alteration of the reading, others to the detection of irony, directed against the disproportion between the pretensions of the disciples and their trivial services, others to different expedients,
but all more unnatural than the admission that Jesus, in accordance with Jewish ideas, here promises his disciples the dignity of being his assessors in his visible messianic judgment,
and that he thus indicates the existence of a national element in his notion of the Messiah's kingdom. It is observable too that in the Acts, chapter 1 verse 7, Jesus, even after his resurrection, does not deny that he will restore the kingdom to Israel, but merely discourages curiosity as to the times and seasons of its restoration. Among the actions of Jesus, his last entry into Jerusalem, Matthew chapter 21 verse 1 and following, is especially appealed to as a proof that his plan was partly political. According to the Fragmentist, all the circumstances point to a political design. The time which Jesus chose, after a sufficiently long preparation of the people in the provinces, the Passover, which they visited in great numbers, the animal on which he rode, and by which, from a popular interpretation of a passage in Zechariah, he announced himself as the destined king of Jerusalem, the approval which he pronounces when the people receive him with a royal greeting, the violent procedure which he hazards in the temple, and finally his severe philippic on the higher class of the Jews, Matthew chapter 23, at the close of which he seeks to awe them into a reception of him as their messianic king, by the threat that he will show himself to them no more in any other guise. End of section 65. Part 2, Chapter 4, Section 66 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 4, Jesus as the Messiah. Section 66. Data for the pure spirituality of the messianic plan of Jesus. Balance. Nowhere in our evangelical narratives is there a trace of Jesus having sought to form a political party. On the contrary, he withdraws from the eagerness of the people to make him a king. John chapter 6 verse 15. He declares that the messianic kingdom comes not with observation, but is to be sought for in the recesses of the soul. Luke chapter 17 verse 20 and following. It is his principle to unite obedience to God with obedience to temporal authority, even with heathen. Matthew chapter 22 verse 21. On his solemn entry into the capital, he chooses to ride the animal of peace, and afterwards escapes from the multitude, instead of using their excitement for the purposes of his ambition. Lastly, he maintains before his judge that his kingdom is not from hence, is not of this world. John chapter 16 verse 36, and we have no reason in this instance to question either his or the evangelist's veracity. Thus, we have a series of indications to counterbalance those detailed in the preceding section. The adversaries of Christianity have held exclusively to the arguments for a political, or rather a revolutionary project on the part of Jesus, while the orthodox theologians adhere to those only which tell for the pure spirituality of his plan, and each party has labored to invalidate by hermeneutical skill the passages unfavorable to its theory. It has of late been acknowledged that both are equally partial, and that there is need of arbitration between them. This has been attempted chiefly by supposing an earlier and a later form of the plan of Jesus. Although, it has been said, the moral improvement and religious elevation of his people were from the first the primary object of Jesus, he nevertheless, in the beginning of his public life, cherished the hope of reviving, by means of this internal regeneration, the external glories of the theocracy, when he should be acknowledged by his nation as the Messiah, and thereby be constituted the supreme authority in the state. But in the disappointment of this hope, he recognized the divine rejection of every political element in his plan, and thenceforth refined it into pure spirituality. It is held to be a presumption in favor of such a change in the plan of Jesus, that there is a gladness diffused over his first appearance, which gives place to melancholy in the latter period of his ministry, that instead of the acceptable year of the Lord, announced in his initiative address at Nazareth, sorrow is the burthen of his later discourses, and he explicitly says of Jerusalem that he had attempted to save it, but that now its fall, both religious and political, was inevitable. As, however, the evangelists do not keep the events and discourses proper to these distinct periods within their respective limits, but happen to give the two most important data for the imputation of a political design to Jesus, namely the promise of the 12 thrones and the public entrance into the capital, near the close of his life, we must attribute to these writers a chronological confusion, as in the case of the relation which the views of Jesus bore to the messianic idea in general, unless, as an alternative, it be conceivable that Jesus uttered during the same period the declarations which seem to indicate, and those which disclaim, a political design. This, in our apprehension, is not inconceivable, for Jesus might anticipate a kathizesthai epi thronus for himself and his disciples, not regarding the means of its attainment as a political revolution, but as a revolution to be effected by the immediate interposition of God. That such was his view may be inferred from his placing that judiciary appearance of his disciples in the Pelagianesia, for this was not a political revolution any more than a spiritual regeneration. It was a resurrection of the dead, which God was to effect through the agency of the Messiah, and which was to usher in the messianic times.
Jesus certainly expected to restore the throne of David, and with his disciples to govern a liberated people. In no degree, however, did he rest his hopes on the sword of human adherents. Luke chapter 22, verse 38, Matthew chapter 26, verse 52, but on the legions of angels which his heavenly Father could send him. Matthew chapter 26, verse 53. Wherever he speaks of coming in his messianic glory, he depicts himself surrounded by angels and heavenly powers. Matthew chapter 26, verse 27, chapter 24, verse 30 and following, chapter 25, verse 31, John chapter 1, verse 52. Before the majesty of the Son of Man, coming in the clouds of heaven, all nations are to bow without the coercion of the sword, and at the sound of the angel's trumpet are to present themselves, with the awakened dead, before the judgment seat of the Messiah and his 12 apostles.
All this Jesus would not bring to pass of his own will, but he waited for a signal from his heavenly Father, who alone knew of the appropriate time for this catastrophe. Mark chapter 13, verse 32. And he apparently was not disconcerted when his end approached without his having received the expected intimation. They who shrink from this view, merely because they conceive that it makes Jesus an enthusiast, will do well to reflect how closely such hopes corresponded with the long-cherished messianic idea of the Jews, and how easily, in that day of supernaturalism, and in a nation segregated by the peculiarities of its faith, an idea in itself extravagant, if only it were consistent, and had, in some of its aspects, truth and dignity, might allure even a reasonable man beneath its influence. With respect to that which awaits the righteous after judgment, everlasting life in the kingdom of the Father, it is true that Jesus, in accordance with Jewish notions, compares it to a feast. Matthew chapter 8, verse 11, chapter 22, verse 2 and following, at which he hopes himself to taste the fruit of the vine. Matthew chapter 26, verse 29, and to celebrate the Passover. Luke chapter 22, verse 16. But his declaration that in the aion melon, the organic relation between the sexes will cease, and men will be like the angels, Luke chapter 20, verse 35 and following, seems more or less to reduce the above discourses to a merely symbolical significance. Thus we conclude that the messianic hope of Jesus was not political, nor even merely earthly, for he referred its fulfillment to supernatural means, and to a supermundane theatre, the regenerated earth. As little was it a purely spiritual hope in the modern sense of the term, for it included important and unprecedented changes in the external condition of things. But it was the national theocratic hope, spiritualized and ennobled by his own peculiar moral and religious views. End of section 66. Part 2, Chapter 4, Section 67 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 4, Jesus as the Messiah. Section 67, The Relation of Jesus to the Mosaic Law. The Mosaic institutions were actually extinguished in the church of which Jesus was the founder. Hence, it is natural to suppose that their abolition formed a part of his design, a reach of vision, beyond the horizon of the ceremonial worship of his age and country, of which apologists have been ever anxious to prove that he was possessed. Neither are there wanting speeches and actions of Jesus which seem to favor their effort. Whenever he details the conditions of participation in the kingdom of heaven, as in the Sermon on the Mount, he insists not on the observance of the Mosaic ritual, but on the spirit of religion and morality. He attaches no value to fasting, praying, and almsgiving, unless accompanied by a corresponding bent of mind. Matthew chapter 6, verses 1 through 18. The two main elements of the Mosaic worship, sacrifice and keeping of Sabbaths and feasts, he not only nowhere enjoins, but puts a marked slight on the former, by commending the scribe who declared that the love of God and one's neighbor was more than whole burnt offerings and sacrifices, as one not far from the kingdom of God. Mark chapter 12, verse 23 and following. And he ran counter in action as well as in speech to the customary mode of celebrating the Sabbath. Matthew chapter 12, verses 1 through 13, Mark chapter 2, verses 23 through 28, chapter 3, verses 1 through 5, Luke chapter 6 verses 1 through 10, chapter 13 verses 10 and following, chapter 14 verse 1 and following, John chapter 5 verse 5 and following, chapter 7 verse 22, and chapter 9 verse 1 and following, of which in his character of Son of Man he claimed to be Lord. The Jews, too, appear to have expected a revision of the Mosaic law by their Messiah. A somewhat analogous sense is couched in the declarations attributed by the fourth evangelist to Jesus, chapter 2 verse 19. Matthew chapter 26 verse 61 and Mark chapter 14 verse 58 represent him as being accused by false witnesses of saying, I am able to destroy the temple of God, and to build it in 3 days. The author of the Acts has something similar as an article of accusation against Stephen, but instead of the latter half of the sentence, it is thus added, and he, that is Jesus, shall change the customs which Moses delivered us. And perhaps this may be regarded as an authentic comment on the less explicit text. In general, it may be said that to one who, like Jesus, is so far alive to the absolute value of the internal compared with the external, of the bent of the entire disposition compared with isolated acts, that he pronounces the love of God and our neighbor to be the essence of the law. Matthew chapter 22 verse 36 and following. To him it cannot be a secret that all precepts of the law which do not bear on these 2 points are unessential. But the argument apparently most decisive of a design on the part of Jesus to abolish the Mosaic worship is furnished by his prediction that the temple, the center of Jewish worship, Matthew chapter 24 verse 2 and parallel passages, would be destroyed, and that the adoration of God would be freed from local fetters and become purely spiritual. John chapter 4 verse 21 and following. The above, however, presents only one aspect of the position assumed by Jesus towards the Mosaic law. There are also data for the belief that he did not meditate the overthrow of the ancient constitution of his country. This side of the question has been, at a former period, and from easily conceived reasons, the one which the enemies of Christianity in its ecclesiastical form have chosen to exhibit. But it is only in recent times that, the theological horizon being extended, the unprejudiced expositors of the Church have acknowledged its existence. In the first place, during his life, Jesus remains faithful to the paternal law. He attends the synagogue on the Sabbath, journeys to Jerusalem at the time of the feast, and eats of the paschal lamb with his disciples. It is true that he heals on the Sabbath, allows his disciples to pluck ears of corn, Matthew chapter 12 verse 1 and following, and requires no fasting or washing before meat in his society, Matthew chapter 4 verse 14, chapter 15 verse 2. But the Mosaic law concerning the Sabbath simply prescribed cessation from common labor. Exodus chapter 20 verse 8 and following, chapter 31 verse 12 and following, Deuteronomy chapter 5 verse 12 and following, including plowing, reaping, Exodus chapter 34 verse 21, gathering of sticks, Numbers chapter 15 verse 32 and following, and similar work, and it was only the spirit of petty observance, the growth of a later age, that made it an offense to perform cures or pluck a few ears of corn. The washing of hands before eating was but a rabbinical custom. In the law, one general yearly fast was alone prescribed. Leviticus chapter 16 verse 29 and following, chapter 23 verse 27 and following, and no private fasting required. Hence, Jesus cannot be convicted of infringing the precepts of Moses. In that very Sermon on the Mount, in which Jesus exalts spiritual religion so far above all ritual, he clearly presupposes the continuation of sacrifices, Matthew 5:23 and following, and declares that he is not come to destroy the law and the prophets, but to fulfill, Matthew 5:17. Even if plerosai, in all probability, refers chiefly to the accomplishment of the Old Testament prophecies, ουκ έλθον καταλούσαι must at the same time be understood of the conservation of the Mosaic law, since, in the context, perpetuity is promised to the smallest letter, and he who represents its lightest precept as not obligatory is threatened with the lowest rank in the kingdom of heaven. In accordance with this, the apostles adhered strictly to the Mosaic law even after the feast of Pentecost. They went at the hour of prayer into the temple, Acts 3:1, clung to the synagogues and to the Mosaic injunctions respecting food, chapter 10:14, and were unable to appeal to any express declaration of Jesus as a sanction for the procedure of Barnabas and Paul, when the Judaizing party complained of their baptizing Gentiles without laying on them the burthen of the Mosaic law. This apparent contradiction in the conduct and language of Jesus has been apologetically explained by the supposition that not only the personal obedience of Jesus to the law, but also his declarations in its favor, were a necessary concession to the views of his contemporaries, who would at once have withdrawn their confidence from him had he announced himself as the destroyer of their holy and venerated law. We allow that the obedience of Jesus to the law in his own person might be explained in the same way as that of Paul, which, on his own showing, was a measure of mere expediency. 1 Corinthians 9:20, compare with Acts 16:3. But the strong declarations of Jesus concerning the perpetuity of the law and the guilt of him who dares to violate its lightest precept cannot possibly be derived from the principle of concession, for to pronounce that indispensable, which one secretly holds superfluous, and which one even seeks to bring gradually into disuse, would, leaving honesty out of the question, be in the last degree injudicious. Hence, others have made a distinction between the moral and the ritual law, and referred the declaration of Jesus that he wished not to abrogate the law to the former one, which he extricated from a web of trivial ceremonies and embodied in his own example. But such a distinction is not found in those striking passages from the Sermon on the Mount. Rather, in the Law and the Prophets, we have the most comprehensive designation of the whole religious constitution of the Old Testament, and under the most trivial commandment, and the smallest letter of the law, alike pronounced imperishable, we cannot well understand anything else than the ceremonial precepts.
A happier distinction is that between really Mosaic institutes and their traditional amplifications. It is certain that the Sabbath cures of Jesus, his neglect of the pedantic ablutions before eating, and the like, ran counter, not to Moses, but to later rabbinical requirements, and several discourses of Jesus turn upon this distinction.
Matthew 15:3 and following, Jesus places the commandment of God in opposition to the tradition of the elders, and Matthew 23:23, he declares that where they are compatible, the former may be observed without rejecting the latter, in which case he admonishes the people to do all that the scribes and Pharisees enjoin. Where, on the contrary, either the one or the other only can be respected, he decides that it is better to transgress the tradition of the elders than the commandment of God as given by Moses. Matthew 15:3 and following. He describes the mass of traditional precepts as a burthen grievous to be borne, which he would remove from the oppressed people, substituting his own light burthen and easy yoke. whence it may be seen that with all his forbearance towards existing institutions, so far as they were not previously pernicious, it was his intention that all these commandments of men, as plants which his heavenly Father had not planted, should be rooted up. Chapter 15, verses 9 and 13. The majority of the Pharisaical precepts referred to externals, and had the effect of burying the noble morality of the Mosaic law under a heap of ceremonial observances. A gift to the temple sufficed to absolve the giver from his filial duties. Chapter 15, verse 5. And the payment of tithe of anise and cumin superseded justice, mercy, and faith. Chapter 23, verse 23. Hence, this distinction is in some degree identical with the former, since in the rabbinical institutes it was their merely ceremonial tendency that Jesus censured, while in the Mosaic law it was the kernel of religion and morality that he chiefly valued. It must only not be contended that he regarded the Mosaic law as permanent solely in its spiritual part, for the passages quoted, especially from the Sermon on the Mount, clearly show that he did not contemplate the abolition of the merely ritual precepts. Jesus, supposing that he had discerned morality and the spiritual worship of God to be the sole essentials in religion, must have rejected all which, being merely ritual and formal, had usurped the importance of a religious obligation, and under this description must fall a large proportion of the Mosaic precepts. But it is well known how slowly such consequences are deduced when they come into collision with usages consecrated by antiquity. Even Samuel, apparently, was aware that obedience is better than sacrifice. 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 22. And Asaph, that an offering of thanksgiving is more acceptable to God than one of slain animals. Psalm 1. Yet how long after were sacrifices retained, together with true obedience, or in its stead? Jesus was more thoroughly penetrated with his conviction than those ancients. With him, the true commandments of God in the Mosaic law were simply, honor thy father and thy mother, thou shalt not kill, etc., and, above all, thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and thy neighbor as thyself. But his deep-rooted respect for the sacred book of the law caused him, for the sake of these essential contents, to honor the unessential, which was the more natural, as in comparison with the absurdly exaggerated pedantry of the traditional observances. The ritual of the Pentateuch must have appeared highly simple. To honor this latter part of the law as of divine origin, but to declare it abrogated on the principle that in the education of the human race God finds necessary for an earlier period an arrangement which is superfluous for a later one, implies that idea of the law as a schoolmaster, Galatians chapter 3, verse 24,
which seems first to have been developed by the Apostle Paul. Nevertheless, its germ lies in the declaration of Jesus that God had permitted to the early Hebrews, on account of the hardness of their hearts, Matthew chapter 19, verse 8 and following, many things which, in a more advanced state of culture, were inadmissible.
A similar limitation of the duration of the law is involved in the predictions of Jesus, if indeed they were uttered by Jesus, a point which we have to discuss. That the temple would be destroyed at his approaching advent, Matthew chapter 24 and parallel passages, and that devotion would be freed from all local restrictions, John chapter 4. For with these must fall the entire Mosaic system of external worship. This is not contradicted by the declaration that the law would endure until heaven and earth should pass away, Matthew chapter 5, verse 18. For the Hebrew associated the fall of his state and sanctuary with the end of the old world or dispensation, so that the expressions, so long as the temple stands and so long as the world stands, were equivalent. It is true that the words of Jesus, Luke chapter 16, verse 16, ho nomos kai oi prophetai eos Ioannou, seem to imply that the appearance of the Baptist put an end to the validity of the law, but this passage loses its deprecatory sense when compared with its parallel, Matthew chapter 11, verse 13. On the other hand, Luke chapter 16, verse 17, controls Matthew chapter 5, verse 18, and reduces it to a mere comparison between the stability of the law and that of heaven and earth. The only question, then, is, in which of the Gospels are the two passages more correctly stated? As given in the first, they intimate that the law would retain its supremacy until, and not after, the close of the old dispensation. With this agrees the prediction that the temple would be destroyed, for the spiritualization of religion, and, according to Stephen's interpretation, the abolition of the Mosaic law, which were to be the results of that event, were undoubtedly identified by Jesus with the commencement of the aion melon of the Messiah. Hence it appears that the only difference between the view of Paul and that of Jesus is this, that the latter anticipated the extinction of the Mosaic system as a concomitant of his glorious advent or return to a regenerated earth, while the former believed its abolition permissible on the old unregenerated earth in virtue of the Messiah's first advent. End of section 67. Part 2, Chapter 4, Section 68 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 4, Jesus as the Messiah. Section 68, Scope of the Messianic Plan of Jesus, Relation to the Gentiles. Although the church founded by Jesus did, in fact, early extend itself beyond the limits of the Jewish people, there are yet indications which might induce a belief that he did not contemplate such an extension. When he sends the 12 on their first mission, his command is, "Go not into the way of the Gentiles, go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel." Matthew chapter 10, verse 5 and following. That Matthew alone has this injunction, and not the two other synoptists, is less probably explained by the supposition that the Hebrew author of the first gospel interpolated it, than by the opposite one, namely, that it was wilfully omitted by the Hellenistic authors of the second and third gospels. For the Judaizing tendency of Matthew is not so marked that he assigns to Jesus the intention of limiting the messianic kingdom to the Jews, as, on the contrary, he makes Jesus unequivocally foretell the calling of the Gentiles, chapter 8, verse 11 and following, chapter 21, verse 33 and following, chapter 22, verse 1 and following, chapter 28, verse 19 and following. He had no motive for fabricating this particularizing addition, but the two other evangelists had a strong one for its omission, in the offense which it would cause to the Gentiles already within the fold. Its presence in Matthew, however, demands an explanation, and expositors have thought to furnish one by supposing the injunction of Jesus to be a measure of prudence. It is unquestionable that, even if the plan of Jesus comprehended the Gentiles as well as the Jews, he must at first, if he would not forever ruin his cause with his fellow countrymen, adopt and prescribe to the disciples a rule of national exclusiveness. This necessity on his part might account for his answer to the Canaanitish woman, whose daughter he refuses to heal, because he was only sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Matthew 15:24. Were it not that the boon which he here denies is not a reception into the messianic kingdom, but a temporal benefit, such as even Elijah and Elisha had conferred on those who were not Israelites. 1 Kings 17:9 and following, 2 Kings 5:1 and following. Examples to which Jesus elsewhere appeals. Luke 4:25 and following. Hence, the disciples thought it natural and unobjectionable to grant the woman's petition, and it could not be prudential considerations that withheld Jesus, for a time, from compliance. That an aversion to the Gentiles may not appear to be his motive, it has been conjectured that Jesus, wishing to preserve an incognito in that country, avoided the performance of any messianic work. But such a design of concealment is only mentioned by Mark, 7:25, who represents it as being defeated by the entreaties of the woman, contrary to the inclinations of Jesus. And as this evangelist omits the declaration of Jesus, that he was not sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, we must suspect that he was guided by the wish to supply a less offensive motive for the conduct of Jesus, rather than by historical accuracy. Had Jesus really been influenced by the motive which Mark assigns, he must at once have alleged it to his disciples instead of a merely ostensible one, calculated to strengthen their already rigid exclusiveness. We should therefore rather listen to the opinion that Jesus sought, by his repeated refusal, to prove the faith of the woman and furnish an occasion for its exhibition, if we could find in the text the slightest trace of mere dissimulation, and none of a real change of mind. Even Mark, bent as he was on softening the features of the incident, cannot have thought of a dissimulation of this kind. Otherwise, instead of omitting the harsh words and making the inadequate addition, and would have no man know it, he would have removed the offense in the most satisfactory manner by an observation such as, he said this to prove her. Compare John 6:6. Thus, it must be allowed that Jesus, in this case, seems to share the antipathy of his countrymen towards the Gentiles. Nay, his antipathy seems to be of a deeper stamp than that of his disciples, unless their advocacy of the woman be a touch from the pencil of tradition, for the sake of contrast and grouping. This narrative, however, is neutralized by another, in which Jesus is said to act in a directly opposite manner. The centurion of Capernaum, also a Gentile, as we gather from the remarks of Jesus, has scarcely complained of a distress similar to that of the Canaanitish woman, when Jesus himself volunteers to go and heal his servant. Matthew 8:5. If then Jesus has no hesitation in this instance to exercise his power of healing in favor of a heathen, how comes it that he refuses to do so in another quite analogous case? Truly, if the relative position of the two narratives in the Gospels have any weight, he must have shown himself more harsh and narrow at the latter period than at the earlier one. Meanwhile, this single act of benevolence to a Gentile, standing as it does in inexplicable contradiction to the narrative above examined, cannot prove, in opposition to the command expressly given to the disciples not to go to the Gentiles, that Jesus contemplated their admission as such into the messianic kingdom. Even the prediction of Jesus that the kingdom of heaven would be taken from the Jews and given to the Gentiles does not prove this. In the above interview with the centurion of Capernaum, Jesus declares that many shall come from the east and the west, and sit down with the patriarchs in the kingdom of heaven, while the children of the kingdom obviously the Jews, for whom it was originally designed, will be cast out. Matthew chapter 8, verse 11 and following. Yet more decidedly, when applying the parable of the husbandman in the vineyard, he warns his countrymen that the kingdom of God shall be taken from them, and given to a nation bringing forth the fruits thereof. Matthew chapter 21, verse 43. All this may be understood in the sense intended by the prophets, in their promises that the messianic kingdom would extend to all nations, namely, that the Gentiles would turn to the worship of Jehovah, embrace the Mosaic religion in its entire form, and afterwards be received into the Messiah's kingdom. It would accord very well with this expectation, that, prior to such a conversion, Jesus should forbid his disciples to direct their announcement of his kingdom to the Gentiles. But in the discourses concerning his reappearance, Jesus regards the publication of the gospel to all nations as one of the circumstances that must precede that event. Matthew chapter 24, verse 14, Mark chapter 13, verse 10. And after his resurrection, according to the synoptists, he gave his disciples the command, Go ye and teach all nations, baptizing them, etc. Matthew chapter 28, verse 19, Mark chapter 16, verse 15, Luke chapter 24, verse 47. i.e., go to them with the offer of the Messiah's kingdom, even though they may not beforehand have become Jews. Not only, however, do the disciples, after the first Pentecost, neglect to execute this command, but when a case is thrust on them which offers them an opportunity for compliance with it, they act as if they were altogether ignorant that such a direction had been given by Jesus. Acts chapters 10 and 11. The heathen centurion Cornelius, worthy, from his devout life, of a reception into the messianic community, is pointed out by an angel to the apostle Peter, but because it was not hidden from God, with what difficulty the apostle would be induced to receive a heathen, without further preliminary into the Messiah's kingdom, he saw it needful to prepare him for such a step by a symbolical vision. In consequence of such an admonition, Peter goes to Cornelius, but to impel him to baptize him and his family, he needs a second sign, the pouring out of the Holy Ghost on these uncircumcised. When, subsequently, the Jewish Christians in Jerusalem call him to account for his reception of Gentiles, Peter appeals in his justification solely to the recent vision and to the Holy Ghost given to the centurion's family. Whatever judgment we may form of the credibility of this history, it is a memorial of the many deliberations and contentions which it cost the apostles after the departure of Jesus to convince themselves of the eligibility of Gentiles for a participation in the kingdom of their Christ, and the reasons which at last brought them to a decision. Now, if Jesus had given so explicit a command as that above quoted, what need is there of a vision to encourage Peter to its fulfillment? Or, supposing the vision to be a legendary investiture of the natural deliberations of the disciples, why did they go about in search of the reflection that all men ought to be baptized, because before God all men and all animals, as his creatures, are clean, if they could have appealed to an express injunction of Jesus? Here then is the alternative. If Jesus himself gave this command, the disciples cannot have been led to the admission of the Gentiles by the means narrated in Acts chapters 10 and 11. If, on the other hand, that narrative is authentic, the alleged command of Jesus cannot be historical. Our canon decides for the latter proposition. For that the subsequent practice and preeminent distinction of the Christian Church, its accessibility to all nations, and its indifference to circumcision or uncircumcision, should have lain in the mind of its founder, is the view best adapted to exalt and adorn Jesus, while that, after his death and through the gradual development of relations, the church, which its founder had designed for the Gentiles only in so far as they became Jews, should break through these limits, is in the simple, natural, and therefore the probable course of things. End of section 68. Part 2, Chapter 4, Section 69 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 4, Jesus as the Messiah. Section 69, Relation of the Messianic Plan of Jesus to the Samaritans. His interview with the woman of Samaria. There is the same apparent contradiction in the position which Jesus took and prescribed to his disciples towards the inhabitants of Samaria. While in his instructions to his disciples, Matthew chapter 10, verse 5, he forbids them to visit any city of the Samaritans, we read in John chapter 4 that Jesus himself, in his journey through Samaria, labored as the Messiah with great effect, and ultimately stayed 2 days in a Samaritan town, and in Acts chapter 1 verse 8, that before his ascension he charged the disciples to be his witnesses, not only in Jerusalem and in all Judea, but also in Samaria, that Jesus did not entirely shun Samaria, as that prohibition might appear to intimate, is evident from Luke chapter 9 verse 52, compare with chapter 17 verse 11, where his disciples bespeak lodgings for him in a Samaritan village, when he has determined to go to Jerusalem, a circumstance which accords with the information of Josephus, that those Galileans who journeyed to the feasts usually went through Samaria. That Jesus was not unfavorable to the Samaritans, nay, that in many respects he acknowledged their superiority to the Jews, is evident from his parable of the Good Samaritan, Luke chapter 10, verse 30 and following. He also bestows a marked notice on the case of a Samaritan, who, among 10 cleansed, was the only one that testified his gratitude, Luke chapter 17, verse 16. And if we may venture on such a conclusion from John chapter 4 verse 25 and subsequent records, the inhabitants of Samaria themselves had some tincture of the messianic idea. However natural it may appear that Jesus should avail himself of this susceptible side of the Samaritans by opportunely announcing to them the messianic kingdom, the aspect which the 4 evangelists bear to each other on this subject must excite surprise. Matthew has no occasion on which Jesus comes in contact with the Samaritans, or even mentions them, except in the prohibition above quoted. Mark is more neutral than Matthew, and has not even that prohibition. Luke has 2 instances of contact, one of them unfavorable, the other favorable, together with the parable in which Jesus presents a Samaritan as a model, and his approving notice of the gratitude of one whom he had healed. John, finally, has a narrative in which Jesus appears in a very intimate and highly favorable relation to the Samaritans. Are all these various accounts well founded? If so, how could Jesus at one time prohibit his disciples from including the Samaritans in the messianic plan, and at another time himself receive them without hesitation? Moreover, if the chronological order of the evangelists deserve regard, the ministry of Jesus in Samaria must have preceded the prohibition contained in his instructions to his disciples on their first mission. For the scene of that mission being Galilee, and there being no space for its occurrence during the short stay which, According to the fourth evangelist, Jesus made in that province before the first Passover, chapter 2, verses 1 through 13, it must be placed after that Passover, and, as the visit to Samaria was made on his journey, after that visit also. How then could Jesus, after having with the most desirable issue personally taught in Samaria, and presented himself as the Messiah, forbid his disciples to carry thither their messianic tidings? On the other hand, if the scenes narrated by John occurred after the command recorded by Matthew, the disciples, instead of wondering that Jesus talked so earnestly with a woman, John chapter 4, verse 27, ought rather to have wondered that he held any converse with a Samaritan. Since then, of the two extreme narratives at least, in Matthew and John, neither presupposes the other, we must either doubt the authenticity of the exclusive command of Jesus, or of his connection with the inhabitants of Samaria. In this conflict between the Gospels, we have again the advantage of appealing to the book of Acts as an umpire. Before Peter, at the divine instigation, had received the first fruits of the Gentiles into the Messiah's kingdom, Philip the deacon, being driven from Jerusalem by the persecution of which Stephen's death was the commencement, journeyed to the city of Samaria, where he preached Christ, and by miracles of all kinds won the Samaritans to the faith and to the reception of baptism. Acts chapter 8, verse 5 and following. This narrative is a complete contrast to that of the first admission of the Gentiles. While in the one there was need of a vision and a special intimation from the Spirit to bring Peter into communication with the heathens, in the other Philip, without any precedent, unhesitatingly baptizes the Samaritans. And lest it should be said that the deacon was perhaps of a more liberal spirit than the apostle, we have Peter himself coming forthwith to Samaria in company with John, an incident which forms another point of opposition between the two narratives. For, while the first admission of the Gentiles makes a highly unfavorable impression on the mother church at Jerusalem, the report that Samaria had received the word of God meets with so warm an approval there, that the two most distinguished apostles are commissioned to confirm and consummate the work begun by Philip. The tenor of this proceeding makes it not improbable that there was a precedent for it in the conduct of Jesus, or at least a sanction in his expressions. The narrative in the fourth Gospel, chapter 4, would form a perfect precedent in the conduct of Jesus, but we have yet to examine whether it bears the stamp of historical credibility. We do not, with the author of the Probabilia, stumble at the designation of the locality and the opening of the conversation between Jesus and the woman, but from verse 16 inclusively, there are, as impartial expositors confess, many grave difficulties. The woman had entreated Jesus to give her of the water which was forever to extinguish thirst, and Jesus immediately says, "Go, call thy husband." Why so? It has been said that Jesus, well knowing that the woman had no lawful husband, sought to shame her and bring her to repentance. Luca, disapproving the imputation of dissimulation to Jesus, conjectures that, perceiving the woman's dullness, he hoped by summoning her husband, possibly her superior in intelligence, to create an opportunity for a more beneficial conversation. But if Jesus, as it presently appears, knew that the woman had not at the time any proper husband, he could not in earnest desire her to summon him. And if, as Luca allows, he had that knowledge in a supernatural manner, it could not be hidden from him, who knew what was in man, that she would be little inclined to comply with his injunction. If, however, he had a prescience that, what he required would not be done, the injunction was a feint, and had some latent object. But that this object was the penitence of the woman, there is no indication in the text, for the ultimate effect on her is not shame and penitence, but faith in the prophetic insight of Jesus. Verse 19. And this was doubtless what Jesus wished, for the narrative proceeds as if he had attained his purpose with the woman,
and the issue corresponded to the design.
The difficulty here lies, not so much in what Luca terms dissimulation, since this comes under the category of blameless temptation, elsewhere occurring, as in the violence with which Jesus wrests an opportunity for the display of his prophetic gifts. By a transition equally abrupt, the woman urges the conversation to a point at which the messiahship of Jesus may become fully evident. As soon as she recognizes Jesus to be a prophet, she hastens to consult him on the controversy pending between the Jews and Samaritans as to the place appropriated to the true worship of God. Verse 20.
That so vivid an interest in this national and religious question is not consistent with the limited mental and circumstantial condition of the woman, the majority of modern commentators virtually confess, by their adoption of the opinion that her drift in this remark was to turn away the conversation from her own affairs.
If, then, the implied query concerning the place for the true worship of God had no serious interest for the woman, but was prompted by a false shame calculated to hinder confession and repentance, those expositors should remember what they elsewhere repeat to satiety, that in the Gospel of John the answers of Jesus refer not so much to the ostensible meaning of questions as to the undercurrent of feeling of which they are the indications. In accordance with this method, Jesus should not have answered the artificial question of the woman as if it had been one of deep seriousness. He ought rather to have evaded it, and recurred to the already detected stain on her conscience, which she was now seeking to hide, in order, if possible, to bring her to a full conviction and open avowal of her guilt. But the fact is that the object of the evangelist was to show that Jesus had been recognized, not merely as a prophet, but as the Messiah, and he believed that to turn the conversation to the question of the legitimate place for the worship of God, the solution of which was expected from the Messiah, would best conduce to that end. Jesus evinces, verse 17, an acquaintance with the past history and present position of the woman. The rationalists have endeavored to explain this by the supposition that while Jesus sat at the well, and the woman was advancing from the city, some passer-by hinted to him that he had better not engage in conversation with her, as she was on the watch to obtain a sixth husband. But not to insist on the improbability that a passer-by should hold a colloquy with Jesus on the character of an obscure woman, the friends as well as the enemies of the fourth gospel now agree that every natural explanation of that knowledge on the part of Jesus directly counteracts the design of the evangelist. For, according to him, the disclosure which Jesus makes of his privity to the woman's intimate concerns is the immediate cause, not only of her own faith in him, but of that of many inhabitants of the city. Verse 39. And he obviously intends to imply that they were not to precipitate in receiving him as a prophet, on that ground alone. Thus, in the view of the evangelist, the knowledge in question was an effluence of the higher nature of Jesus, and modern supernaturalists adhere to this explanation, adducing in its support the power which John attributes to him, chapter 2, verse 24 and following, of discerning what is in man without the aid of external testimony. But this does not meet the case, for Jesus here not only knows what is in the woman, her present equivocal state of mind towards him who is not her husband, he has cognizance also of the extrinsic fact that she has had 5 husbands, of whom we cannot suppose that each had left a distinct image in her mind traceable by the observation of Jesus. That by means of the penetrative acumen with which he scrutinized the hearts of those with whom he had to do, Jesus should also have a prophetic insight into his own messianic destiny, and the fortunes of his kingdom, may, under a certain view of his person, appear probable, and in any case must be deemed in the highest degree dignified.
But that he should be acquainted, even to the most trivial details, with the adventitious history of obscure individuals, is an idea that degrades him in proportion to the exaltation of his prophetic dignity.
Such empirical knowingness, not omniscience, would moreover annihilate the human consciousness which the orthodox view supposes to coexist in Jesus. But the possession of this knowledge, however it may clash with our conception of dignity and wisdom, closely corresponds to the Jewish notion of a prophet, more especially of the Messiah. In the Old Testament, Daniel recites a dream of Nebuchadnezzar, which that monarch himself had forgotten. Daniel chapter 2. In the Clementine homilies, the true prophet is ho pantotai panta eidos ta men gegon ota hos ek eneto, ta de ginomena hos ginetai, ta de esomena hos estai. And the rabbins number such a knowledge of personal secrets among the signs of the Messiah, and observe that from the want of it, Bar Kokhba was detected to be a pseudo-Messiah. Farther on, verse 23, Jesus reveals to the woman what Hassa terms the sublimest principle of his religion, namely, that the service of God consists in a life of piety, tells her that all ceremonial worship is about to be abolished, and that he is the personage who will effect this momentous change, that is, the Messiah. We have already shown it to be improbable that Jesus, who did not give his disciples to understand that he was the Messiah until a comparatively late period, should make an early and distinct disclosure on the subject to a Samaritan woman. In what respect was she worthy of a communication more explicit than ever fell to the lot of the disciples? What could induce Jesus to send roaming into the futurity of religious history the contemplation of a woman, whom he should rather have induced to examine herself, and to ponder on the corruptions of her own heart? Nothing but the wish to elicit from her, at any cost, and without regard to her moral benefit, an acknowledgment, not only of his prophetic gifts, but of his messiahship. To what end it was necessary to give the conversation the above direction. But so contracted a design can never be imputed to Jesus, who, on other occasions, exemplifies a more suitable mode of dealing with mankind. It is the design of the glorifying legend, or of an idealizing biographer. Meanwhile, continues the narrative, verse 27, the disciples of Jesus returned from the city with provisions, and marveled that he talked with a woman, contrary to rabbinical rule, while the woman, excited by the last disclosure of Jesus, hastens homeward to invite her fellow citizens to come and behold the Messiah-like stranger. The disciples entreat him to partake of the food they have procured. He answers, I have meat to eat that ye know not of. Verse 32. They, misunderstanding his words, imagine that some person has supplied him with food in their absence, one of those carnal interpretations of expressions intended spiritually by Jesus, which are of perpetual recurrence in the fourth gospel, and are therefore suspicious. Then follows a discourse on sowing and reaping, verse 35 and following, which, compared with verse 37, can only mean that what Jesus has sown, the disciples will reap. We admit that this is susceptible of the general interpretation, that the germ of the kingdom of God, which blossomed and bore fruit under the cultivation of the apostles, was first deposited in the world by Jesus. But it cannot be denied that a special application is also intended. Jesus foresees that the woman, who is hastening towards the city, will procure him an opportunity of sowing the seed of the gospel in Samaria, and he promises the disciples that they at a future time shall reap the fruits of his labors. Who is not here reminded of the propagation of Christianity in Samaria by Philip and the apostles as narrated in the Acts? That, even abstracting all supernaturalism from our idea of the person of Jesus, he might have foreseen this progress of his cause in Samaria from his knowledge of its inhabitants, is not to be denied. But as the above figurative prediction forms part of a whole more than improbable in an historical point of view, it is equally liable to suspicion, especially as it is easy to show how it might originate without any foundation in fact. According to the prevalent tradition of the early church, as recorded in the synoptical gospels, Jesus labored personally in Galilee, Judea, and Perea only, not in Samaria, which, however, as we learn from the Acts, embraced the gospel at no remote period from his death. How natural the tendency to perfect the agency of Jesus, by representing him to have sown the heavenly seed in Samaria, thus extending his ministry through all parts of Palestine, to limit the glory of the apostles and other teachers to that of being the mere reapers of the harvest in Samaria, and to put this distinction on a suitable occasion into the mouth of Jesus. The result, then, of our examination of John's Samaritan narrative is, that we cannot receive it as a real history, and the impression which it leaves as a whole tends to the same conclusion. Since Heraclion and Origen, the more ancient commentators have seldom refrained from giving the interview of Jesus with the woman of Samaria an allegorical interpretation, on the ground that the entire scene has a legendary and poetic coloring. Jesus is seated at a well, that idyllic locality with which the old Hebrew legend associates so many critical incidents. At the identical well, moreover, which a tradition, founded on Genesis chapter 33 verse 19, chapter 48 verse 22, Joshua chapter 24 verse 32, reported to have been given by Jacob to his son Joseph. Hence the spot, in addition to the idyllic interest, has the more decided consecration of national and patriarchal recollections, and is all the more worthy of being trodden by the Messiah. At the well, Jesus meets with a woman who has come out to draw water, just as, in the Old Testament, the expectant Eliezer encounters Rebekah with her pitcher, and as Jacob meets with Rachel, the destined ancestress of Israel, or Moses with his future wife. Jesus begs of the woman to let him drink. So does Eliezer of Rebekah. After Jesus has made himself known to the woman as the Messiah, she runs back to the city and fetches her neighbors. So Rebekah, after Eliezer has announced himself as Abraham's steward, and Rachel, after she has discovered that Jacob is her kinsman, hasten homeward to call their friends to welcome the honored guest. It is, certainly, not one blameless as those early mothers in Israel whom Jesus here encounters, for this woman came forth as the representative of an impure people, who had been faithless to their marriage bond with Jehovah, and were then living in a practice of a false worship, while her goodwill, her deficient moral strength, and her obtuseness in spiritual things perfectly typify the actual state of the Samaritans. Thus, the interview of Jesus with the woman of Samaria is only a poetical representation of his ministry among the Samaritans narrated in the sequel, and this is itself a legendary prelude to the propagation of the gospel in Samaria after the death of Jesus. Renouncing the event in question as unhistorical, we know nothing of any connection formed by Jesus with the Samaritans, and there remain as indications of his views regarding them only his favorable notice of an individual from among them, Luke chapter 17, verse 16, his unpropitious reception in one of their villages, Luke chapter 9, verse 53, the prohibition with respect to them, addressed to his disciples, Matthew chapter 10, verse 5, the eulogistic parable, Luke chapter 10, verse 30 and following, and his valedictory command that the gospel should be preached in Samaria, Acts chapter 1, verse 8. This express command being subsequent to the resurrection of Jesus, its reality must remain problematical for us until we have examined the evidence for that capital fact, and it is to be questioned whether without it, and notwithstanding the alleged prohibition, the unhesitating conduct of the apostles, Acts chapter 8, can be explained. Are we then to suppose on the part of the apostolic history a cancelling of hesitations and deliberations that really occurred, or on the part of Matthew an unwarranted ascription of national bigotry to Jesus, or finally on the part of Jesus a progressive enlargement of view? End of section 69. Part 2, Chapter 5, Section 70 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 5, The Disciples of Jesus. Section 70, Calling of the First Companions of Jesus, difference between the first two evangelists and the fourth. The first two evangelists agree in stating that Jesus, when walking by the Sea of Galilee, called first the two brothers Andrew and Peter, and immediately after James and John, to forsake their fishing nets and to follow him. Matthew chapter 4, verses 18 through 22, Mark chapter 1, verses 16 through 20. The fourth evangelist also narrates, chapter 1, verse 35 through 51, how the first disciples came to attach themselves to Jesus, and among them we find Peter and Andrew, and, in all probability, John, for it is generally agreed that the nameless companion of Andrew was that ultimately favorite apostle. James is absent from this account, and instead of his vocation we have that of Philip and Nathanael. But even when the persons are the same, all the particulars of their meeting with Jesus are variously detailed. In the two synoptical Gospels, the scene is the coast of the Galilean Sea. In the fourth, Andrew, Peter, and their anonymous friend unite themselves to Jesus in the vicinity of the Jordan. Philip and Nathanael on the way from thence into Galilee. In the former, again, Jesus in two instances calls a pair of brothers. In the latter, it is first Andrew and his companion, then Peter, and anonymous Philip and Nathanael, who meet with Jesus. But the most important difference is this: while in Matthew and Mark the brethren are called from their fishing immediately by Jesus, in John nothing more is said of the respective situations of those who were summoned, than that they come and are found, and Jesus himself calls only Philip, Andrew and his nameless companion being directed to him by the Baptist, Peter brought by Andrew, and Nathanael by Philip. Thus, the two narratives appear to refer to separate events, and if it be asked which of those events was prior to the other, we must reply that John seems to assign the earlier date to his incidents, for he represents them as taking place before the return of Jesus from the scene of his baptism into Galilee, while the synoptists place theirs after that journey, especially if, according to a calculation often adopted, we regard the return into Galilee, which they make so important an epoch, as being that from the first Passover, not from the baptism. It is evident, too, from the intrinsic nature of the occurrences reported by the fourth evangelist, that they could not have succeeded those in Matthew and Mark. For if, as these writers tell us, Andrew and John had already followed Jesus, they could not again be in the train of the Baptist, as we see them in the fourth gospel. Nor would it have been necessary for that teacher to have directed their attention to Jesus, neither, if Peter had already been called by Jesus himself to become a fisher of men, was there any need for his brother Andrew to bring him to his already elected master. Nevertheless, expositors with one voice declare that the two narratives are equally adapted to precede or follow each other. The fourth gospel, say they, recounts merely the first introduction of these men to Jesus. They did not forthwith become his constant followers, but were first installed by Jesus in their proper discipleship on the occasion which the synoptists have preserved. Let us test the justness of their view. In the synoptical narrative, Jesus says to his future disciples, "Come after me," and the result is that they follow him. If we understand from this that the disciples thenceforth constantly followed Jesus, how can we give a different interpretation to a similar expression in the fourth gospel, "Follow me"? It is therefore a laudable consistency in Paulus to see, in both instances, merely an invitation to a temporary companionship during a walk in the immediate neighborhood. But this interpretation is incompatible with the synoptical history. How could Peter, at a later period, say so emphatically to Jesus, "We have left all and followed thee, what shall we have therefore?" How could Jesus promise to him and to everyone who had forsaken houses, etc., a hundredfold recompense? Matthew chapter 19, verse 27 and following. If this forsaking and following had been so transient and interrupted. From these considerations alone, it is probable that the ακολούθει moi in John also denotes the commencement of a permanent connection. But there are, besides, the plainest indications that this is the case in the context of the narrative. Precisely as in the synoptical gospels, Jesus appears alone before the scene of the vocation, but after this, on every fit occasion, the attendance of his disciples is mentioned. So in the fourth gospel, from the time of the occurrence in question, the previously solitary Jesus appears in the company of his disciples. Chapter 2, verse 2, chapter 12, verse 17, chapter 3, verse 22, chapter 4, verses 8 and 27, etc. To say that these disciples, acquired in Perea, again dispersed themselves after the return of Jesus into Galilee, is to do violence to the Gospel's out of harmonistic zeal. But even supposing such a dispersion, they could not, in the short time which it is possible to allow for their separation from Jesus, have become so completely strangers to him that he would have been obliged to reopen an acquaintance with them after the manner narrated by the synoptical writers. Still less probable is it that Jesus, after having distinguished Simon in the most individual manner by the surname Cephas on their first interview, would on a later occasion address to him the summons to be a fisher of men, a destination which was common to all the disciples. The rationalistic commentators perceive a special advantage in their position of the two narratives. It accounts, they say, for what must otherwise be in the highest degree surprising, namely, that Jesus merely in passing, and at the first glance, should choose 4 fishermen for his disciples, and that among them he should have alighted on the 2 most distinguished apostles, that, moreover, these 4 men, actively employed in their business, should leave it on the instant of their receiving an enigmatical summons from a man with whom they had no intimate acquaintance, and devote themselves to him as his followers. Now, on comparing the 4th gospel, we see that Jesus had learned to know these men long before, and that they, too, had had a demonstration of his excellence. Whence it is easy to understand the felicity of his choice, and their readiness to follow him. But this apparent advantage is the condemning circumstance in the above position. For nothing can more directly counteract the intention of the first 2 evangelists than to suppose a previous acquaintance between Jesus and the brethren whom he summons to follow him. In both Gospels, great stress is laid on the fact that they immediately left their nets, resolved to follow Jesus. The writers must therefore have deemed this something extraordinary, which it certainly was not, if these men had previously been in his train. In relation to Jesus also, the point of the narrative lies in his having, with a prophetic spirit, and at the first glance selected the right individuals, not needing that any should testify of man, for he knew what was in man, according to John chapter 2, verse 25, and thus presenting one of the characteristics which the Jews expected of their Messiah. If, then, each of these 2 diverse narratives profess to describe the first acquaintance of Jesus with his most distinguished disciples, it follows that one only can be correct, while the other is necessarily erroneous. It is our task to inquire which has the more intrinsic proofs of veracity. With respect to the synoptical representation, we share the difficulty which is felt by Paulus, in regarding it as a true account of the first interview between the parties. A penetration into the character of men at the first glance, such as is here supposed to have been evinced by Jesus, transcends all that is naturally possible to the most fortunate and practised knowledge of mankind. The nature of man is only revealed by his words and actions. The gift of discerning it without these means belongs to the visionary, or to that species of intuition for which the rabbinical designation of this messianic attribute, odorando judicare, is not at all too monstrous. Scarcely less improbable is the unhesitating obedience of the disciples, for Jesus had not yet acquired his Galilean fame, and to account for this promptitude we must suppose that the voice and will of Jesus had a coercive influence over their minds, independently of preparation and motives, which would be to complete the incredibility of the narrative by adding a magical trait to the visionary one already exposed. If these negative arguments are deemed strong enough to annul the pretensions of the narrative to an historical character, the alternative is to assign to it a mythical interpretation, if we can show on positive grounds that it might have been constructed in a traditional manner without historical foundation. As adequate inducements to the formation of such a legend, we may point not only to the above-cited Jewish notion of the Messiah as the searcher of hearts, but to a specific type of this vocation of the apostles, contained in the narrative, 1 Kings chapter 19, verses 19 through 21, of the mode in which the prophet Elijah summoned Elisha to become his follower. Here Jesus calls the brethren from their nets and their fishing. There the prophet calls his future disciple from the oxen and the plow. In both cases there is a transition from simple physical labor to the highest spiritual office, a contrast which, as is exemplified in the Roman history, tradition is apt either to cherish or to create. Further, the fishermen, at the call of Jesus, forsake their nets and follow him. So Elisha, when Elijah cast his mantle over him, left the oxen and ran after Elijah. This is one apparent divergency, which is a yet more striking proof of the relation between the two narratives than is their general similarity. The prophet's disciple entreated that before he attached himself entirely to Elijah, he might be permitted to take leave of his father and mother. And the prophet does not hesitate to grant him this request, on the understood condition that Elisha should return to him. Similar petitions are offered to Jesus. Luke chapter 9, verse 59 and following, Matthew chapter 8, verse 21 and following, by some whom he had called, or who had volunteered to follow him. But Jesus does not accede to these requests. On the contrary, he enjoins the one who wished previously to bury his father to enter on his discipleship without delay, and the other, who had begged permission to bid farewell to his friends, he at once dismisses as unfit for the kingdom of God. In strong contrast with the divided spirit manifested by these feeble proselytes, it is said of the apostles that they, without asking any delay, immediately forsook their occupation, and, in the case of James and John, their father. Could anything betray more clearly than this one feature, that the narrative is an embellished imitation of that in the Old Testament, intended to show that Jesus, in his character of Messiah, exacted a more decided adhesion, accompanied with greater sacrifices, than Elijah, in his character of prophet merely, required or was authorized to require. The historical germ of the narrative may be this. Several of the most eminent disciples of Jesus, particularly Peter, dwelling on the shores of the Sea of Galilee, had been fishermen, whence Jesus, during their subsequent apostolic agency, may have sometimes styled them fishers of men. But without doubt, their relation with Jesus was formed gradually, like other human relations, and is only elevated into a marvel through the obliviousness of tradition. By removing the synoptical narrative, we make room for that of John, but whether we are to receive it as historical can only be decided by an examination of its matter. At the very outset, it excites no favorable prejudice that John the Baptist is the one who directs the first two disciples to Jesus. For if there be any truth in the representation given in a former chapter of this relation between Jesus and the Baptist, some disciples of the latter might, indeed, of their own accord, attach themselves to Jesus, formerly their fellow disciple, but nothing could be farther from the intention of the Baptist than to resign his own adherence to Jesus. This particular seems indebted for its existence to the apologetic interest of the fourth gospel, which seeks to strengthen the cause of Jesus by the testimony of the Baptist. Further, that Andrew, after one evening's intercourse with Jesus, should announce him to his brother with the words, "We have found the Messiah," chapter 1, verse 42. That Philip too, immediately after his call, should speak of him in a similar manner to Nathanael, verse 46, is an improbability which I know not how to put strongly enough. We gather from the synoptical statement, which we have above decided to be trustworthy, that some time was necessary for the disciples to recognize Jesus as the Messiah, and openly confess their belief through their spokesman Peter, whose tardy discernment Jesus would have been incorrect in panegyrizing as a divine revelation, if it amounted to no more than what was communicated to him by his brother Andrew at the commencement of his discipleship. Equally unnatural is the manner in which Jesus is said to have received Simon. He accosts him with the words, "Thou art Simon, the son of Jonah," a mode of salutation which seems, as Bengel has well remarked, to imply that Jesus had a supernatural acquaintance with the name and origin of a man previously unknown to him, analogous to his cognizance of the number of the Samaritan woman's husbands, and of Nathanael's presence under the fig tree. Jesus then proceeds to bestow on Simon the significant surname of Cephas, or Peter. If we are not inclined to degrade the speech of Jesus into buffoonery by referring this appellation to the bodily organization of the disciple, we must suppose that Jesus, at the first glance, with the eye of him who knew hearts, penetrated into the inmost nature of Simon, and discovered not only his general fitness for the apostleship, but also the special individual qualities which rendered him comparable to a rock. According to Matthew, it was not until after long intercourse with Jesus, and after he had given many manifestations of his peculiar character, that this surname was conferred on Simon, accompanied by an explanation of its meaning. Chapter 16, verse 18. Evidently, a much more natural account of the matter than that of the fourth evangelist, who makes Jesus discern at the first glance the future value of Simon to his cause, an odorando judicare, which transcends the synoptical representation in the same ratio as the declaration, "Thou shalt be called Cephas," presupposes a more intimate knowledge than the proposal, "I will make you fishers of men." Even after a more lengthened conversation with Peter, such as Luca supposes, Jesus could not pronounce so decidedly on his character without being a searcher of hearts, or falling under the imputation of forming too precipitate a judgment. It is indeed possible that the Christian legend, attracted by the significance of the name, may have represented Jesus as its author, while, in fact, Simon had borne it from his birth. The entire narrative concerning Nathanael is a tissue of improbabilities. When Philip speaks to him of a Messiah from Nazareth, he makes the celebrated answer, "Can any good thing come out of Nazareth?" Verse 47. There is no historical datum for supposing that Nazareth, when Jesus began his ministry, was the object of particular odium or contempt, and there is every probability that the adversaries of Christianity were the first to cast an aspersion on the native city of the Messiah whom they rejected. In the time of Jesus, Nazareth was only depreciated by the Jews as being a Galilean city, a stigma which it bore in common with many others, but in this sense it could not be despised by Nathanael, for he was himself a Galilean. Chapter 21, verse 2. The only probable explanation is that a derisive question, which at the time of the composition of the fourth gospel the Christians had often to hear from their opponents, was put into the mouth of a contemporary of Jesus, that by the manner in which he was divested of his doubt, others might be induced to comply with the invitation to come and see. As Nathanael approaches Jesus, the latter pronounces his judgment on his character. "Behold, an Israelite indeed, in whom there is no guile." Verse 48.
Paulus is of opinion that Jesus might have previously gathered some intimations concerning Nathanael at Cana, where he had just been attending a marriage of some relations.
But if Jesus had become acquainted with Nathanael's character in a natural way, he must, in answer to the question, "Whence knowest thou me?" either have reminded him of the occasion on which they had had an earlier interview, or referred to the favorable report of others. Instead of this, he speaks of his knowledge that Nathanael had been tarrying under a fig tree, a knowledge which, from its result, is evidently intended to appear supernatural. Now, to use information, obtained by ordinary means, so as to induce a belief that it has been communicated supernaturally, is charlatanism, if anything deserve the name. As, however, the narrator certainly did not mean to impute such artifice to Jesus, it is undeniably his intention to ascribe to him a supernatural knowledge of Nathanael's character. As little are the words, "When thou wast under the fig tree, I saw thee," explained by the exclamation of Paulus, "How often one sees and observes a man who is unconscious of one's gaze." Luca and Tholuck are also of opinion that Jesus observed Nathanael under the fig tree in a natural manner. They add, however, the conjecture that the latter was engaged in some occupation, such as prayer or the study of the law, which afforded Jesus a key to his character. But if Jesus meant to imply, "How can I fail to be convinced of thy virtue, having watched thee during thy earnest study of the law, and thy fervent prayer under the fig tree," he would not have omitted the word praying or reading, for want of which we can extract no other sense from his declaration than this: "Thou mayest be assured of my power to penetrate into thy inmost soul, from the fact that I beheld thee when thou wast in a situation from which all merely human observers were excluded." Here the whole stress is thrown not on any peculiarity in the situation of the person seen, but on the fact that Jesus saw him, whence it is necessarily inferred that he did so by no ordinary natural means. To imagine that Jesus possessed such a second sight is, we grant, not a little extravagant, but for that very reason it is the more accordant with the then existing notions of a prophet and of the Messiah. A like power of seeing and hearing beyond the limits assigned to human organs is attributed to Elisha in the Old Testament, when, 2 Kings 6:8 and following, the king of Syria makes war against Israel, Elisha indicates to the king of Israel every position of the enemy's camp, and when the king of Syria expresses his suspicion that he is betrayed by deserters, he is told that the Israelitish prophet knows all the words that he, the king of Syria, speaks in his private chamber. Thus also, chapter 21:32, Elisha knows that Joram has sent out messengers to murder him. How could it be endured that the Messiah should fall short of the prophet in his powers of vision? This particular, too, enables our evangelist to form a climax, in which Jesus ascends from the penetration of one immediately present, verse 42, to that of one approaching for the first time, verse 48, and finally to the perception of one out of the reach of human eyesight. That Jesus goes a step farther in the climax and says that this proof of his messianic second sight is a trifle compared to what Nathanael has yet to see, that on him, the Son of Man, the angels of God shall descend from the opened heavens, verse 51, in no wise shows, as Paulus thinks, that there was nothing miraculous in that first proof, for there is a gradation even in miracles. Thus, in the narrative of John, we stumble at every step on difficulties, in some instances greater than those in which the synoptical accounts are encumbered. Hence we learn as little from the one as the other concerning the manner in which the first disciples attached themselves to Jesus. I cannot agree with the author of the Probabilia in deriving the divergency of the fourth evangelist from his predecessors from the wish to avoid mentioning the derided fishing trade of the most distinguished apostles, since in chapter 21, which Bretschneider allows to be by the same hand as the rest of the gospel, he unhesitatingly introduces the obnoxious employment. I rather surmise that the idea of their having received their decisive apostolic call while actually engaged with their fishing nets was not afloat in the tradition from which the fourth evangelist drew, and that this writer formed his scenes partly on the probably historical report that some disciples of Jesus had belonged to the school of the Baptist, and partly from the wish to represent in the most favorable light the relation between Jesus and the Baptist, and the supernatural gifts of the former. End of section 70. Part 2, Chapter 5, Section 71 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 5, The Disciples of Jesus. Section 71, Peter's Draught of Fishes. We have hitherto examined only two accounts of the vocation of Peter and his companions. There is a third given by Luke, chapter 5, verses 1 through 11. I shall not dilate on the minor points of difference between his narrative and that of the first two evangelists. The essential distinction is, that in Luke the disciples do not, as in Matthew and Mark, unite themselves to Jesus on a simple invitation, but in consequence of a plentiful draught of fishes, to which Jesus has assisted Simon. If this feature be allowed to constitute Luke's narrative a separate one from that of his predecessors, we have next to inquire into its intrinsic credibility, and then to ascertain its relation to that of Matthew and Mark. Jesus, oppressed by the throng of people on the shore of the Galilean Sea, enters into a ship that he may address them with more ease at a little distance from land. Having brought his discourse to a close, he desires Simon, the owner of the boat, to launch out into the deep and let down his nets for a draught. Simon, although little encouraged by the poor result of the last night's fishing, declares himself willing, and is rewarded by so extraordinary a draught that Peter and his partners, James and John, Andrew is not here mentioned, are struck with astonishment, the former even with awe, before Jesus as a superior being. Jesus then says to Simon, "Fear not, from henceforth thou shalt catch men." And the issue is that the three fishermen forsake all and follow him. The rationalistic commentators take pains to show that what is above narrated may occur in a natural way. According to them, the astonishing consequence of letting down the net was a result of an accurate observation on the part of Jesus, assisted by a happy fortuity. Paulus supposes that Jesus at first wished to launch out farther into the deep merely to escape from the crowd, and that it was not until after sailing to some distance, that descrying a place where the fish were abundant, he desired Peter to let down the net. But he has fallen into a twofold contradiction of the evangelical narrative. In close connection with the command to launch out into the deep, Jesus adds, "Let down your nets for a draught," as if this were one of the objects in changing the locality, and if he spoke thus when at a little distance only from the shore, his hope of a successful draught could not be the effect of his having observed a place abundant in fish on the main sea, which the vessel had not yet reached.
Our rationalists must therefore take refuge in the opinion of the author of the Natural History of the Great Prophet of Nazareth, who says, Jesus conjectured on general grounds that under existing circumstances, indicative probably of an approaching storm, fishing in the middle of the sea would succeed better than it had done in the night. But, proceeding from the natural point of view, How could Jesus be a better judge in this matter than the men who had spent half their life on the sea in the employment of fishing? Certainly, if the fishermen observed nothing which could give them hope of a plentiful draught, neither, in a natural manner, could Jesus, and the agreement between his words and the result must, adhering to the natural point of view, be put down wholly to the account of chance. But what senseless audacity to promise at random a success which, judging from the occurrences of the past night, was little likely to follow. It is said, however, that Jesus only desires Peter to make another attempt, without giving any definite promise. But we must rejoin in the emphatic injunction which Peter's remark on the inauspicious aspect of circumstances for fishing does not induce him to revoke. There is a latent promise in the words, "Let down your nets," etc., in the present passage, can hardly have any other meaning than that plainly expressed in the similar scene, John 21:6, "Cast the net on the right side of the ship, and ye shall find." When, moreover, Peter retracts his objection in the words, "Nevertheless, at thy word I will let down the net," though rhema may be translated by command rather than by promise. In either case, he implies a hope that what Jesus enjoins will not be without result. If Jesus had not intended to excite this hope, he must immediately have put an end to it, if he would not expose himself to disgrace in the event of failure, and on no account ought he to have accepted the attitude and expressions of Peter as his due, if he had only merited them by a piece of lucky advice given at a venture. The drift of the narrative, then, obliges us to admit that the writer intended to signalize a miracle. This miracle may be viewed either as one of power or of knowledge. If the former, we are to conceive that Jesus, by his supernatural power, caused the fish to congregate in that part of the sea where he commanded Peter to cast in his net. Now that Jesus should be able, by the immediate action of his will, to influence men in the nature of whose minds his spiritual energy might find a fulcrum, may to a certain extent be conceived without any wide deviation from psychological laws. But that he could thus influence irrational beings, and those not isolated animals immediately present to him, but shoals of fish in the depths of the sea, it is impossible to imagine out of the domain of magic. Olshausen compares this operation of Jesus to that of the divine omnipotence of the annual migration of fish and birds. But the comparison is worse than lame. It lacks all parallelism, for the latter is an effect of the divine agency, linked in the closest manner with all the other operations of God in external nature, with the change of seasons, etc., while the former, even presupposing Jesus to be actually God, would be an isolated act, interrupting the chain of natural phenomena, a distinction that removes any semblance of parallelism between the two cases. Allowing the possibility of such a miracle, and from the supernaturalistic point of view nothing is in itself impossible, did it subserve any apparent object adequate to determine Jesus to so extravagant a use of his miraculous powers? Was it so important that Peter should be inspired by this incident with a superstitious fear, not accordant with the spirit of the New Testament? Was this the only preparation for engrafting the true faith? Or did Jesus believe that it was only by such signs that he could win disciples? How little faith he must then have had in the force of mind and of truth! How much, too meanly, must he have estimated Peter, who, at a later period at least, John 6:68, clung to his society, not on account of the miracles which he beheld Jesus perform,
but for the sake of the words of eternal life which came from his lips. Under the pressure of these difficulties, refuge may be sought in the other supposition as the more facile one, namely, that Jesus, by means of his superhuman knowledge, was merely aware that in a certain place there was then to be found a multitude of fishes, and that he communicated this information to Peter. If by this it is meant that Jesus, through the possession of an omniscience such as is commonly attributed to God, knew at all times all the fish in all the seas, rivers, and lakes, there is an end to his human consciousness. If, however, it be merely meant that when he crossed any water he became cognizant of its various tribes of fish, with their relative position, even this would be quite enough to encumber the space in his mind that was due to more weighty thoughts. Lastly, if it be meant that he knew this, not constantly and necessarily, but as often as he wished, it is impossible to understand how, in a mind like that of Jesus, a desire for such knowledge should arise, how he, whose vocation had reference to the depths of the human heart, should be tempted to occupy himself with the fish-frequented depths of the waters. But before we pronounce on this narrative of Luke, we must consider it in relation to the cognate histories in the first two synoptical gospels. The chronological relation of the respective events is the first point. The supposition that the miraculous draught of fishes in Luke was prior to the vocation narrated by the two other evangelists is excluded by the consideration that the firm attachment which the miracle awakened in the disciples would render a new call superfluous, or by the still stronger objection that if an invitation accompanied by a miracle had not sufficed to ally the men to Jesus, he could hardly flatter himself that a subsequent bare summons, unsupported by any miracle, would have a better issue. The contrary chronological position presents a better climax. But why a second invitation if the first had succeeded? For to suppose that the brethren who followed him on the first summons again left him until the second, is to cut the knot instead of untying it. Still more complicated is the difficulty when we take in addition the narrative of the fourth evangelist. For what shall we think of the connection between Jesus and the disciples, if it began in the manner described by John, if, after this, the disciples, having from some unknown cause separated from their master, he again called them, as if nothing of the kind had before occurred, on the shore of the Galilean Sea, and if, this invitation also producing no permanent adherents, he for the third time summoned them to follow him, fortifying this final experiment by a miracle. The entire drift of Luke's narrative is such as to exclude, rather than to imply, any earlier and more intimate relation between Jesus and his ultimate disciples. For the indifferent mention of two ships on the shore, whose owners were gone out of them to wash their nets, Simon being unnamed until Jesus chooses to avail himself of his boat, seems, as Schleiermacher has convincingly shown, to convey the idea that the two parties were entire strangers to each other, and that these incidents were preparatory to a relation yet to be formed, not indicative of one already existing, so that the healing of Peter's mother-in-law, previously recounted by Luke, either occurred, like many other cures of Jesus, without producing any intimate connection, or has too early a date assigned to it by that evangelist. The latter conjecture is supported by the fact that Matthew places the miracle later. Thus, it fares with the narrative of Luke, when viewed in relation to that of Matthew and Mark, as it did with that of John when placed in the same light. Neither will bear the other to precede or to follow it. In short, they exclude each other. Which then is the correct narrative? Schleiermacher prefers that of the evangelist on whom he has commented, because it is more particular, and Sieffert has recently asserted with great emphasis that no one has ever yet doubted the superiority of Luke's narrative as a faithful picture of the entire occurrence. The number of its special, dramatic, and intrinsically authenticated details, advantageously distinguishing it from the account of the first and second gospel, which by its omission of the critical incident, the turning point in the narrative, the draught of fishes, is characterized as the recital of one who was not an eyewitness. I have already presented myself elsewhere to this critic as one hardy enough to express the doubt of which he denies the existence, and I here repeat the question.
Supposing one only of the two narratives to have been modified by oral tradition, which alternative is more in accordance with the nature of that means of transmission? That the tangible fact of a draught of fishes should evaporate into a mere saying respecting fishers of men, or that this figurative expression should be condensed into a literal history?
The answer to this question cannot be dubious, for when was it in the nature of the legend to spiritualize, to change the real, such as the story of a miracle, into the ideal, such as a mere verbal image? The stage of human culture to which the legend belongs, and the mental faculty in which it originates, demand that it should give a stable body to fleeting thought, that it should counteract the ambiguity and changeableness of words, by affixing them to the permanent and universally understood symbol of action. It is easy to show how, out of the expression preserved by the first evangelist, the miraculous story of the third might be formed. If Jesus, in allusion to the former occupation of some of his apostles, had called them fishers of men, if he had compared the kingdom of heaven to a net cast into the sea, in which all kinds of fish were taken, Matthew 13:47, it was but a following out of these ideas to represent the apostles as those who, at the words of Jesus, cast out the net, and gathered in the miraculous multitude of fishes. If we add to this, that the ancient legend was fond of occupying its wonder-workers with affairs of fishing, as we see in the story related of Pythagoras by Iamblichus and Porphyry, it will no longer appear improbable that Peter's miraculous draught of fishes is but the expression about the fishers of men, transmuted into the history of a miracle, and this view will at once set us free from all the difficulties that attend the natural as well as the supernatural interpretation of the narrative. A similar miraculous draught of fishes is recorded in the appendix to the fourth gospel, as having occurred after the resurrection, chapter 21. Here again Peter is fishing on the Galilean Sea, in company with the sons of Zebedee and some other disciples, and again he has been toiling all night and has taken nothing. Early in the morning Jesus comes to the shore and asks, without their recognizing him, if they have any meat. On their answering in the negative, he directs them to cast the net on the right side of the ship, whereupon they have an extremely rich draught, and are led by this sign to recognize Jesus. That this history is distinct from the one given by Luke is, from its great similarity, scarcely conceivable. The same narrative has doubtless been placed by tradition in different periods of the life of Jesus. Let us now compare these three fishing histories, the two narrated of Jesus and that narrated of Pythagoras, and their mythical character will be obvious. That which, in Luke, is indubitably intended as a miracle of power, is, in the history of Iamblichus, a miracle of knowledge. For Pythagoras merely tells in a supernatural manner the number of fish already caught by natural means. The narrative of John holds a middle place, for in it also the number of fish, 153, plays a part, but instead of being predetermined by the worker of the miracle, it is simply stated by the narrator. One legendary feature common to all the three narratives is the manner in which the multitude and weight of the fish are described, especially as this sameness of manner accompanies a diversity of particulars. According to Luke, the multitude is so great that the net is broken. One ship will not hold them, and after they have been divided between the two vessels, both threaten to sink. In the view of the tradition given in the fourth gospel, it was not calculated to magnify the power of the miraculous agent that the net which he had so marvelously filled should break, but as here also the aim is to exalt the miracle by celebrating the number and weight of the fishes. They are said to be great, and it is added that the men were not able to draw the net for the multitude of fishes. Instead, however, the lapsing out of the miraculous into the common by the breaking of the net, a second miracle is ingeniously made, that for all there were so many, yet was not the net broken. Iamblichus presents a further wonder, the only one he has besides the knowledge of Pythagoras as to the number of fish, namely, that while the fish were being counted, a process that must have required a considerable time, not one of them died. If there be a mind that, not perceiving in the narratives we have compared the finger marks of tradition, and hence the legendary character of these evangelical anecdotes, still leans to the historical interpretation, whether natural or supernatural, that mind must be alike ignorant of the true character both of legend and of history, of the natural and the supernatural. End of section 71. Part 2, Chapter 5, Section 72 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 5, The Disciples of Jesus. Section 72, Calling of Matthew, Connection of Jesus with the Publicans. The first Gospel, chapter 9, verse 9 and following, tells of a man named Matthew, to whom, when sitting at the receipt of custom, Jesus said, "Follow me." Instead of Matthew, the second and third Gospels have Levi, and Mark adds that he was the son of Alphaeus. Mark chapter 2, verse 14 and following, Luke chapter 5, verse 27 and following. At the call of Jesus, Luke says that he left all. Matthew merely states that he followed Jesus and prepared a meal, of which many publicans and sinners partook, to the great scandal of the Pharisees. From the difference of the names, it has been conjectured that the evangelists refer to two different events. But this difference of the name is more than counterbalanced by the similarity of the circumstances. In all the three cases, the call of the publican is preceded and followed by the same occurrences. The subject of the narrative is in the same situation. Jesus addresses him in the same words, and the issue is the same. Hence, the opinion is pretty general that the three synoptists have in this instance detailed only one event. But did they also understand only one person under different names? And was that person the apostle Matthew? This is commonly represented as conceivable on the supposition that Levi was the proper name of the individual, and Matthew merely a surname, or that after he had attached himself to Jesus, he exchanged the former for the latter. To substantiate such an opinion, there should be some indication that the evangelists who name the chosen publican Levi intend under that designation no other than the Matthew mentioned in their catalogues of the apostles. Mark chapter 3, verse 18, Luke chapter 6, verse 15, Acts chapter 1, verse 13. On the contrary, in these catalogues, where many surnames and double names occur, not only do they omit the name of Levi as the earlier or more proper appellation of Matthew, but they leave him undistinguished by the epithet the publican, added by the first evangelist in his catalogue, chapter 10, verse 3, thus proving that they do not consider the apostle Matthew to be identical with the Levi summoned from the receipt of custom. If then the evangelists describe the vocation of two different men in a precisely similar way, it is improbable that there is accuracy on both sides, since an event could hardly be repeated in its minute particulars. One of the narratives, therefore, is in error, and the burthen has been thrown on the first evangelist, because he places the calling of Matthew considerably after the Sermon on the Mount, while according to Luke, chapter 6, verse 13 and following, all the 12 had been chosen before that discourse was delivered. But this would only prove, at the most, that the first gospel gives a wrong position to the history, not that it narrates that history incorrectly. It is therefore unjust to impute special difficulties to the narrative of the first evangelist. Neither are such to be found in that of Mark and Luke, unless it be thought an inconsistency to the latter to attribute a forsaking of all to one whom he does not include among the constant followers of Jesus. The only question is, do they not labor under a common difficulty sufficient to stamp both accounts as unhistorical? The close analogy between this call and that of the two pairs of brethren must excite attention. They were summoned from their nets, he from the custom house. As in their case, so here, nothing further is needed than a simple "follow me," and this call of the Messiah has so irresistible a power over the mind of the called, that the publican, like the fisherman, leaves all and follows him. It is not to be denied that as Jesus had been for a considerable time exercising his ministry in that country, Matthew must have long known him, and this is the argument with which Friedrich repels the accusation of Julian and Porphyry, who maintain that Matthew here shows himself rash and inconsiderate. But the longer Jesus had observed him, the more easily might he have found opportunity for drawing him gradually and quietly into his train, instead of hurrying him in so tumultuary a manner from the midst of his business. Paulus indeed thinks that no call to the discipleship, no sudden forsaking of a previous occupation, is here intended, but that Jesus, having brought his teaching to a close, merely signified to the friend who had given him an invitation to dinner that he was now ready to go home with him and sit down to table. But the meal appears, especially in Luke, to be the consequence and not the cause of the summons. Moreover, a modest guest would say to the host who had invited him, "I will follow thee," not "follow me," and in fine, this interpretation renders the whole anecdote so trivial that it would have been better omitted. Hence the abruptness and impetuosity of the scene return upon us, and we are compelled to pronounce that such is not the course of real life, nor the procedure of a man who, like Jesus, respects the laws and formalities of human society.
It is the procedure of legend and poetry, which love contrasts and effective scenes, which aim to give a graphic conception of a man's exit from an old sphere of life and his entrance into a new one, by representing him as at once discarding the implements of his former trade, leaving the scene of his daily business, and straightway commencing a new life.
The historical germ of the story may be that Jesus actually had publicans among his disciples, and possibly that Matthew was one. These men had truly left the custom-house to follow Jesus, but only in the figurative sense of this concise expression, not in the literal one depicted by the legend. It is not less astonishing that the publican should have a great feast in readiness for Jesus immediately after his call.
For that this feast was not prepared until the following day is directly opposed to the narratives, the two first especially.
But it is entirely in the tone of the legend to demonstrate the joy of the publican, and the condescension of Jesus, and to create an occasion for the reproaches cast on the latter on account of his intimacy with sinners, by inventing a great feast given to the publicans at the house of their late associate immediately after his call. Another circumstance connected with this narrative merits particular attention. According to the common opinion concerning the author of the first gospel, Matthew therein narrates his own call. We may consider it granted that there are no positive indications of this in the narrative, but it is not so clear that there are no negative indications which render it impossible or improbable. That the evangelist does not here speak in the first person, nor when describing events in which he had a share in the first person plural, like the author of the Acts of the Apostles, proves nothing.
For Josephus and other historians not less classical write of themselves in the third person, and the we of the pseudo-Matthew in the Ebionite gospel has a very suspicious sound. The use of the expression anthropon, matthaion legomenon, which the Manichaeans made an objection, as they did the above-mentioned circumstance, is not without a precedent in the writings of Xenophon, who in his Anabasis introduces himself as Xenophon, a certain Athenian.
The Greek, however, did not fall into this style from absorption in his subject, nor from unaffected freedom from egotism, causes which Olshausen supposes in the Evangelist, but neither from a wish not to pass for the author, as the old tradition states, or from considerations of taste, neither of which motives will be attributed to Matthew. Whether we are therefore to consider that expression as a sign that the author of the first gospel was not Matthew, may be difficult to decide, but it is certain that this history of the publican's call is throughout less clearly narrated in that gospel than in the third.
In the former we are at a loss to understand why it is abruptly said that Jesus sat at meat in the house, if the evangelist were himself the hospitable publican, since it would then seem most natural for him to let his joy on account of his call appear in the narrative, by telling, as Luke does, that he immediately made a great feast in his house. To say that he withheld this from modesty is to invest a rude Galilean of that age with the affectation belonging to the most refined self-consciousness of modern days. To this feast at the publicans, of which many of the same obnoxious class partook, the evangelists annex the reproaches cast at the disciples by the Pharisees and scribes, because their master ate with publicans and sinners. Jesus, being within hearing of the censure, repelled it by the well-known text on the destination of the physician for the sick, and the Son of Man for sinners. Matthew chapter 9, verse 11 and following, and parallel passages. That Jesus should be frequently taunted by his pharisaical enemies with his too great predilection for the despised class of publicans, compare Matthew chapter 11, verse 19, accords fully with the nature of his position, and is therefore historical, if anything be so. The answer, too, which is here put into the mouth of Jesus, is from its pithy and concise character well adapted for literal transmission. Further, it is not improbable that the reproach in question may have been especially called forth by the circumstance that Jesus ate with publicans and sinners, and went under their roofs. But that the cavils of his opponents should have been accompaniments of the publican's dinner, as the evangelical account leads us to infer, especially that of Mark, verse 16, is not so easily conceivable.
For as the feast was in the house, and as the disciples also partook of it, how could the Pharisees utter their reproaches to them while the meal was going forward, without defiling themselves by becoming the guests of a man that was a sinner, the very act which they reprehended in Jesus? Luke chapter 19, verse 7. It will hardly be supposed that they waited outside until the feast was ended. It is difficult for Schleiermacher to maintain, even on the representation of Luke taken singly, that the evangelical narrative only implies that the publican's feast was the cause of the Pharisees' censure, and not that they were contemporary.
Their immediate connection might easily originate in a legendary manner. In fact, one scarcely knows how tradition, in its process of transmuting the abstract into the concrete, could represent the general idea that the Pharisees had taken offense at the friendly intercourse of Jesus with the publicans, otherwise than thus. Jesus once feasted in a publican's house, in company with many publicans. The Pharisees saw this, went to the disciples and expressed their censure, which Jesus also heard, and parried by a laconic answer.
After the Pharisees, Matthew makes the disciples of John approach Jesus with the question, why his disciples did not fast as they did. Verse 14 and following. In Luke, verse 33 and following, it is still the Pharisees who vaunt their own fasts and those of John's disciples, as contrasted with the eating and drinking of the disciples of Jesus. Mark's account is not clear. Verse 18. According to Schleiermacher, every unprejudiced person must perceive in the statement of Matthew, compared with that of Luke, the confusing emendations of a second editor, who could not explain to himself how the Pharisees came to appeal to the disciples of John, whereas, thinks Schleiermacher, the question would have been puerile in the mouth of the latter. But it is easy to imagine that the Pharisees might avail themselves of an external resemblance to the disciples of John when opposing Jesus, who had himself received baptism of that teacher. It is certainly surprising that after the Pharisees, who were offended because Jesus ate with publicans, some disciples of John should step forth as if they had been cited for the purpose, to censure generally the unrestricted eating and drinking of Jesus and his disciples. The probable explanation is that evangelical tradition associated the two circumstances from their intrinsic similarity, and that the first evangelist erroneously gave them the additional connection of time and place. But the manner in which the third evangelist fuses the two particulars appears a yet more artificial combination, and is certainly not historical, because the reply of Jesus could only be directed to John's disciples, or to friendly inquirers. To Pharisees he would have given another and a more severe answer. Another narrative, which is peculiar to Luke, chapter 19, verses 1 through 10, treats of the same relation as that concerning Matthew or Levi.
When Jesus, on his last journey to the feast, passes through Jericho, a chief among the publicans, named Zacchaeus, that he might, notwithstanding his short stature, get a sight of Jesus among the crowd, climbed a tree, where Jesus observed him, and immediately held him worthy to entertain the Messiah for the night.
Here again, the favor shown to a publican excites the discontent of the more rigid spectators. And when Zacchaeus has made vows of atonement and beneficence, Jesus again justifies himself, on the ground that his office had reference to sinners. The whole scene is very dramatic, and this might be deemed by some an argument for its historical character. But there are certain internal obstacles to its reception. We are not led to infer that Jesus previously knew Zacchaeus, or that someone pointed him out to Jesus by name. But, as Olshausen truly says, the knowledge of Zacchaeus that Jesus here suddenly evinced is to be referred to his power of discerning what was in men without the aid of testimony.
We have before decided that this power is a legendary attribute. Hence, the above particular, at least, cannot be historical, and the narrative is possibly a variation on the same theme as that treated of in connection with the account of Matthew's call, namely, the friendly relation of Jesus to the publicans. End of section 72.